I talk about the point. Only person can pass me today. And if he wins.
Okay.
If he wins.
I see.
Second place is still on my head.
So what's the prize for Player of the Year?
Like almost $10,000.
Is it?
Pay
Nice.
for all the entries next year.
Okay. Pay for all the
6
entries?
years. All the entries.
That's
plus
awesome.
All the hotels.
That's sick.
Hello everyone, Jeremy Smith here for the Heartland Poker Tour. We're at the Daytona Beach Racing and Kart Club. We start with 400, 14 players. We're down to our final 9. Let's meet our final 9 players. In the 1 seat we have Dan Beck from Mokina, Illinois with 3,285,000 chips. Dan is our chip leader coming into the final table. Let's give Dan in the 1 seat a round of applause. In the 2 seat we have Roger Campbell from Centralia, Illinois with 665,000 in chips. Let's give Roger in the 2 seat a round of applause. Roger's a past HPT champion. This is his 3rd HPT final table. And in the 3 seat we have Hindy Komateski with 3,190,000 chips from Orlando, Florida. Let's give Hindy in the 3 seat a round of applause. And in the 4 seat we have Barry Gallagher with 985,000 chips from Port Orange, Florida. Let's give Barry in the 4 seat a round of applause. And in the 5 seat we have Cory Zito with 1,910,000 from Denver, Colorado. Let's give Cory in the 5 seat a round of applause. This is Cory's 3rd HPT final table, back-to-back final tables for Cory. We were in Golden Gates last month. And in the 6th seat, we have Tony Armen with 510,000 chips from Port Orange, Florida. Let's give Tony in the 6th seat a round of applause. And in the 7th seat, we have Chris Pohl with 250,000 in chips from Cape Coral, Florida. Let's give Chris in the 7th seat a round of applause. And in the 8th seat, we have Daniel Silva with 775,000 chips from St. Augustine, Florida. Let's give Daniel in the 8th seat a round of applause. And in the 9th seat, we have Osama Estafanos with 795,000 in chips from Darien, Illinois. Let's give Osama in the 9th seat a round of applause. Osama is actually our current player of the year. This is Osama's 4th final table as well. All right, let's shuffle up and deal. We have 28 minutes left at this level. Currently at 20,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club here in Daytona Beach, Florida. It's your old pal James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert. And
you went Jim Nance on us right there. Hello, friends.
Hello, friends. Yes. Well, you know what? We're in Florida. You know I'm from the Midwest, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Good to be down here where it's warm, palm trees. And I tell you what, the poker in Florida, you live down here.
Yes.
The poker in Florida the last, 4.5, 5 years is bonkers. There's tournaments
really
everywhere.
It may even be a little bit longer than that, maybe closer to like 7 or 8 years. But still, yeah, this is I think it's as good poker action outside of Nevada as far as where everything is. It's been we're kind of like on the border. Although Jacksonville, obviously, they just had a huge WPT event. But pretty much everything kind of on the coast, on the Atlantic coast, central to South Florida, kind of like from maybe Melbourne on down, especially obviously when we get down to Hollywood and Miami and all those areas, absolutely crazy. And we're getting it off the bang here.
We sure
with
are.
some monster hands.
Yeah, Barry here, the 3-bet you see with Ace King, and now Tony all in with his pocket tens. Now, we'll get to the chip counts here in a minute, but there's a bunch of shorties starting the day today.
That's the thing, is that this is really a final table of haves and have-nots. There are only 3 players who start this final table out of the 9 with more than 20 big blinds.
Right.
So the fact that we've got a couple, 3-bet and an all-in right here is not surprising, and getting some action early on. We think we may be down to a few players.
And look at this. Barry's going to make the call. With his Ace King has to make the call. So he's going to see a classic race situation here. The 2 overs up against the pocket tens for Tony.
Barry is the guy who's kind of on the bubble of that kind of dividing line I talked about there. He's got 20 bigs coming in this final table. But there, like I said, there are 5 others who are at 16 big blinds or less.
Yeah, Tony, one of those here, 510,000.
There could be some serious action here early on in this final table proceeding. So glad you tuned in early. If you've joined us on the Twitch stream here, you're going to get a lot of action here, a lot of excitement.
Exactly. So this was an $1,100 event, 414 entries. We paid 45, and we may be paying our 9th place here. But let's go to the flop here. The 10's in the lead, going up against Barry and his Ace King, and the flop comes out a 7 and 2 6s.
Tony's currently in the lead here. His tournament life.
Good flop for Tony here as he looks to double up.
Yeah, the 10 still best here. Let's go to that turn card. It's another 7. So now we've got 7s and 6s on the board. And the river card is the 10 of clubs.
There's the full house.
There's the full house.
That's the dream start that Tony was hoping for. Man from Port Orange, Florida, just down the road, his first major Final table here on the HPT, and boy, you wake up with a big pocket pair right away, and you are able to double through one of the kind of sort of chip leaders here at this final table.
Reading Tony's bio here, just $900 invested,
Yeah.
and ninth place money right now. Had he been eliminated right there, almost a $9,000. So $8,917. Talking about the payouts, Dom, up top is $91,557. Of course, you also get that $3,500 championship package, which you can just roll right into an event that starts just 2 weeks from now in East Chicago, Indiana.
Yeah, we're going to be headed to Chicago for our championship event coming up here. And like you said, well, actually, some people will be leaving straight from here and going right to Chicago to start working at it. Yeah, well, the main event will be kicking off next weekend, or 2 weekends, I should say, from now. Huge event one as well next weekend in terms of number of players that we get in the field. We're probably going to break 1,000 players for our multi-flight event number one. And it'll be a huge prize pool as well as, of course, the main event. It's one of our biggest stops annually in Chicago, and this year we got a main event with a $2,500 buy-in. So we're looking to hit the $1 million prize pool there, which is something we always like doing on the HPT, a very rare feat for us to get there, and we'll be happy to do it coming up in a couple weeks.
Yeah, Chicagoland, such an important area for the HPT. And really one of the reasons we're here in Florida is because of our relationship with Dom Nero, who runs the poker room here. He ran the boat over there in Gary, Indiana, the Majestic Star. So we did some great events there. And I saw the HPT really grow and had some huge prize pools early on. And then Dom took a job down here. Well, of course, that relationship continued with everybody here on the HPT. Our former owners, Greg and Todd, brought the brand down here, and the rest is history. But I was happy with the 414 entries.
I was very happy, yes.
You know, some of our side events were down a little bit because there was other action going on in the state here, which anytime you're in Florida, I don't care where you're at, you throw a tournament together, and the next day you find out about some deep stacks or some guarantee, you know, on the corner or just an hour away. And, you know, Florida's great. This is an area you live in, and I tell you what, as I get older, I've thought about this long and hard. This is an area I wouldn't mind, you know, retiring in, or even, you know, spending some time in, because you can't beat the weather.
No,
All right,
can't.
Roger Campbell here from Centralia, Illinois, a good friend of ours here on the HPT, because we see him and his wife Christy at all these events, and he's so excited to get back here to this final table. I remember calling the final table that he won at River City
in St. Louis.
Just a great, fun final table, and now he wakes up here with pocket nines. And Roger told me he's just got to find his, you know, couple hands here. And because he comes in with, I think, what, 14 or 15 bigs. He had 665,000.
So he what did he say? He told me earlier. He says he's got to make up. His wife apparently went wild during Bike Week here in Daytona. Spent a lot of money, so he's got to
bought some clothes. Yeah, I believe she bought a lot of clothes. So.
Oh dear, and this is bad news for Roger.
Oh boy, yes, it sure is. This could be a very early day for Roger as Osama, and this will be an easy call for Roger. We got to get to Dan first.
These are two more of our short stacks right here.
Yeah. Boy, and Roger, you know, he loves it. He's thinking, okay, this was the hand I was looking for. Little does he know, he's about to run it right into the buzzsaw.
For those of you who have not followed the HPT all year, Osama is our current Player of the Year points leader. So he's looking to extend that here today, and he will be looking to do that for a little bit longer here, obviously, and get some more of those points if he's able to hold on here with the best hand. Roger, as you can see, all sorts of trouble on the screen. Got to be very disappointed to be running into this spot right here with a big pocket pair under the gun, and lo and behold, the blinds have him quite crushed.
Yeah, we still got 5 cards to go, of course, but right now you see the kings dominating. Osama in a good position here to double up. So will Roger get lucky? Let's go to the flop, and the flop comes out Jack 10-5, couple of spades. So we've got.
But Osama's got the spades covered.
Yeah, we do have runner for a straight though for.
Oh, there's one of them.
8. So an open-ended straight draw now with the 8 of clubs. So you see Roger's outs up on top of the board there.
Sevens, couple
8
queens.
outs.
Both nines were already folded, though.
Let's go to the river card, ladies and gentlemen. And the river card is the 10. And just like that, Roger Campbell is going to exit us in 9th place. That's tough. 8,917 for him. I feel bad for Roger and Christy. They, late last night they had to check out of their hotel room, had to get a new room, rebooked on Southwest, had to get the budget rental to extend the car, which he's got to deal with all these places, but he had to move out of his room because they're renovating the room that he's in at the hotel. So now, not for nothing.
And he's here for all of 4 hands.
All of 4 hands.
3 hands, actually.
Gets it in good. Yeah. Gets it in real good.
Well, gets it in good in terms of he had a good starting hand, but got it in bad in the sense that he was
right, yes,
dominated.
exactly. Yes, right, yeah. So the pocket nines, no luck for Roger Campbell. And his banker sent him a text, and he had the screen up, our screen, that said, HPT coming up. And he said, looks like it's going to be a not very productive day for me here at the bank. And, well, it turns out, Mr. Banker, you can go back to whatever you needed to do today. Right. You don't have to cancel those appointments. But, listen, Roger Campbell, I just want to say something about him personally. A great guy, just a fun person to be around, and a great representative, past champion. And once you're a champion on the HPT, you are always a champion. James Larson, my name, alongside Dominic Siebert, here at the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club in Daytona Beach, Florida. We started with 414 entries, and now we are down to our final 8 as we had our first casualty of the day. That, of course, Roger Campbell.
We should mention we have we have an unusual chip here at Daytona. The orange chips that are in play are 5,000 apiece, 25,000 for the blue chips. The red chips are 50,000. They don't have they had an order, I think, that for 100K chips that got lost in the shuffle or something when they opened up the second property down the road in Orange City. And as we were looking around for them yesterday, we were the team, like, where are the 100Ks? We went back to the vault. They're like,
where
what's
are
going
those
on?
at? Yeah.
But they're somewhere lost in the ether, so we've had to use the 50Ks here, which was a little bit different from most normal chips that you see in tournament play at final tables.
Battle of the blinds there. Dan's going to get the best of that one.
And a huge bad news right there, by the way, in that last hand for the rest of the people in our Player of the Year points race. You mentioned Osama. With a third, a fifth, and a sixth in terms of his final table history here with the HPT. But the third and the fifth came this year in January and August at 2 Chicago events where it was his home base. So that has propelled him into the Player of the Year points lead, and the fact that he was able to get that knockout here early on and now move into fourth place among the final 8 players spells bad news for the rest of the contenders for our Player of the Year.
Jake Baumgartner was our final table bubble. He's right in that list too, right?
What is he? He's second, I think.
He's second,
so right now
yeah.
with that position.
And I've got a good vibe about Jake coming into Chicago. I was talking to him before the final table here, and he's all ready to come on out to the championship event, which I'll talk more after this hand. Cory Z wakes up with King Queen here under the gun.
Cory, as you may have heard Jeremy at the start of the broadcast, his second consecutive HPT main event final table. He was at our event in Blackhawk just a couple of weeks ago and finished in 4th place there. He also has done well in Daytona here. He has a 5th place finish here back in 2015.
Well, it's fun when you can run like that. A couple of back-to-back final tables. It's just great for the momentum and the psyche, and he's obviously playing well. And all these players right now, as we finish the first orbit, really relax at the final table. And I talked to a couple of these players, and I won't name specifically who it was, but said, boy, I'm just not comfortable with the cameras and the lights and all that. And I said, listen, I don't give poker advice. The reason I'm in the booth, okay? I talk about it, but I don't give advice. I said, just relax, okay? Just take a deep breath, because we're going to be here for a long time. If you're going to be nervous for 6-7 hours, it's gonna be very uncomfortable.
Right.
So just sit back, enjoy it. And the other thing I tell people is, there's no reason to play any differently. And one of the final table players says, well, James, everybody's going to see my hold cards. They're going to know how I play. Well, welcome to the century we're in right now.
I mean,
that's poker.
I mean, it's not the 1990s anymore.
No,
this is also the big boys.
Yeah, I was just going to say at the highest
main event, final table of one of the major poker tours in the United States. So
right.
You're going to have to. And here's our short stack, Chris Poole moving all in here, where he survived his first bid at the start of the very first hand, in fact, and now he's got the ace-queen that he is shoved with from the shotgun position. And he may get it through here.
Over to Cory with the king 5.
Cory's got a big stack. You wonder if just any king is going to be good enough for him to throw in here with for just 4 big blinds.
Yeah. You see the all-in amount was $230,000. I want to thank our operator running the graphics and the cards back there, Jeff Casper from Fargo, North Dakota. Got in late yesterday from a He was at a
He had
wedding.
to, he had to shovel out from his
We're
from
right,
his
yeah, in
house.
Fargo. Well, of course, so Cory does make the
Yeah,
call here.
yeah.
It was just 180,000. When I say just, when you got chips like that, you can
Yeah.
do that. So he's going to make the call, and we'll see if Chris here can double up. If not, if his hand doesn't hold up, he'll be eliminated in 8th place. By the way, 8th place money right now, $10,549. But Cory's not thinking about that. He's thinking about, or Chris rather, thinking about a double up here.
Yeah.
He's ahead with his ace queen.
Cory's thinking about the 90K we got up top.
Right, yeah, exactly. All right, let's go to the flop. Comes out Jack A tray, couple of spades.
Very benign flop there for Chris, and his look to double up. He's 3-1 favorite now.
And the turn card is a 10.
That's an even better card for him, as it's now just the 2 remaining 5s that weren't folded pre-flop.
And it's time to go to the river. Will we see a 5? We won't. It'll be close. 4 of spades. So full double up there for Chris. And the action continues here from Daytona Beach. All right, real quick, Dom, I wanted to talk about our championship event. This year's championship event will be at the Ameristar East Chicago, November 1st through the 13th. And you can take a look at the full series schedule now at hptpoker.com. The highlight of the series, of course, the $2,500 main event. We're anticipating a prize pool of over $1 million for that tournament. But other series,
$1 million.
but we've also got the $500 heads-up event and the $500 Seniors Championship, a 7-game mix, and a whole lot more. So this is also your last chance to collect those Player of the Year points, and we'll keep you updated.
We will
on
crown a new champion, new Player of the Year. Of course, Ari Engel, our defending Player of the Year. Ari was here at this event. Among a couple luminaries we had here, we had Tony Miles, who's a local guy, lives just down the road in Armen Beach. Of course, Tony was the runner-up in the WSOP main event back in July. And, of course, your boy, Scotty Nguyen.
Scotty
came
Nguyen.
down here, celebrated his birthday with us.
Sure
It was very
did.
nice. And he had a very fine showing, finishing in 17th place.
Yeah, you sure did. A lot of fun. We took him out. We got him some birthday cakes, some cupcakes. We shot a little video yesterday, and then we went down to just kind of a local bar down the street.
I believe it's Barry, by the way, because I mean, no offense, obviously, to our players who were here at the final table.
Right.
Fantastic players, done a wonderful job making it here, played very well. But it's all Barry's fault. I believe he was the one who knocked out Scott.
Yeah, well, yeah,
yesterday.
exactly. Someone
And
walked over
completely
and says-
ruined the live stream.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
we'd have 10,000 people watching
know,
Scotty win at
right.
the final table, goofing off and giving all of his babies.
Exactly.
You know, when
right, yeah,
if he was
exactly,
here,
exactly,
but
yeah.
but he's not here, so.
Yeah.
We
All
are
right,
what we
so
are.
let's go to the flop here. Queen 9 tray. You see Hindy makes the call there with her king
Which
queen.
made it pre-flop, yeah, off of Dan's raise from the hijack, and Hindy
Yeah.
was next in line, and she made the call. And this is another kind of auxiliary story. Recall last time we were on the big stream here, and Hindy gets the bet and fold as Dan sees 2 of her cards to a 7s. You recall back at Blackhawk, for the first time in 5 years, we had a female HPT main event champion
Yes.
in Wendy Freeman.
Right.
And here we are, second straight event, and Hindy Komatetsky, I think I've got that right.
Yeah, you
I
sure
practiced all morning. Komatetsky came in second in chips here, and she had been running roughshod really over the field on day 2. She started out with just about 300K, and before you could blink, she was the chip leader, up over $1 million.
Yeah.
And she has continued to go hog wild here throughout the course of this tournament, and came in just less than 100K behind Dan Beck in the 1 seat, who was our chip leader. So she came in second in chips, and after going 5 years without a woman being a main event champion here, we could very well go back-to-back
Oh, it'd be
events. If she
fantastic
could,
to
it would
see,
be absolutely
absolutely.
outstanding. Absolutely.
We've had other women over the years, of course. Teresa Hemingway in Colorado. Mary Jo from Chicago years ago was our first female champion.
That was back in, what, 09, I think, something like that?
Yeah,
Long
it
time
was
ago.
a long time, almost 10 years ago. So, yeah, we'll see what happens today, but so far so good.
And if
for
you're curious as
Hindy.
to whether or not she can play, here she goes raising from the hijack with 8-7 suited.
I like it. I like it.
She knows what she's doing.
Mixing it up a little bit. Maybe now I know why she said she didn't want people to see her old cards, but we all know in Texas Hold'em you got to play some different hands, and you got to change it up a little bit. Daniel Negron, you taught us that when poker started to be televised, and that and his ability to read was always fun to watch. But yeah, we'll see what happens today.
And Cory fires out a 3-bet here with ace queen on the button.
Yeah, I think that 340,000.
I'm getting used to the 50K chips too. I
Yeah, I
almost
know,
did the
right?
wrong math in my head. Said, oh, that's 600. No, that's not 600.
And Hindy's going to go ahead and fold that hand, and Cory Z's going to take her down. So So yeah, it was a good week out here. You were here for for all of it, I guess.
For the whole deal.
And it's always great to be at this property. I've spent a lot of time here at the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club, and you know, watching the dogs was fun. They got the simulcast outside with all the tracks. And yesterday, we've been doing this for 8 years now. Just on Sundays, I got football everywhere. They got a free little pool that you can do your fun picks. I think it pays like $100. They got a wing special, a beer special. It's just it's a great place. And now, if you're wondering if you've got a spouse or a friend that you're going to bring with you, they do have certain table games now. They've got some table games, which is going on.
Florida has their games that have poker in the title has basically been allowed in poker rooms.
Yeah.
So they have here they have one-card poker, which is basically war. From your Vegas casino folks. They have three-card as well, and they have Ultimate Texas Hold'em here. Some of the rooms around the state will have payouts. They'll have two-card and four-card and some other variations. But basically, as long as it has poker in the title, they've been able to. I don't want to say worm their way in necessarily, but go through the correct channels as far as all the legalese and everything that they have to go through to be able to get some various table games.
And it's a lot like California, where you've got a player and a banker. So essentially, a banker will sit at the table, just like in your poker rooms in Fresno and places like that. And the banker will pay out the winner that way. So it's a separate corporation that runs the bank, and then of course the house gets their part. And I believe that's through a small rake from the corporation.
Right.
Either way, for the player, it's no different for the player because you're going to get paid either way. It just comes from a separate entity.
It was funny. Yesterday we had our final side event, our big black chip bounty tournament, which always gets a big turnout on the last. We run it during day 2 of the main event for people who are obviously still in town, or those who want to play tournaments. Someone who Yusri Ali, one of Osama's good buddies from in Chicago, was playing in the bounty tournament.
What did he finish?
Yesterday? I didn't. He had the final table. I didn't stay for the final table, but I didn't.
And he made the money, and that's when I left because I was going to go watch the Vikings.
But he
try to play football.
But he bought in to the bounty tournament twice, busted real quick both times, and then said, I'm not going to buy in unless I can get my money from somewhere else. So he went over to the one-card poker table, the war table, made like two, $50 bets or whatever, and then got it up to the $300 like real quick, and then came back and played fired his third bullet, and made the final table, and made the money.
Well, real quick is his MO
true.
in life, in the pits, at the tables. Good guy. We got to go down to the ocean with a small group, and he was a part of it the night I got in. So always a lot to do down here in Daytona Beach, and glad to be back here. And joining us will be Dominic Nero, our good friend. It's always fun to have a Chicago poker guy on the live stream. It'll be
two Dominic. Well, I've had to be Dominic there, and he's had to be Dom.
Yeah,
two Dominics is very unusual.
Right.
So, but we'll be happy to have Dom.
Well, how about the play of Osama? I mean, this guy. I just called a final table in the studio just a couple weeks ago from his one of his other final tables.
Right.
But this guy. Got to give respect. Got to give this guy some respect. Credit where credit is due. Osama.
And here's another one of the. He just got his his elimination, so he's got some more chips to work with here. So now he has the chips to basically call with any ace here on Chris's shove.
Here in the big blind, but he's up against ace queen.
Right. And so unfortunately he's dominated here, and they each have each other's suits. One with Chris has the heart. Osama has the diamonds if a 4 flush comes into play, but Chris in good position to double up again here and extend his stay at this final table.
All right, let's go to the flop, 10-8 tray.
And there are two hearts. That's also to Chris's advantage. As far as the runner-runner situation, you see 1-4 has been folded already, so Osama down to 2 outs right now.
And that's the 8 of diamonds.
He picked up some chop outs now, though,
Yeah, sure
with the 2-pair possibility with the board pairing, and the flush is now gone.
All right, let's go to that final card. It's the river card. It's the 7 of spades.
And Chris doubles up for the third time, I believe, here so far in the first orbit here, and he needed to as he came in as the short stack with just 5 big blinds at $250,000 in chips, and now he finds himself almost at $900,000.
Now, this is what Roger Campbell wanted to do. If you're just joining us, he was our first elimination. He woke up with pocket nines if you missed it, and Roger, unfortunately for him, ran him right into king, so he's already back at his hotel on the beach. Yeah, for Chris here, things working out just the way he wants them to. So he started with $250,000, and you see.
Well, he was the super short stack coming in. He's already had 1 player elimination, so he's laddered up a little bit, and now he's moved up from the short stack to 6th place in chips, and is almost at 20 big blinds.
So. Back to Osama. He is leading the Player of the Year, and that winner gets it's a $10K package to play in 6 events with complimentary hotel for next year. So, all right, we got another all-in here.
Another one of our short stacks is Barry Gallagher.
Barry G is going to put them all in the middle with his ace-4.
He wasn't short early, but he was responsible for one of the double ups of Chris. So he is down a little bit now, and Tony just asking for a count, I think, out of politeness. Because I really don't see why he would fold to 7 big blinds with ace jack here when he's in position. The question is here, does he want to make a little reshove over the top to discourage anyone else from coming in? No,
yeah,
he just calls.
Tony's going to make the call. He's not going to come over the top, so.
And there you see one of Barry's 4s going by the wayside, and there's the other 2 aces that are also gone too.
And now Dan here with Queen Jack. Osama folds his weak ace, and Dan's going to fold his. So we're going to flip him up here. Barry G is going to see.
We told you there's going to be a lot of these here early on with as many short stacks as we had.
We get the cards here. Oh, by the way, those are faded spade cards. We'll talk more about faded spade, but it's our brand of choice here on the HPT, and it's the new face of cards. So ace jack right now for Tony in the lead. You see the percentages there. Barry, if he does not improve, will be eliminated in 8th place. So no further ado, let's go ahead and see the flop. And the flop is 7-6 deuce, couple of diamonds.
2 diamonds is to Tony's advantage, as he has the ace of diamonds.
Turn card now, the 10 of spades.
Even better card for him. You see only 2 outs left now for Barry. One of the 4s is gone.
Barry's standing up here. Still 2 cards left in the deck, and that's not one of them. It's the 9 of clubs. So that will do it. Tony Armen started with 510,000. He's eliminated now. 8th place money, by the way.
That's Barry, actually, who was eliminated. Tony won the hand.
Let me go back to it. Yeah, Barry.
Like you said, Barry
is going to. So 8th place money, by the way, $10,549. And the action continues here at the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club right here in Daytona Beach, Florida. James Larson alongside my good friend Dominic Siebert as we are now down to our final 7 now. We're moving at a pretty quick clip here. Action hot and heavy right here on a beautiful Monday afternoon if you're watching.
Boy, it is beautiful Monday afternoon. I was driving here from the hotel today, and I said, you know, I'm going to be in town playing some golf for the next 2 weeks. I'd like to order this forecast again for the next 48 hours, if you don't mind.
Right.
Not a cloud in the sky, low 70s. Beautiful.
Yeah, where I came from, the weather's starting to get cold up there in the Middle West. But hey, when we're in Chicago in a couple weeks, East Chicago, don't worry about it. Well, all you got to do is just stay inside the whole time.
That's right.
We got everything you need. We go to Bugatti's and get a good steak. I mean, it's all good. But I will say the rooms at the Ameristar East Chicago, it's the place I stay, even if I'm there for non-gaming purposes. So stop on by. All the information, by the way, is at hptpoker.com, and that's a $2,500 championship, November 9th through the 13th. Buy-ins start at 0. Because there's a free roll. I'll talk more about that next. Go to the flop here. King 9 tray, couple of diamonds.
Tony and Hindy in this spot right here. Hindy
in the big blind.
Had defended her
Tony
big blind here with interesting holding. Well, again, this is the effect of the big blind ante. You put in 50 in the big blind.
Right.
As the ante. You have 50 out there as your big blind. Someone raises to 150. You're thinking, well, it cost me 100 more. I've already got 100 in the pot. You make a call with Jack 2 suited. And it does not pay off for her there, as those cards are all red and all ugly for her hand. And Tony Seabet takes it down.
Want to thank Spaded Sunshades. I got some.
You
right
have
here
spade. How did you get the spade shades? And I didn't.
I know a guy. They're stylish and affordable shades for poker players. Head to Sunshades.com. That's Sunshades.com to take a look at all the different color and style options that Spades has to offer. Now you can use code HPT at checkout for free shipping. Sunshades.com. I've been wearing them all weekend because down here in Florida, you gotta have the shades.
I live in the Sunshine State. You live in a place where it's winter 10 months out of the year, and you get the freebie sunglasses, and I get nothing. Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
I know.
And I write my congressman.
Hey, we got the midterms coming up, so hopefully your guy or gal gets in.
Well, actually, my congressman's running for governor down here, so so that's going to be a little bit of a change.
All right, action over to Hindy now in the small blind. Queen 9.
Not afraid to go splashing is Miss Hindy.
Kind of like it, really. Kind of like your style so far at this final table. This is a hand that Cory can definitely defend with here in the big blind with his Jack 10. 65,000 to make the call.
Be interesting if they hit each other's cards.
Both wearing baseball caps. She's got the UCF hat on.
Plenty of Golden Knights fans around here who are stewing over the lack of respect they receive.
Right. Flop now, King 8 tray, couple of clubs.
Really hits nothing. The aggressor might get the payoff here, and there's Hindy trying to beat it, reaching for chips.
Reaching for chips, not much going on there for Cory Z. See if he decides to pop her back. See if he's got a read on his player here. Great camera work, by the way.
Kind of a small bet sizing there from Hindy.
Yeah, the bet was 60,000. And he's just
made
gonna
it
make the
115 pre, and then puts in half that on the flop.
Okay,
and
well, now the worm
Cory's
has
hit his
turned.
jack.
Yeah, jack of clubs. However, that's opening some outs as well for Hindy. But
Hindy's got, Hindy picks up a straight draw, but there are 3 clubs on board as well. But she is undaunted here. Putting together a bet with a coat of many colors.
All right, so Cory's liking every bit of this. 3 clubs though on the board, so we'll see. We'll decide to see if he raises.
Bumped it up to 160. Cory's thinking, well, did she semi-bluff me on the flop, and has she hit her hand now? I mean, if you are semi-bluffing clubs on the flop, that's not an outrageous line.
Well, Cory's going to make the call. So 1 card to go here. You see Hindy with the outs on the top of your screen. Looking for a queen for a better pair. And it's the king of diamonds. So the board pair is here.
And see, that can be a really confusing card to Cory,
Sure.
since Hindy has, been in control this entire hand. Betting, I mean, if she has a king, now she's got 3 kings. If she had the club, she hit that on the turn. So Cory is going to have to really dig deep, I think, to try and find himself a call here on this board with his hand, even though he has 2 pair.
350.
Loch Ness Monster has made an appearance here in Daytona. Need about 350.
Cory running the hand through his head, and yeah, tough spot.
Yeah.
Tough spot. It's a tough spot for me, and I'm seeing the cards here. Okay.
Hindy's played this hand fearlessly.
She really has.
We'll see if she gets rewarded for it here.
She really has. With a board like that, the clubs, the second king comes up, the first king. Cory just with that pair of jack. You see, he's got the check mark.
He's got. I know he has this call in him somewhere. I've seen him make similar plays in Blackhawk at the last final table he was at, but an excellent job by Hindy. Triple barrel bluffing here on this hand.
I like it. I like it, and I like it a lot.
And quite a way to close out this level here as we move to our next blind level, 30,000, 60,000. We are playing 40-minute blinds here for our $1,100 buy-in event.
Sounds like I folded the best hand, though.
And Cory's thinking it feels like I folded the best hand. I didn't quite hear what Hindy said there, but
Hindy, and here under glass as we're watching, the players didn't see any real visible tells from her there during that semi-bluff, if you will. Really, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
I mean, she doesn't have a huge number of big money scores to her credit, but she actually comes into this final table with the second most live cashes of anybody, 36, and it's only added up to just under $71,000 in tournament earnings. And this is her first major tour final table, but she has not been shy about anything, and we've already seen her raise with some middle suited connectors.
And now she has a hand here on the button with ace 10. Oh, she's gonna fold.
She was 3-bet to her though.
Yeah.
So hard to play ace 10
Yeah,
for
it sure
a 3-bet.
is. By the way, everybody can talk to us here on the stream. You can also tweet at HPTJAYMC.
Moobot's working on it right now.
Moobot,
isn't he?
and by the way, right now the comment section from the HPT poker is actually me. So and I just put out there I'm going to try not to suck today. So just cut the haters off before they can start hating on me. But we love all our friends here on the stream. Let's go to the flop here. King Queen going up against 9-7.
Dan Beck, our chip leader, when we started this final table, not anymore. Hindy is taking that over now. But he outflops Chris Poole right here. Chris, obviously, with his short stack, can't get involved in anything too dangerous.
Yeah, just 615,000, you see, so he's got to be careful. And right now, the 9-7 with the best of it.
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
I mean, Dan's thinking there's 2 overcards to my hand, but this guy's checked to me twice. So, and he's a short stack, so if he's not betting, I must be in the lead.
145,000 is the bet by Dan.
Yeah, bet for 145,000. If you can hear that voice in the background, that's Jeremy Smith, our tournament director. Always does a great job. He's a big pickleball guy now.
Yeah, he's huge in pickleball.
These
It's
guys,
crazy. I mean,
him and Cory, they're just like, that's all they talk about. Pickleball, pickleball, pickleball. Never played the game before. Used to play racquetball. I was very good at table tennis, and I was the badminton champion in Ortonville, Minnesota.
the badminton champion. You have something in common with my mother.
Wow, okay. Very cool.
Yeah, my family's going to be really into you now because I got my mom who will love the fact that you're a badminton champion, and my girlfriend has taken to calling you Catman.
Oh, Catman, yes.
Because you have a cat, and we had this conversation that she thought was absolutely hysterical after our Westgate event,
right.
talking about you owning a cat, and
Yes.
and so it's now she refers to you as Catman.
No,
and did I hear that there's a cat reference that you're going to National Cat Day or
Today is
something?
National Cat Day, so I've been waiting. But yes, we can talk about it now. And by the way, folks, I want you to know I'm not a crazy cat man, okay? I'm not like Steve Fox. Steve,
You just
if
have
you're
one?
listening, I just have one. Yeah, his
Okay.
name is Squeaks. You know, he was a rescue cat. And so, yeah, we're roommates. You know, he's the best roommate I've ever had. You know, he doesn't complain, but he also doesn't chip in on any of the mortgage. I'll tell you that much for sure. All right, so Dan all in with his ace-10, UTG.
Dan Silva.
And now Tony
moves in
he's
with
probably
his
gotta make
ace.
this call in the small here with ace-jack, 505,000. His stack is 1.8.
Of course, the ace jack here. No, he does let it go. Doesn't want to get involved, and that means that Daniel's going to get through. I mean, Dan hasn't played a pot yet, so got a couple people.
By the way, is that right? Is Dan really 35 years old?
That's the wrong Dan.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Hold on,
that's
let me
Dan
get the
Beck,
other sheet.
yeah.
Okay. 23 years old. That
yeah.
makes a little more
I
sense.
was saying,
Yeah.
that doesn't match up.
I was going to say, yeah, all right. My producer here handed me the wrong sheet. Yeah, from St. Augustine, just 23
Right up the
years
road.
old, so professional poker player. Great to see these young guns getting out. And hopefully Dan can double up and keep his tournament hopes alive here at the beautiful Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. How you doing, folks? James Larson, my name, alongside Dominic Siebert. And we're happy to be bringing you this great coverage of this final table here. Want to thank the HPT crew. These guys were up here all night last night getting everything set up. So our director today is Chris Ragoose from Fargo, North Dakota. Zach Howard's producing as along with the one, the only Mr. Jeff Casper. We'll get to the camera ops and our other crew later. But right now, back to the action here.
150,000 is the raise by Dan.
So Dan raises up to, I believe it was 150.
Yeah.
And
Dan,
again-
I think, is getting a little froggy. He's came into the
Yeah.
chip leader. He's seen all this action around him. He hasn't been able to play a whole lot of pots. Hasn't been involved in any of the eliminations so far. Hasn't been able to chip up yet and maintain that chip lead. And he made a call a couple of hands ago with the 9-7 offsuit. I thought was a little bit questionable, but just getting back involved again. And now he's going to be going head. Whoa, hello.
Okay, well, this will be an
This
easy
will be
call for,
Dan moving in as an
oh,
all-in
look
again.
at this, pocket tens
Yeah,
now.
he's got a real
Boy,
hand.
back to back.
Dan will get out of the way, but I think Hindy might be thinking about a call
Yeah,
here
the
with her
pocket
pocket
fives,
fives, hoping
sure.
she's racing.
And it'd be 475,000 for her to make the call.
Yeah.
And yeah,
as,
she's
as our chip leader, this is. Oh, wait a minute. She's. Oh,
All
she
right,
does
well.
let it go. All right.
okay. Oh, well,
I think that Dan might have Dan B might have hurt Hindy's chance of being ahead. The fact that Dan was the initial raiser, and then Hindy just called the raise. When she's looking at a 3-bet, she's thinking, oh well, I may not be good as either one of them, and pocket fives isn't going to hold up, so she got out of the way there.
so Dan S now with 16 bigs up to $1 million, but you see your chip leader there, Dan B, and Hindy right behind him. Well, they're both about the same at 3.3. So
Yeah, Daniel, the young gun, they're one of 5 people making this HPT final table their first major tour final table in terms of live play.
you know,
Hindy is also in that book, as we talked about, as well as Barry Gallagher, our 8th place finisher, Tony Armen, Chris Poole, and Daniel Silva all fall in that category.
yeah, and you know, the interesting thing is you got to play one hand at a time. But some of these players, the newer players, I always worry about 4-handed play, 3-handed play, and then heads up, because a lot of us don't get practice at that heads up play because we're not in those situations. So, you know, you don't want to be thinking too far ahead, Dominic, but in the back of your mind, you got to know that to win this thing, you're going to have to get down to that 3-handed play and that 2-handed play, and the game changes quite a bit.
It's like Dan's going to get this raise through, finally get some chips back into his stack here.
Dan B in the 1 seat. Had a good day yesterday. He's 35 years old. He's a businessman. Total career winnings 145,000, and he's invested 3,300. So that's
Dan had quite the interesting story. I think I'm safe to mention this. I should be, considering that it was discussed with other, shall we say, news outlets, primarily Dan Ross, our HPT updates guy. But Daniel got a call from the FBI.
Oh, he did.
Because he apparently he does a lot of work on Amazon and businesses and selling things. Apparently, the guy, the nut job who sent all those pseudo fake bombs or whatever, were they fake, were they not, whatever, to all those politicians, bought the envelopes. He sold them from Dan's one of Dan's websites on Amazon. So he got a call from the FBI during our tournament.
Wow, wow.
And it says, and they're like, yes, this is the FBI. We'd like to ask you a few questions. And he said, no, it's not, and hung up.
Oh man. That's funny.
And so they're like, and so they say, and so they call him back and say, this is the FBI.
we need
do not hang up on us. And it's like, okay, right. How do I know you're the FBI? You say, okay, here's the number that you need to call. Ask for me. You know, whatever the agent's name was. I'm like, okay, fine. And he still thinks it's half a joke. And so he calls the number back. And it's like, and the person who picks up the phone, the agent picks up the phone and says, so do you believe me now, Mr. Bekovac? And I was like, oh, okay. And so he had to go through a whole little bit of an interview. I think it was during day one of the main event that he got this phone call. I think he played Flight B, I want to say, and got there one of the early, either A or B, and got that phone call. So
all right, well, you see here, Dan, I believe he 3-bet his 6 deuce in the big.
Yes.
And Tony, makes the call there, and Dan gets a piece of it. Flop comes up, king 8 deuce, and so Dan pairs his deuce. Still way behind to the tens.
Yeah. But the fact that Tony just called here, the 3-bet, may have him thinking twice about what does he have ace king or king queen or something like that. But he may want to see another card too.
Was it 250?
So now Dan's going to bet 250,000. It looks like Tony's.
He's got a call together.
Yeah, it looks like he's just getting his chips together to make the call. So yep, those go in the middle.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that these are 50K chips, and some of the players have gotten a little bit confused themselves as far as how to size their bets and what everything adds up to, because they're just not used to playing with 50K chips. And Dan, a very experienced player here in the last 5 or 6 years. He's an MSPT champion from Wisconsin earlier this year, and he is not going to back down just because he has, as you can see, a poor hand there that didn't exactly flop well, but he fires a second bullet, and Dan was our chip leader coming in, and shows the chops that he used to earn that chip lead coming into this final table.
Want to let everybody know we're using the new face of cards at today's final table. Faded Spade. Faded Spade is the evolution of the playing card for today's poker players around the world. These cards have a nice modern take on the playing cards we've all been used to for years. And I want to give a shout out to the CEO, Tom Wheaton. He came up with this idea of Faded Spades.
Doesn't Tom live down the road about a couple hours on 95? I thought he lived in Florida.
I think he does. I hung out with him in Vegas at the Westgate. Just a nice guy. And, he's really
we had fun with him on the broadcast.
Yeah, we sure did. And he listens to all these streams. So, Tommy, thanks so much, brother. Faded Spade. And by the way, use code HPT at the checkout when you go to fadedspade.com. We were going to take 10% off, but I went in there and said we got to take 20% off.
Okay.
Faded. I love spending other people's money.
Way to fight for the consumer there, James. Appreciate that.
Fadedspade.com. Put HPT in at the checkout. 20% off your order.
Tony with the raise and take there.
Yeah, not much going on here. A couple of hands kind of going back and forth, but I want to let everybody know up top here. Your first place payout, $91,557. Second, $56,527. And third, not too shabby, almost $38,000. You know, poker, it's a rough game. Ninth place, $8,917. First place, $91,557. I had a conversation with one of the employees here earlier, and, you know, some people wish it was a little more flat or, you know, a little more evened out. But when you're getting first or second, nobody's complaining.
Yeah, nobody's saying, no, I wish it was flatter.
Yeah.
And they tried to experiment with some flatter prize pools at the World Series of Poker a few summers ago, and got a lot of complaints from players. So they want to see that big number up top.
Yeah, this is what the players dream of, and that's what I've always liked about the HPT is the casual player off the street can come in here and win a 6-figure payout.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about that. I was running the bounty tournament yesterday while day 2 of the main was going on. And a lot of people who were in the bounty tournament were talking about look at all the locals that are there, you know, with
Right,
4
yeah.
tables and 3 tables left, and making some money and making good finishes. And we've got 5 people from Florida here at this final table. Most of them, in fact, those 5 people were the ones I mentioned making their first major final table. Those are all the people from Florida who are local players, all in the kind of Daytona, Orlando, St. Augustine, that little kind of L-shaped corridor we've got down here from I-95 to I-4, all coming here to make a name for themselves here at the Heartland Poker Tour.
You guys ever get snow down here? Has it ever happened?
It happens occasionally. We had it, I want to say, like little flurries a couple of years ago in Jacksonville, and of course it was Stormwatch 2000.
Yep.
You know, but,
Right, yeah, exactly. They're shutting down everything.
yeah, but we're gonna have some action
we're gonna
here.
have some
Dan's
action
not gonna blink before calling that all
yeah,
in right
Dan
there.
here with pocket 9.
He didn't even worry about putting the correct chip amount. So Chris Poole's ace-queen is going to be at risk. Is Tony going to want to get involved here with queen-jack suited, perhaps in a side pot? No, he does not. And so Chris Poole, who's doubled up a couple of times already, is going to need to do it again.
I guess that's Chris's favorite hand.
He's been all in, I think, at least 2, maybe 3 times with the ace-queen here today. And as you can see, the classic coin flip, dead even 50-50 as we go to the flop.
All right, ace queen, pocket 9s. We saw Roger Campbell with pocket 9s. Didn't work out so well for him.
Oh,
All right,
goodness.
look at this flop. King.
That's pretty good.
Jack.
Dan, as we said, did not put out the correct amount. He has now put out the correct amount. Chris, despite flopping the nuts, has not. He has not clinched the hand yet. Now we have chop outs. Dan did have a full house possibility, obviously, on the flop, but now he's looking for a queen to chop this pot. It's the wrong face card,
king,
so Chris will double up once again and has now gone from $250,000 when we started this final table just about an hour ago now to over $1 million in chips.
Unbelievable.
He had 5 big blinds when he sat down today.
Unbelievable. Yes.
She does not want you in this tournament room. Second time she do it to you.
She's just used to doing that in the cash games all the time.
Jeff, can I keep it? All right. We are live here, Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club, Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm James alongside Dominic. I got a lot of folks joining us here in the chat. We appreciate it. Now, we're behind the chat a little bit, so trying to keep up with that. It's kind of hard. You can always tweet us at HPT James or at HPT Poker. Easy for you to say. And we'll get to your questions throughout the day. People ask me all the time, James, how long do these final tables last? Well, today, I'm going to make a prediction. We started around 12:30. I think the boys will be tearing down by 6:15 in the Eastern time zone. That's my prediction. Dan Ross is a fan of that as well. He's been blogging for us all
Not
week.
entirely unreasonable. We do have 40-minute levels here because this was an $1,100 buy-in, so we'll go a little bit faster time-wise.
Yeah, exactly.
We may end up like on the same level as we normally do with these kind of fields, but the fact that it's 40 minutes and not 60 minutes is going to change that up a bit.
All right, Hindy so far, to give her a grade, I'd say pretty darn good.
Yeah.
As far as what we've seen, we saw a big bluffer, a semi-bluff that got through earlier. And now she's got a hand here with Jack 10 in the cutoff. And she's going to put those chips in there.
She's going to 3-bet.
Yeah, she is. With
I
her
am
Jack
liking
10.
the way she is playing today.
I just like her aggression, you know. I think the other players are like, okay, they played with her yesterday too, of course, but I think they're like, okay.
Well, all these players saw her steamroll up from 300K to now to $3 million by the time we hit this final table. So,
talked to her last night after the final table. Wow,
hello.
Look at this.
Dan says, all right, I've had enough of your stuff here, and he's going to put out a big old pile of blue chips for a 4-bet.
Dan's going to re-raise to $700,000.
700K is what it turns out to be.
Yeah, so Hindy.
So now,
$325,000 to call. She's holding Jack 10.
what does Hindy do?
Wow, reaching for chips here.
Look at this. Well, I'll tell you what, I expected a lot of interesting play here.
Wow.
Given how many short stacks we had at this final table, I did not expect to see a 4-bet pre-flop hand among the chip leaders with ace-7 off against Jack 10 off.
Right, yeah. Okay,
Dan with the 4-3 advantage, as you see there on the screen as we hit the flop.
Okay, the
And
flop is
Hindy
10,
has
6
outflopped Dan here.
Yeah, so Hindy goes in the lead. Perry under 10, but you know, Dan's
But
not slowing
Dan's
down.
the one who is,
Look at Dan with the aggression here on his hand.
yeah. Dan with no.
Can't get those chips in any quicker. Look at him. He's ready to.
That's going to be close to $500,000. But Hindy has flopped. Oh, excuse me, way more. 850,000. And Hindy is the one though with top pair.
Hindy with the best of it. Now her occupation, by the way, a behavior analyst.
Ooh.
I'm afraid to even ask what that exactly means.
That I would think it would give you an advantage though at the poker table if you're able to if your career is analyzing behaviors.
All
I was kind of waiting for
wow.
that. Yeah. Dan's not going
Wow.
to like this. Dan's not going to like it at all. Yeah.
Oh, what a good.
No
wow.
Hollywooding for him. Yeah. I'm going to get rid of this ace and move on.
Fantastic play there.
I
by
like the
Hindy.
play.
Oh, she has yet to err in this first hour, or first half hour. I mean, we're not even half hour into this thing. Are you kidding me?
4.8 million now.
And
And,
she takes a stranglehold on this final table, almost 40% of the chips in play.
By the way, one little known fact that you won't read on the sheet here is Hindy, pretty good pool player. When we were celebrating Scotty Nguyen's unofficial birthday party last night at a local bar down the street, she was free pool till 11. So us poker players are all, you know, cheapskates.
Free, yeah.
Free.
Sign, yeah.
But yeah, she kind of ran the table a couple times.
Oh, did she? Okay.
I didn't take part. I sat and watched my
And
Minnesota Vikings
try to play football.
game.
Yeah.
It didn't work out so well. So, but yeah, she's playing some good poker so far. Now, Dan here with ace-jack. I see he's reaching for chips there.
And now the player's going to be wondering, are you tilting here?
Right, yeah.
After your 4-bet, C-bet blew up in your face. And Cory Zito would be just the kind of player who can take advantage of that. We saw his work in Blackhawk just a few weeks ago, but he does let the Queen 10 suited go. Okay. And the ace-jack will get through there, so Dan gets a moment's piece there, gets a couple chips back, still aggressively slamming his chips down into his pile that has dwindled from the castle tower that he had just to a single wall.
Dan, one of those Illinois guys, part of the Illinois pack this year.
Yep.
You know, Dom, the tournament director, or the guy who runs the poker room here,
Yeah.
poker manager from that area, so has a lot of respect too in the poker community. Dom's a character, a card, always fun to hang out with. But runs a good tournament, runs a good room.
Yeah.
They love the high hands and the little promotions that they have here.
Oh God, they were high handing like crazy. Well,
Yeah.
they did while we were doing event 1 last week. They had a hot seat promotion going on that was $300 an hour. Then they went to $1,000 high hands every like 15 minutes for like 2 hours or something like that. It was crazy. They get. If you wonder why they take people complain that they take $2 jackpot rakes every pot in the cash game, it's like, well, people like the promotions. They like coming here, and it's a situation in a lot of card rooms, particularly in the state of Florida, where they'll have the bad beat jackpots and all those other those side awards that they give out to the players during the course of their stay here when they're playing at the card room.
And I think a lot of us forget, maybe not you so much, Dominic, but the players and all of us sometimes forget the most important thing in a poker room is somebody that's sitting behind the table dealing those faded spade cards. And I want to thank Tara. She's doing a great job so far. But it's been a good week. We brought a lot of our dealers down, a lot of their staff dealers. It's nice when it goes as easy as it does because it's just good stuff. Flop is 7-6 deuce, so Cory out flopping Osama.
Yeah, there's not much there for Osama to like, and out of position, I don't think he's going to get too frisky here because he's seen all this action going on around him now, and now finds himself kind of at the short end of the chip ladder.
Looks like a bet of 125,000. And Osama just very excited when Jake Baumgartner went out as our final table bubble for Player of the Year. Only one more event. Osama's in the lead. And
he's headed back to his hometown, Chicago, where he knows the players and does very well. It's done very well there in the past.
But so is Jake. So, you know, and Jake's already planning on it. This Jake Baumgartner from the Michigan area, good friend of Barry Brown's, a guy we've known for a lot of years here on the HPT. But Jake, you had a good run in cash, had a good run in the satellites, and had a good run here, making it to 10th place. I think this thing will come down to the last
Yeah,
event, and who knows? You may see both those guys at the final table.
It's possible.
Yeah,
it's certainly possible.
Yeah. So best of luck to everybody, though. Really looking forward to that championship event. If you're on the fence on ever going to an event, I would say go to this one. Okay?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be big. I can't guarantee $1 million. There's no guarantee on it. But at $2,500.
No official guarantee, but I'm putting an unofficial guarantee on it.
I
I've put it on it since it was announced
right.
back in January that that we were going to be at Chicago for our season-ending event this year. I mean, I guess it wasn't in January. Maybe it was a little later than that. But I mean, we've had main events that have routinely gotten in that $3/4 to $1 million range. Haven't hit $1 million yet, and that's with the 1650 buy-in. So with all the players that we have there, all the big money that we have there, all the satellites that we're going to be running for the main event coming up here in a couple of weeks, there's absolutely no reason for this prize pool not to. I mean, I think $1 million is actually on the conservative side. I think we might get like up to 1.25. I think 1.5 might be a little bit outrageous, but I wouldn't put it past the people of Chicago and the way that they've come out and supported us in the HPT that we might hit a number that high.
Now, at this event, we talked about it earlier, we had Scotty Nguyen here. And let me tell you, what a treat that was. Scotty's always so much fun. And, played well. Made it deep here in the 17th place finish for Scotty. So
yeah, had a little bit of card trouble on day 2. He really couldn't get a whole lot going, and then hit some right around the money bubble. Got a couple, or just after the money bubble, I think, got a couple double ups to be able to get him to ladder up a little bit higher. But I don't think he got to play as much as he wanted to.
Right.
Because of the cards that he was getting. But Scott, it was weird for Scotty to see me with a suit on.
Right.
I've dealt to him obviously at the World Series of Poker for years, and he said, "I know this dealer very well. He
remembers everybody.
Yeah, I know the dealer very well. He one of the best dealers we have, and he may bad meet me a lot of time, but he never tried to rob me." that was after one thing where he wasn't sure he had put an ante in back in the old days when everyone had the ante at the table.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And he was sure, but everybody was like, no, he didn't. Then he looked up and saw it was me dealing. He's like, oh, it's you. You never make a mistake.
Look at this, the big blind special here for Hindy, pocket kings.
Absolutely.
Boy, she's got to be thinking right now, this is exactly how I, scripted this.
She's gotten good cards, but she's also played well. I mean,
absolutely.
You're going to defend a raise against a 3-bet with Jack 10, and then you hit your flop and you say, you know what? I'm fearless. I don't care if this is the chip leader. I'm going to make my move here. And then she's gonna triple barrel bluff a prior hand against Cory Zito. I mean, she's gone up against two of the big stacks at the table and two of the best players at the table and has not blinked.
Got a decision here for Osama. You see he's got 590, and he's going to do the right thing and fold. And now
here we go again.
Wow.
You wonder
so Dan's going to make the call.
Yeah, and you wonder if Dan's tilting a little bit here from that earlier hand.
Now remember, small blind, big blind.
Yeah.
Okay. And there Lindy looks up. She's been
Dan
hiding
does not
the
want to
face.
hit a 9. That's a great flop for Dan. He can get away from this
Ace,
hand.
8, 4. So it goes check, check. And on the turn card, pairs the board. That's the
Now,
eight
that's
clubs.
actually a bad card for Hindy because she could think that Dan has an ace, or if he checked an 8, that would give him a set here, obviously. But the way she's been reading people, here we go.
Yeah, we haven't seen any missteps yet, so.
Kind of a small bet, though, for Dan.
Yeah,
She was looking to get Hindy off the hand.
So 300K in a call. Let's go to that river card now.
I would have liked to see if Dan was looking to get Hindy off the hand, maybe something like 450 there on the turn.
Yeah, I think Hindy's going to be fine just to show her kings and say, yeah, I'll take
Dan,
this pot.
Yeah, Dan took a shot there, so I don't blame him for taking a shot. I think the bet size might have been a little bit off there.
I think you're right.
If he was trying to get Hindy to fold to kings.
I think you're exactly right.
But that could have been affected by the previous hand where he lost that over $1 million chips, and now all of a sudden, Hindy Koetetsky almost has half of the chips in play. We're about 12. We're just under 12.4 million chips in play, and she is just shy of 5 3/4.
And it looks like, as you see, 46%, 5.7. And you hear.
But look at that gap between first and second.
I know.
That's
Unbelievable.
crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable. You see our shorties now. Osama at the bottom with 590,000. Still has 9 bigs.
Yeah.
And then Daniel and Chris with 13 and 18, respectively. So it's the HPT. When the players said you got to change your structure, not we, but the management listened, okay?
Yeah.
And they changed it, and it's been something we've been working on, every year.
And we joked a little bit about the old days where everyone had to ante. I've obviously been talking with Jeremy, our tournament director, and some of the players as well, and there was a lot of people supporting the fact that we've gone to big blind ante for our main event here at Daytona, and all of our main events really over the last few months. But I believe.
Wow.
Oh, what do we have? The cheese wheel,
Yeah,
or the cheese and crackers over here. All right, very nice.
They do it well here.
From what I have heard from all the little birdies, I believe that all HPT tournaments will be going to big blind ante come 2019. So if you're a fan of that format, and it certainly seems to be the way that poker is trending, the Heartland Poker is going to be Heartland Poker Tour is going to be the place for you. Come out and play big blind ante events.
I want to remind you about Razor Clothing. Razor Clothing has a nice modern take on today's poker apparel. All their designs are printed on high-quality material, and if you're into saving money, you can use the code HPT at checkout for 10% off your discount. Again, I tried to get 20, but they stopped me on this one. 10%.
Well, different. You got to do more with the negotiations.
I know.
You tried to use the same thing you used with the sunglasses.
I upped it on the sunglasses, but
it didn't work with them. So you gotta find new negotiation. I'm gonna steal some great. Oh, we got fruit.
Yeah, we got fruit. We got some
Look
food
at
delivered
this
in here.
here.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. Look at this. Hindy wakes up with pocket nines. I mean, I tell you what. Again, all poker players.
When you're getting cards, it's one thing. When you're getting cards and playing well, it's another thing. When you're getting cards, playing well, and running good, it's another thing. She's been getting some cards. She's been playing great. The run good, I wouldn't say, hasn't been entirely there in terms of, like just hitting ridiculous hands or anything like that. But when you get 2 of the 3, you can be pretty dangerous. And she has absolutely been playing phenomenal poker here over the course of the last couple of days.
Well, they're re-raised now with a couple of scary overs here, the ace and the jack. Action back to Hindy.
In just a second, Tony's got to fold first.
Let's get.
I
I was getting excited here. This has been fun.
You just want to see Hindy play some more.
Well, yeah. I mean, and she's going to make the call here. It's just 290,000 to make the call. She's got a lot of chips right now. She's playing well. All right, Cory Z and Hindy, and we go to the flop. It comes out Queen 10 tray. So
Cory's first, and there are 2 overcards out there to Hindy's 9, so let's see if Cory continues on the 3-bet. I don't see why he wouldn't.
Yeah, he's reaching for chips here, and he's got the gutter draw as well as an ace or a jack to go ahead in the hand. And now over to Hindy. And her decisions have been pretty quick, and she's going to continue with that. Make a quick call here.
And I think I would like to see a little bit more from Cory there on the bet.
Second diamond hits. That's the 7 of diamonds. The pot here swelled to 1.5 million. Cory checks. I think Hindy's going to like that.
Yeah,
she's going to reach for some chips.
You give her position, and give her the control of the pot. She's going to take it. She's shown that here through this first hour and change of this final table.
Now, the opponents know what she's done at this table, too. They maybe haven't seen the cards like us. But when you're on the other side of that and you see somebody really running well, playing well,
and just not losing a pot.
Exactly.
You're not losing.
So it's a little scary when your holdings are, an ace high, essentially, with a gutter draw, and then somebody bets into you. But he's looking at the size of this pot. He's looking at his chips. It's 450,000 now to make the call.
He's thinking, okay, what can I beat? Obviously not very much, but what am I drawing well against? Does she have a 10? Does she have ace 10, king 10, something like that? Or does she have something like pocket 9s? But
in a fold.
He can't find enough to go ahead and beat. And Hindy Komatetsky now
more chips,
over
52%.
half of the chips in play at this final table.
No, we took away.
Holy cow.
We took away the rabbit can, but and I've never been when you play the home games. All right, I got guys that rabbit the turn. It's like, guys, come on, move on. But that one,
rabbit the flop.
I would. I know. I have guys that literally, if I win a call, it's like, no, guys, let's move on. But that one would have been interesting.
Yeah.
That one would have been interesting. But
I almost wanted to see Cory call the turn to see how the action on the river would go.
I know, right? I was kind of thinking the same thing.
apple slices in here. This is pretty sweet. We
Oh, yeah,
need to
they
come here
hooked us
more.
up.
Let's
Yeah.
do 4 events here. Jeez,
Well,
if they're
hey,
gonna-
you know,
if they're gonna.
let's do in February and January. All right. Now, what does Hindy wake up with this time? Oh, a 4 deuce after all those pairs and big cars. Now, Cory Z, what did he come to this final table with?
He was the other guy in terms of big stacks. We had
Yeah.
Dan and Hindy were up at the top with about $3 million apiece, and Cory was kind of laying in the weeds with about 40 bigs, and was fine. And but was went up against Hindy a couple of times. It hasn't gone his way. Has been the situation for everybody else who has faced her so far at this final table.
Now down to 820,000. 20 with ace 10 here in the small blind. 145,000 to make the call.
That's more than 175,000 to call.
Yeah,
That's more. And you got to be wondering if Cory's going to, I mean, you'd think Cory and Dan, who probably felt, given their chip stacks, given their experience, that they were going to be 2 people who thought that they were going to have a strong chance to do well at this final table. You got to be wondering if they're the ones who are feeling the crunch of Hindy's dominance here. Both of them, I think, have avoided the tilt aspect to this so far for the most part. But, geez, look at that rocket ship that she is building up there over in the corner of your screen.
Yeah, you're right about that. Hey, folks, want to remind you to head over to the App Store and download the Share My Pair app. You may have seen some pros sharing their hand histories on Twitter via that app. Now you can do the same. Share My Pair is a great way to recreate live hands into a video format and share them with the world. So just head on over to your App Store or Google Play and add the HPT tabletop as your default in the settings section. Send us the hand or post it to Twitter and tag at HPT Updates, and we'll share your hand with the world.
So our buddy and frequent broadcast colleague Greg Raymer is very big on the Share My Pair.
We're the first person I ever saw. Phil Hellmuth uses it too, which, by the way, I reached out to Phil. I texted him yesterday because a little birdie told me he was going to be in the Chicagoland area in a couple of weeks. And, you know, Phil's so big time. Let me read the text here. He came back, and I just said, hey, would love to have you out. It'd be great to catch up. He says, thanks for that, but I have to fly to Vegas Friday, filming Friday night, and Saturday emceeing for Aria.
Oh, okay.
You expect anything else from Phil?
Right. Well, he's a busy guy.
He's a very busy guy. Phil's played a couple of our HPT events, one in St. Louis, I remember, and then when we were out in Agua Caliente in Palm Springs, California, he joined us out there. So that's his neck of the woods out there. But listen, people ask me all the time, you know, hanging out with you've met them all, dealing at the World Series, you're doing what you do out there for so many years. But Phil Hellmuth is a guy. I played in his charity events in Wisconsin for years. He would fly back for those. He's always treated me well. Met his entire family, his sisters, and in fact, I took his dad out of the last time we played a charity event. I knocked his dad out. I felt pretty bad about that.
Oh, dear.
I thought the dad might, you know, start crying and like a baby and run out, but he didn't. He didn't.
Doesn't run in the family, you're saying.
Does not run in the family. Does not run in the family. But, yeah, I had a lot of fun with that, raising some money for a local hospital in Madison, Wisconsin. I know he's a good friend with Mark Kroon up there. Mark, of course, final table, a couple of HPT events, one of those out in Reno, back in our Reno days years ago. Back in Reno again, but years ago he final tabled that. So you talk about hotbeds for poker, too. Wisconsin, a lot of folks out there.
Sneaky, little sneaky.
Yeah.
We get a lot of Wisconsin folks down at our Chicago events. They'll drive down.
And some big names. You know, you got your Chad
Lake
Holloway.
Michigan. Yep.
Chad Holloway and he's played our events. Of course, we know of him in the industry, being a poker writer, and Mark and the whole gang over there. And, of course, Phil Hellmuth, because he came from Madison, Wisconsin, where it all started. So, Dan here, pocket eights as the deck's heating up a little bit.
Dan's going to raise to 175,000.
He's going to pop it up to 175,000.
I would not be surprised if Hindy has aces.
Well,
ace
jack. I mean, you know, it's
close.
Mix it up a little bit.
Half right.
She's had like every really good combination so far. But again, if you're just joining us, I don't want to take anything away from her. She's played really well. A couple of bluffs, a couple of semi-bluffs, just really represented her well herself. I'd have to give her an A- as far as grade-wise.
I might even go higher than that. I mean, she's been phenomenal. Even plays that I may have questioned her. I wasn't a huge fan of the triple barrel that she pulled off, but in terms of betting all 3 streets, but it ended up working for her. And you know, and she's run up against Dan a couple of times, and Dan has come out on the short end, and you wonder if that's gonna lead him to shoving here.
or what's going to happen. Now he just decides to call with the eights. Okay. And these two are going to duel again. And Hindy might be able to double. Ah, Jesus. Look at this.
Yeah, the ace, the king, and the queen here. So
Hindy snap checked. Wow.
turn cards to 7 of diamonds.
So here she is looking to trap, and they both double check again. Hindy just got an absolute stranglehold on this board, but is trying to get Dan to hang himself in some way.
Well,
and now she shoves
she's
the
going to get
river.
them all in the middle there, and Dan's going to show him.
Dan will flash the eights and say, I wasn't doing anything with that.
Not a lot of traction for Dan
No.
at this final table, and
No.
you can see it on his face
Oh, yeah.
there.
It's been on his face for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, just no traction, unlike Hindy. And by the way, folks, before I hear anything on the message board, we're not trying to start a fan club for Hindy by any means. I'm just really noticing some great play.
Yeah,
and,
no,
and running phenomenally. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when you come to the when you come into day two at 297,000, you get over you basically quadruple up in the span of about 2 hours. You steamroll the main event final table, the second in chips, and then within the span before the first break at the final table, you've got almost 60% of the chips in play.
7 million.
I mean,
7 million.
you want to complain about stuff. Hell, I'll be a fan club of anybody who does that.
Right,
Whoever it is. I mean, if Dan had come in and done that,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, I would have been a fan of Dan.
Right,
you know,
yeah.
I mean, it's like, geez, the guy's just going absolutely bonkers.
And I think Hindy's happy right now. She's got 4 tray off, so she can stack her chips up. Okay, it's like, you know how sometimes
Give
that can
me
be
a
annoying.
second.
Just give me a break. Can we take a little time out here?
Can I stop getting pocket kings every hand,
Yeah.
please?
And you know, she's been out flopping. She's been maintaining the lead in those hands. You know, gone up against
Most of the time.
Yeah, pairs
Yeah.
and things like that. But when she does it, have you seen her lost a hand? I
No.
don't think so. But these other players here, you know how poker is. It's like waves in the ocean. They
Oh,
come
yeah.
in and they come out. So you got to ride that wave as long as you can.
Absolutely.
And-
And if this thing's still building, you know, to a 50-foot, you know, surf monster out in Hawaii, go
Right.
ahead.
Yeah, it's like the perfect wave, like Point Break, the movie. You know,
Yeah.
the last scene. You know, you hope it never ends. And now for these other guys, look at Osama now. He's really in the danger zone with 70 plus. The other guys, when you're on the opposite end of that wave, okay, I'm not a poker coach, not going to even try
I
to
mean,
get closer.
we're talking about Dan, who was the chip
Yeah.
leader at the final table. He comes in here, you know, with over 3.25 million, and now he's sitting here down to 13 big blinds, and we haven't reached the first break yet.
Yeah, but I think getting back to the wave, it's important when you're on the opposite side of that is to just to stay cool, just continue to muck those cards, try not, you know, and wait, because it's eventually it will come back around. Or at some point you got to start getting creative. But Osama here, if he goes through another orbit, he's going to be in some big trouble here. So he's looking for a spot to pick up some chips, maybe at least some blinds or antes, or to double up.
It will
Otherwise,
not be with A3, obviously, although since it got folded to him, you might be thinking, hey, give me a shot.
That's exactly, I think, yeah. But
Yeah, he lets it go.
yeah, and now Dan with nothing.
Get these blinds posted real quick.
And then a walk to just to
Yeah,
complete
just to-
everything.
Just to add on top of it.
A
yeah.
walk.
A walk with a natural 8.
Yeah, you know, it's the first time. Right now, I think she's saying, all right, I can smile now. I can breathe. I made it through these first couple of orbits. Life is good. And by the way, I have 7 million in chips.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the interesting thing will be now what she does with this big stack now. Does she say, okay, I've got probably 5th place in the bag. How high do I want to ladder up here? Oh, how do I want to get involved? Does she change her style at all, or does she keep doing what she's been doing? And there can be arguments for both, obviously.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, you say, oh well, I'm just going to keep playing the style I've been playing, and you don't get and the wave crashes into the shore.
Right.
Then you know that can lead to disaster as well.
When
so.
Jake Baumgartner won a couple events ago, whenever that was, he maintained the same, basically his same strategy all the way through, and it worked. You know. And certain people, yeah, they will argue that. Why don't you get more aggressive? Do this, do that. You got to do what works for you. And you're right. If that wave crashes, and you know, you take a couple hits to your stack.
You take a couple hits and then change it up a little bit.
Yeah. It's still a long ways to go, folks. I mean, that's the other thing.
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
at this point,
there's 6 other players at this table. Though. That's all I'm going to say.
There are 6 other players, yes, but they're all like 10% of the chips or fewer.
And then look, her big blind picks up 7 too.
I know.
I mean, I'd maybe show that one. I do something. Just
Flash a queen of hearts.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Do you start
just
feeling bad for the other guys? It's like, you know, she's got to beating up on everybody. You know, when I said how she scripted the day, I don't think anybody was scripted for this. Like,
thank you, Tara. Indeed, says Hindy.
Hey,
thank
Tara.
that dealer.
Yeah. Where is she going? You know? Yeah.
No, come back.
Yeah. You might want to buy her
I'll
a cup
pay.
of coffee. Yeah. Wow.
40,000, 80,000.
I've always suspected good girls stick together in poker, and there was proof right there. We had the girl down. Okay.
If you're just joining us, down to 7 here, you see Hindy up top, 58%.
Nobody has a percentage beside their name.
I know. We have 19.
We have 6 people, all under 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
And one person who is just gone absolutely hog wild here and just hungry hippoing all the chips.
Osama, by the way, was grabbing all of his chips before the other players were even making a decision. He was ready to get.
He had looked down, saw his ace, and was like, okay.
Yeah, ace-8. Hindy with jack-2. She'll get rid of that on the button. Cory Z has got a suited queen 5. It's probably going to
not with his stack. Everybody's under 20 big blinds.
I know.
You could be in a situation right now where we see this a lot for the next hour and change or so with all these short stacks, under 20 bigs, just shoving into each other and hoping that Hindy will call them and double up, or hoping to somehow get some sort of, weird ladder situation. See, this is where Hindy, if possible, and now, oh, by the way, the blinds have gone up.
I know,
We're at 40 and 80K. So those numbers, that's why the numbers have gotten even smaller, as we saw a hand to go. Now that we're up to 40 and 80. And we could get a bunch of these, 10 big blind and less stacks just slamming into each other, and we could be down to 3 or 4 players here before we can play.
Yeah, you sure could. All right, action continues here. Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. How you doing, everybody? James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert. Want to thank our wonderful HPT crew for everything they've done this week. We sure have had a whole lot of fun. Well, Daniel here. By the way, Daniel's been very patient with his short stack.
Yes, he has.
He doubled up once or twice. And he's
doubled up once and got another all-in and shoved through.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, this is like the third hand he's played, which is the opposite from the other Dan.
Okay, now Indy.
Indy's got an ace against that kind of a short stack. Yeah,
685,000. That's the right thing to do. She's got ace 9.
Yeah. Not outrageous at all.
No. And if this Hollywood script continues,
I expect to see an ace 9 ace flop right now.
You would expect an ace or a 9. Yes, I mean you really would. A little smile there by Daniel, the 23-year-old, having fun out there. I think he's probably been checked his ID about 17 times since he's been here in the course of the 5 days.
Everybody in the room now thinks an ace is hitting this flop. There's not a single person in the room who thinks an ace is hitting this flop.
If you could go to the parimutuel board right now and take this, it would be like minus 900.
Right,
though,
totally.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's not over yet,
that was very disappointing for my expectations.
Looks like 7-4 tray. I think the turn card was
5-6.
Okay. So the river not up there yet.
Yeah.
So let's go to the river now. Ace or 9 is what.
She needs an ace. The deuce. This was a no-sider. But Daniel will get the double up here, and Hindy actually loses a pot. We need to alert the AP.
We sure do. She's down to 6.5 million.
I know. She still has just over. She only has 52% of the chips in play now, and everybody is still under 20 big blinds. So I don't know what's going to happen here. The earth may open up and swallow the entire Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Someone save the dogs.
By the way, our next elimination, $12,739 in 7th place. Big money's up top, though. 2nd place, $56,527. First place, $91,557. Plus, you get the $3,500 championship package. We also, with the $3,500, we give you $25 for the buy-in and $1,000 for your miscellaneous. We get you a hotel room, I believe, too, in that. So basically, all you have to do is get yourself there for $1,000.
I cannot confirm the rumor that Hindy has already bought her plane ticket on Southwest to go to Chicago.
You know, it's funny. I actually, I told her about it last night after the final table, and she's got a wedding in a couple weeks. So no matter what, she's not going to be able to make it to the championship open.
No.
And
so this is her championship event then?
Basically, yeah. Well, $91,557.
Who the hell has a wedding during poker season?
Yeah, right. Yeah, especially the championship open. Come on. I love that we're doing a $2,500 event. I know some of our, other players have said the same thing. Been asking for that, and I love seeing that. So that prize pool should pop up there to the $1 million. Dom is unofficially guaranteed.
I have an unofficial guarantee.
Bring your Wells Fargo ATM card, a $300 max each day. We might have to go to a branch, but yeah, it's going to be a big prize pool. That's for sure. All right, 10-9 here for Osama. Will that be enough for him to? He's just down to I think 5 big blinds now.
8. No.
Gonna fold.
There's another one of our shorties here, Dan, who has to be wondering what the hell happened.
Saw the first 8. I thought for sure it'd be pocket 8s, but no, 8-4. Cory Zito now with king 5. He's going to fold. Over to Tony. Tony's had an okay day. He's got
He's
queen
folded
10.
hands like this the
Yeah.
other day,
He's
and he
a
does it
tight
again.
player, very tight player. Chris with the 7-4, blackjack maybe, and Dan says no, thank you. So that one will get through. Blinds and Annies for the 1 seat. There you see the chip counts. Hindy episode. Let's talk about the other players here because it's kind of like an auto race.
It's the
where-
Hindy show right now, yeah.
Yeah, but Daniel.
It's like Tiger Woods at Pebble Beach, you know, in the
Right,
U.S.
yeah,
Open,
yeah,
basically,
yeah,
is what we
yeah.
got going on right now.
But you see there, Tony, Chris, Daniel, all up there in the top with 17, 16, and 12 big blinds. So nobody's playing for second. I mean, there's still
No.
plenty. You know, you guys all know how to do basic math. 17 turns into 34, and you take 17 away from 52, and you know you're right back in this
Sure,
thing if you
sure.
can get that hand versus hand against the chip leader. So you know, not anything that needs to be done instantly.
That's
Dan,
the
I think was going to get this all into.
Yeah.
Dan's being very aggressive here, and now Hindy with pocket 7s, snap calls here.
Hindy snaps it off with the pocket
Yeah,
7s.
and now Cory with a hand here, Queen Jack.
With the raise
he's
and a
gonna fold,
call,
yeah, it's-
shoving a call in front of them, I would imagine anything lower than like 10s here isn't going to get called, especially the
Yeah.
fact that Hindy's in the hand and they're all.
Now it'll be interesting to see
Yeah.
if Hindy's hand will hold up here. I assume there'll be. We'll see what Osama has. Maybe Osama wants to have a piece of this. He's got an ace, but he's going to wait for another time. So it'll be interesting to see if her luck continues, if she can get back on that. When I say luck, she's ahead right now, but spaded 2 cards over her, suited up. Still has a little work to do. As you see, the percentage is 54 to 46.
Dan's got to be wondering, am I going to be able to win one hand against this girl?
Yeah, Dan's.
Or am I just going to be just totally steamrolled here? I mean, basically, almost all of Dan's chips that he started the day with are in Hindy stack.
They're right
now.
there. There's a good shot of it on our camera. And Dan, you can just look at the expression on his face. That's been his day in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Let's go to that flop now. 7's in the lead. Flop comes up. Ace, tray, deuce, couple of hearts. One spade out
No
there.
straight draws for Dan, and he needs runner flush. That's a horrible flop for his hand.
Turn card now is the 4.
He's got
of
some
clubs.
chop outs, though,
He
now.
does have chop outs because he does have a straight draw now. On the board, that is. If the 5 comes, he makes a wheel.
Although he's already standing up and unhooking his mic.
Let's go to that river card now. It's the 8 of spades, so the 7s
Unbelievable.
are going to do it. Hindy wins another one. If I'm Dan, I'd be upset too. Look, just drops the mic. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a mic drop, literally.
yeah, when was the last time we had a chip leader at an HPT final table not make the first break? I mean, this has been an absolutely extraordinary turn of events, and never mind the fact that and add on top of that, you know, it goes all into one player stack basically.
Yes.
I mean, this is absolutely astonishing what we have seen here.
She did
today.
lose one hand. I want you to know that.
But it wasn't him. It
No,
wasn't,
to
Dan.
him. No, it wasn't.
No, I mean, he played probably, I'd say, 10 pots here or so, 10, 12 pots, and probably played Hindy in 7 or 8 of them and lost every single one of them. And now all his chips are gone, and they're in Hindy stack. This is absolutely incredible. I haven't seen anything like this in any final table that I've broadcast with you here on the HPT.
They even put in a new dealer, almost like you see in
Yeah.
Vegas in the pits.
Yeah.
It's like bringing somebody else, and that didn't do anything
No.
either. So if you're just joining us, it has been the Hindy show, okay? And we've just seen this woman really take charge through good play, good cards, a little bit of luck, and some bad luck, especially by the seat number 1.
Oh my God, Dan Beck, I just feel horrible.
I
for
do
him.
too. I really do
mean,
too. I would have dropped the mic too and just said,
Yeah.
what do I got to do?
Yeah.
You know, do you want to walk out with me and kick me?
Yeah.
While I'm-
I mean, here. Let me bend over here right now.
You're right.
You know, and you just take this 2x4 and swing as hard as you can. You know, like you're Mookie Betts or
Yeah.
something.
I mean, again, when you're laying in that hotel room where you're driving here in the Uber, riding in the Uber, you have a plan of what you hope happens. You hope, hey, you know, I get lucky early. You never really think about that. You never think about acquiring.
Well-
Maybe you do, but it's not really realistic to
No,
think you're
I
going to
mean,
acquire
here I
7
am.
million in chips.
In the first 2 hours, you know, as the chip leader, I'm going to double up. Basically, is what's happened here. I mean, she started with 3.1,
Yeah.
3.2 million basically, and now before we hit the first break, she's over 7 million. And
Yeah.
and now you can think of that. Okay, you might think that in a situation where there are like, 70 million chips in play. There are 12 million chips in play right now.
I know.
You know, I mean, the fact that she has almost all of them here, and all these guys are doing okay. You know, it's almost like it's kind of like, you know, when you're at the club and with your buddies, and they're like 8 of you, and you all see the one super hot girl across the room, right? And none of you are thinking like, well, who's going to be the one of us who's going to be able to go over there and be able to get a phone number or something, right? Right now, Hindy's just sitting over there sipping on her Cosmopolitan,
Doing her thing.
doing her thing, and.
You know what really started it, and if hopefully folks that are on the stream remember it, was the semi-bluff.
Right, the triple barrel.
The triple barrel.
Yeah.
That's what started it. Imagine if he shoves, she folds. Would all of this happen? Poker's momentum.
Well, this will be it for Osama right here. He's flop top 2, and I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel makes a play on this either with his open-ended straight draw. Of course, at this point, Hindy's going to bet, and everybody might fold. I don't know. This has to be what Osama was hoping for. He was looking to get a check raise in here with his top 2 pair against the chip leader. And,
and then down with the open ender here.
Yeah,
so
so let me take a look. I mean, Osama's only got 400. He might get a triple up here. It's possible. Because he'll call with that, with his open-ended straight draw, and there's the check raise, check shove from Osama, and now is he going to get any action from anybody else? No, Hindy's gotten out of the way, but Daniel's going to call absolutely with his open-ender.
Yeah, and you got a guy with the all-in of 400, just 275,000 to make the call. So he's going to see the bad news. Yeah, good news, he's behind, but he's got a good draw here. You see all the outs up there.
It's still 2-1 right now.
Right. So Osama stands up. Our current player of the year right now as far as the standings go with this event and then our championship open.
Jack of hearts, Osama has queen of spades, 10 of diamonds.
There's that tournament director, Jeremy Smith, all of 6'6" of him.
Getting those cards centered up for the camera shot.
All right, so Osama hasn't had that. There's Dom Nero out there. Hey, Dom, come on in and talk to us.
He better, because Hindy's going to win this thing in about an hour and a half.
So I have a lot of guests scheduled. And, okay, now there's the 7.
Oh, that's a bad card for Osama actually now, because there are counterfeit possibilities for Daniel if he hits a jack or an ace. And there is the ace. Yes.
The ace on the river, ladies and gentlemen. And Dan's going to win the hand.
And Osama is going to be eliminated.
Just like that, Osama's gone.
In 6th place.
You just kind of felt that ace coming. I like this Dan guy. Very, very, very nice as he shakes Osama's hand. His 23-year-old, his family raised him right. He's got good manners. He didn't spike the football either. Nobody likes a bad winner. Good job. And for Osama, he's going to go home. He's going to add to his Player of the Year points. And 6th place money, $15,326.
He's got to be getting, I think, a little bit frustrated though about the bridesmaid but never a bride situation here. He's made 4 final tables here on the HPT, 3 of them this year, 2 6th, a 5th, and a 3rd. Hasn't been able to get to that heads-up situation yet, let alone win a championship.
Big difference though with bridesmaids. They don't get to go to the cage and collect $15,326.
Usually not, unless they've got a real nice, unless they've been in on the dowry in some way.
Right. All right, so we have 5 players left. Hey, there's Dom. Hey, get the graphic off. We got to see Dominic. You can follow him at Chicago Poker Guy. There he is.
Forget about it.
Yeah, forget about it.
And what does a guy from Chicago do when you got a main event, you got day 2, you hit the money, and you're about to, getting down in the break something, you buy 18 pizzas for the whole crew. You bought 18 pizzas in here. From Marco's down the street.
He goes, I got to deal with these guys. What they do is they give us points if we buy so many pizzas. So we get Marco's. These guys are fantastic.
I was actually turned on to Marco's because they have a store like walking distance from my girlfriend's apartment in Las Vegas. So we ordered pizza from them, and they were like, wow, this is really good. And so when I saw them having it here, I said, oh, where is it? And it's like half a mile down International Speedway Drive here. We're right by the Daytona Beach Raceway where they hold the NASCAR races, for those of you who don't know.
Our hotel is right across the street. I can walk out my door. I did.
Yeah.
I was on the phone, FaceTiming somebody. I said, hey, let me show you the Speedway. Just walked right out my door, right to the Speedway. I thought, well, good thing I don't sleepwalk.
Right.
Because I'd walk right out into traffic.
But But yeah, that's where it is, and that's where we are. And the pizza place is, like I said, about a mile down the road. So I had some Marco's last night. So you bring all this pizza here. I can't eat any of it because I'm on the floor. I'm working,
Right,
you know,
yeah.
but I'm going to get some tonight for
I
dinner.
found my way to about 5 slices. I skipped
Oh, you
all.
did?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I kinda,
Well, you weren't working yesterday, technically.
No,
you were just smoozing.
I was doing what I do, watching some football. By the way, Larry Ormson makes a big bet on the Packers yesterday. I want to give him a shout out. He listens to us over in Baraboo, Wisconsin. So the raise is to 175,000.
Now, did he run into any problems with Todd Gurley yesterday?
No, he had 9.5, and he had the Packers.
Oh, he had
so
the Packers in the
he
point,
was
so
good,
he was
yeah.
good. Yeah. So
And, I got on ESPN Chalk today. Said 91% of the money in Vegas was on the Packers. That's why that line went from 9.5, almost 10, all the way down to 7 in certain properties out in Las Vegas.
Right.
So sports books record losses for the year, worst Sunday of the year, as 91% of the folks were on that. And if he goes in and scores that final touchdown too, the game goes over the posted total.
It goes over the total, and the Rams cover.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So by Todd Gurley going down, Vegas took it right up the wazoo.
They did. Saying the worst. I never feel bad for Vegas. We had the worst Sunday of the year so far in the young football season. So it was fun to watch. And, I know a guy that had a
hell of a game. Hell of a game.
It sure was. It sure was.
People are saying, "Oh, that's going to be the NFC Championship." But Packers are 3-3-1 right now. You know, they got some work to do if they're going to. I mean, they got Aaron Rodgers obviously, but they got some work to do.
And that's why you don't and that's why you don't score a touchdown there. You just lay down.
It was
literally.
absolutely the right move.
Absolutely, because
to win the game.
Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I know it's going to be almost impossible to score twice, but you don't give Aaron Rodgers any chances.
No.
If you can just end the game right there, that's what you do.
No.
Hindy's got a kind of a decent hand for her. It's ace 10 here.
That's a marginal hand.
Marginal hand for ace 10 on the button. Cory Z now with 285,000.
Yeah, Corey's
wow.
wondering where all his chips went too.
Since we were talking there, I didn't realize it got down to just 285,000. And, wow, unbelievable what we've seen here. And Cory Z, he started today.
He was
with
number 3.
1.91 he starts the day off with, and Hindy's going to win that pot.
I don't think he's won a hand. He may have not won a hand here so far.
All right, folks, you're listening to exclusive coverage of the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club here on the HPT from Daytona Beach, Florida. Now, I mentioned that it was National Cat Day, but our director, Chris Ragoose from Fargo, his dog celebrated a birthday yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So let's give a big round of applause for Harley, everybody.
Hey, Harley.
Harley celebrating a birthday. If the graphics team could get a picture, if we could, Zach's looking at me like, you're crazy, man. Don't be talking about that. So anyway, we always have fun here with the crew of the HPT. Great to be back. All right, Daniel here, who, despite not having any chips to start the day, has really battled back
He's
here.
been the reverse Hindy, in that he has not played a lot of hands. He's been super patient, and he's picked his spots, and he's been fortunate when he has to come out victorious. And now he's gone from
775.
he was in the middle of the pack, but it was a low middle because he was still only 16 big blinds when we started. But now he's number 2 in chips right now.
Raised it up with his baby pair there, pocket deuces. Hindy gets out of the way, and now look at poor Cory here. It's just down to 285,000.
Well, it's been kind of a nightmare situation for Cory in terms of his chips dwindling down seemingly every hand, but at the same time, he's made himself what $10,000 from when we started today.
Yeah, right.
So it hasn't gone his way, but he's made some money.
Because we knew we had these short stacks, and we thought that we would see those go by the wayside, fighting each other out or fighting the chip leader. All right, so the call is made by Tony. So we got a race here. Queen Jack. Spade it up. Faded spade. That's the cards we're using today. I want to give Tom a big shout out. Cards look great. All right, Queen Jack, pocket deuces. Daniel in the lead. And the flop comes out ace, queen, 5. Daniel not in the lead anymore.
And Tony comes out on top with the board, but that ace will scare him from betting, and we'll see if Daniel continues.
Those pocket pairs, small pairs like that, fun to play. But if you don't hit them, especially with deuces, just tough after the flop. But he's going to go ahead and bet it. 135,000. Tony's like, yeah, I got middle here. I'm gonna hang around.
Excuse me. Just whack somebody here. Didn't realize how close some of our chairs were. Now Daniels picks up a gut shot, straight draw.
Tony checks with the best of it here with his queens.
Now, the story Daniel's telling
by betting the flop, technically his hand is improved. His chances of winning the hand is improved. So it would make sense to bet here on the turn. But he
And he's
decides
gonna
not
check.
to.
All right, let's go to that river card. River card's a jack of diamonds, so Tony's hand gets a little better there.
Yeah.
2 pair for Tony and the check mark. He had it all the way. Well, after the flop, he did. He's got 875,000 behind him.
I would think Tony's got to like his hand now. The fact that obviously he hit it twice and that the turn wasn't bet. But will he make more money by checking is the question.
He's
And
try
trying
to
to get a
check
little
and
check raise action. No, he's going to lead at it.
Doesn't want to take that risk. He's going to put some chips in the middle. 300.
That's probably a good max value bet if that's what he's going for there. I don't think that Daniel would have called much more than that anyway, but he decides to fold regardless.
He's rotating through.
Yeah, right. Everybody gets one.
All right, chip count. Hindy up top, 7.5.
Good Lord.
And look at Daniel. He's second, 15% of the chips, 1.8 million. You know, right into second. Tony with 20, Chris P with 13, and Cory Z truly on life support now. Dom. With just 3 big blinds and 285,000. So
Defibrillator to seat 5.
Yeah, you're right about that. And Cory Z started with 1.91. Your chip leader was Dan, right? Dan was your chip
Dan
leader
Beck was a chip leader, and he's gone.
Yeah, exit stage left after being the chip leader.
Drop his microphone on the table as he walked out.
It was a mic drop. All right, Hindy with ace-10. We've seen this for her a few times under the gun here. We'll just decide what she decides to raise it up to. It's 80,000 to make the call. Or expect a small raise here. 180,000. Now, is this the hand for Cory to try to get all the marbles in? He's got an ace in the cutoff here. You got to kind of get him in, don't you, now?
Oh, with a raise in front of you, you might get a little cause for pause.
Little cause for pause.
Yeah.
Cory's thinking, what can I do later? It's about 78 degrees. The beach is open. You pay $10, you get to drive your car right on the beach.
He's basically got 2 more hands. So after this, before he'll be in the big blind and putting in half his stack.
See, if it's me, I decide to go in here just because I have the ace now. Why wait? I know it was raised in front of me, but hey, if someone can beat her, it's going to be me right now. But now Tony wakes up with an ace-10 here, the same hand as Indy. Tony's got some chips, got 1.6 million behind, so. Tony's been played a pretty tight game so far that we've seen early on here.
And we'll be, Daniel might want to get in. I was going to
here.
say we were going to get heads up, but Daniel might want to get in.
I don't think he's going to, but let's get those in the muck. Let's flip them over here, and Cory's going to see the same old song and dance here.
Which is Hindy about to win a pot.
Right. Ace-5, it's always a tough one, those aces, those small aces up against an ace-10. We'll see what happens here. 5 cards to go. This could be it for Cory Z, and he will be on the beach. He's got the shades and the hat anyway. And look at Hindy. Look, he's already standing.
As we said, Cory finished 5th here in Daytona back in 2015. Might be in line for their 5th place finish in 2018.
All right, let's see what happens here. All Hindy can do is just kind of smile and say, yeah, it's like that emoji with the hands out. Like, hey, what do I do, All right, let's go to the flop. And it comes out 9-6 deuce. Couple of spades.
Hindy's got the only one of those. Surprise.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. You see the outs up there. Just 2 of the remaining 5s left. And that is the 3 of spades.
No, I need a 4 for a straight. That's not a spade. Or a 5. That is not a spade.
Let's go to the river card, ladies and gentlemen. It's the
of course
7
it's a
of
spade.
spades.
What else would it have been?
Yeah, just they're not flush.
Yeah.
Hindy wins another hand, and that is going to do it for Cory Z, going out in 5th place, $19,705. So a nice little payday for Cory Z.
I imagine we'll see Cory in Chicago in a couple of weeks because he's now got 2 HPT final tables here this year. As we said, was just 4th place in Blackhawk a couple of weeks ago, and now 5th place here. So he's going to have some nice points to bring with him to the Windy City and have a shot at that Player of the Year standings. As I said, Osama's got the chip lead, or the points lead, I should say, but with 3 final tables this year, so he's got 2, so he shouldn't be that far behind. at least able to
40 for the ante, is what he's saying.
And we have 4 players
able
left.
to
Now,
win
I'm a little worried. The producers are in the corner squirming a little bit because we got a couple TV shows we got to produce out of this show, too. So it's 12:51, 1:51 here, Eastern time zone.
We've been on the air less than 2 hours, and yeah,
one person has like 8 million.
and someone might be able to get 9 holes. Basically, is what where we're at right now.
That's where we're at
Yeah.
right now. Yes, exactly.
I'm not going to name any names as to who might be able to get 9 holes. To
All right, so action folded over here to Daniel. Looks down at 10-7 in the small. I hate to say this, not so early. We're 4-handed, but I guess now Hindy's got to ask herself, all right, what's my strategy now to close this out?
yeah, I mean, because that's where we're at here. Less than 2 hours into the broadcast, we're looking at someone closing this out.
I mean, for real, yes, for real,
I mean,
because and we're 4-handed. So
Yeah.
I mean, we've chopped this thing in half. Flop comes out Jack 9-6. They're all diamonds.
Hindy's in the lead, of course. Oh no, wait, she's on the lead. Well, she's in the lead in terms of having the best hand right now, but Daniel has the better draws with the diamonds.
He's got all the draws
and
there.
yeah,
He's got the gutter ball, the
and
diamonds.
straight draw. Yeah, I couldn't think of the word straight for a second there.
He's got a lot going on for himself. The young man, the 23-year-old. He's going to go ahead and make a bet of 150,000.
At this point, I would not be surprised if Daniel hits his flush but somehow loses. I think that could happen here. The way that Hindy's running.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to that turn card. No diamond. It's the tray of spades.
As you see the huge switch there, Daniel is now a 3-2 dog.
Is that enough outs up there, by the way?
That's a lot.
15 of them. You see that 1-4 of diamonds
Yeah.
is folded as well as
And 7 of clubs.
7
out
of
there,
clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I think it's either 21 or 22 are the most outs that you can possibly have. But anything over like 12 is considered very high.
Yeah, 15's a lot of them.
Yeah, even with 2 of them missing.
Now you got to cover up Hindy's hand here, and you got to play as if you're Daniel, and he's
Right.
thinking, well,
I've got
wow,
nothing.
I have nothing. Okay?
I have 10 high.
Yeah, I mean he knows.
I'm draw heavy, but I got 10 high.
Yeah, he can't see above his head there. That's not his. I mean that's probably in his brain.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know, of course, what his opponent has. But he knows he's really got nothing here except for that big draw.
Remember, this is a limped pot pre-flop, so
This is a fun hand to watch.
this kind of board,
Yeah.
you'd think in this situation might have hit a couple of people. So
It's just 250,000 bet.
Hindy's going to let this one go. That's
Okay.
not. That's, I mean, all you're sitting there with is a pair of sixes, so
Yeah.
you can understand the fact that Daniel didn't see the aggression to Hindy as we've seen other players do.
Right.
Led him to winning that pot right there, even though he had a squadouche.
Another hand I'd like to see the rabbit cam on, but it's funny. One of the reasons we got rid of that was right in this very property, and I asked for it, and I had a player turn around and say, well, why'd you ask for it on that time? You didn't ask for it the other 3 times. He must have obviously had a straight draw. He had a straight draw, didn't he? And I said, I can neither confirm or deny that, my friend. And the producer said, you know what, let's just get rid of it because it was a hassle, and, we're here for 15 hours anyway, just one more thing
Right.
For the broadcast, and I don't know if WPT does it anymore or anybody else.
I don't think anybody. does it
I
anymore.
don't think so. I don't think so. And again, if you want to see that card, pay for it. We're moving on.
Right.
Next hand, ladies and gentlemen. The whole I shoulda, I coulda, I did, I didn't. It's over. It's over. All right, Daniel here on the button.
Because if there's one thing we need in poker, it's more bad beat stories. That's what we really
right,
need.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then they did the rabbit. And I would have won, but I lost. But then I lost, but I won. Hindy's got an ace, a weak ace 4 here. The 4, and she's going to raise. 200K. I like this guy, Tony. I do. I've liked. He's been relatively quiet all day. Struck some pots.
He was our other super short. He came in with just 10 big blinds at this final table, and it's crazy. I mean, we had all these big stacks. We were saying, oh, this is going to be the haves and the have-nots, whatever else. And we got Tony Armen and Chris Poole, who came into the day with a combined 760,000 in chips, and they're going to finish top 4 in this event.
Right.
Because poker.
Exactly. All right, folks. You are watching exclusive television coverage here on Twitch of the HPT as we broadcast from Daytona Beach, Florida, here at the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. I want to give a shout-out. Dom Nero, all of his employees here. These guys always do a great job hosting us, and glad to be back. Weather's nice. We're hoping to get out of here kind of early today, but we didn't think it would be this early. But, hey, still a lot of poker to go. We still got 4 players left, and, you know how these decks kind of slow down, and action can slow down, and chips can go back and forth.
But right now it's the Hindy Kometeski Invitational.
Yeah, it sure has been so far.
Sort of like Alabama in college football.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And we have a battle of the dueling 8-7s here.
The 8-7.
Hindy has 2 flush draws.
Oh, look at whoa!
Well,
Hey,
this is gonna be disappointing.
Right,
All in, call, chop, done.
Yeah, exactly. If flop comes out as you see ace 8-7, and Hindy's thinking, can my day get any better than this? My opponent probably has an ace. I just flopped 2 pair. I mean, life is good. You know what she needs to do when she leaves here? She needs to go buy an Iowa lot or a Florida lottery ticket.
Well, they just hit the Powerball hit.
Okay,
and
so
Mega Millions just hit the $1 billion, whatever it was.
Go buy the pick 3 then.
Okay.
Just do a random pick. You're gonna win it. Actually, I'm gonna give her $2 to make me a pick.
Say when you put it in the quick pick machine.
Yeah.
Here's a raise.
Hindy's
It's an all in. Here's
snap,
the call.
Snappy,
and
snap. And this nothing can change here. Nothing can change.
So anticlimactic.
Yes, it sure was. You said it. You said it. A lot of folks.
Actually,
here.
I would not be surprised if Hindy somehow won this hand.
I know. There's a way. There has to be a way that Hindy wins his hand.
There has to be a way she can win.
I mean, this is, Oh, wait, there is a way. Yes, she won the hand. But Jeremy's got to get the cards out there.
Yeah,
This
we got to make it official and go through the whole.
So I'm reading our
snap turn, snap river. Here we go.
Reading the comments on the side here, and this guy says, G Life at Kodak. Hindy knocked me out yesterday, so go Hindy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then Queen of Hearts says Hindy outplaying all the guys. Well, hey, we're not going to make this a guy-girl thing
yes,
here.
we are. She's
okay.
outplaying all the guys. She's kicking everybody's ass.
She really is. She really is.
That came in here with propensity for facial hair.
Do we need to check that scarf? Does the scarf need to be tested?
It might be straight from Hogwarts. We may need to look into it.
Because she is look at the chips. Just look at that stack. 7.9.
Did she bring an owl with her? Do we know?
Right. Even when her opponent gets the best of her,
right.
They can't beat her. They can tie her.
I flopped 2 pair.
Sorry.
I chopped, yes.
Yeah,
I survived.
I chopped. He can go on the break and say, dude, I chopped a hand with her. Unbelievable. So look at, and it's funny. You got all the guys on one side of the table.
Right.
And then Hindy with the chips. And by the way, the table looks like it's leaning a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
On your screen to the left here, the table is leaning down a little bit. Oh, is this going to be a fold?
No.
No, it's Queen Trey. You're playing 4-handed. Come on. And these guys are like, oh,
Chip
God.
lead fire. Queen deuce in the muck. Jack 4 in the muck.
Yeah, that goes in the muck. Now let's go to
Queen
the
3 in the muck.
120,000. No, it's why would you even gamble with anything unless you got a monster? Just keep it and now it's just
big stack poker time.
Yep, and just kind of wearing it, which has already worn him down. And now it's just try to snap up one more stack. I mean, I think that's your snap up one more stack, and then boom, down to me against the world here, which is only going to be a couple players after that. So. James Larson, my name, alongside Dominic Sieberts, having a great time here in Daytona Beach.
Potentially the shortest HPT final table in history.
Well, we did 40 hands on my first event in Tama, Iowa, and I said, this is the job for me. They paid us the day of. They brought checks. This was the old guys, and I was there for about 4 hours, and I went home. It was a 50-minute drive. I said, this is going to be the best job ever, Mom. I really got it. And then cut to New Mexico a couple years ago where we did 17 hours or something like that. I'm not sure who won that. Why don't you tell me? I'm going to take a break, but I think it might have been Hindy again. So,
yeah, Hindy won again.
All right, let's talk about our championship series. It starts Thursday at Ameristar, East Chicago. $2,500 championship is the 9th through the 13th. Buy-ins start at 0, and I thought my producer was messing with me, but no, we actually do a free roll. In fact, I don't know if I should, if he wants me to admit it, Kenneth James got into that last year. That's how he got, or our last event at East Chicago, he got in through the free roll. So.
Oh, to the main event.
To the main event, yeah.
The free roll, I think, wins you satellite seats. So, yeah, if he had
and then, he parlayed his way up. Yeah. Come on, I'm trying to sell it to people. But anyway.
Well, that's how you do it. You win a friggin' main event for $0.
For $0, yes, $0. So all the information at hptpoker.com. Really looking forward to getting to the East Chicago area. I'm going to come in a little bit early. It's a drivable site for me. Looking forward to it. Now, bring your shawl, Dom.
Yes.
Your Florida shawl, because it's going to be a little cold up there.
Yes.
But we've had mild start.
It is after August, so in Chicago it should be,
Right, yeah.
sub-freezing and snow.
Right. Maybe we can see if the Bears are in town. You can go watch some Chicago Bear football. Okay, look at this.
Oh, here we go.
So Hindy's going to raise. Yeah, Tony's
Tony
all
says
in.
all
now,
in.
Now this. Okay, good fold. Good
Okay.
fold.
Yeah.
Bully.
Bully, she said. Look at him. Yeah, bully. Yeah, bully. He's like Snap. Snap responded to that. I'll give you bully.
Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, she did ask us yesterday. She said, "Why do I have to wear a microphone?" Well, why do
That's
I
why you have to wear a microphone.
That's why you have to
you're
wear a
funny as hell.
microphone. Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
That was fabulous.
All right. Daniel now with a real hand here. Ace, queen, suited in diamonds, playing four-handed. Dan S. just had a nice little afternoon of poker, Started the day as one of our shorties.
Started sixth place and sixth in chips. That's the thing. We've got the three people who are over here battling Hindy in the Hindy Invitational started 6th, 8th, and 9th in chips out of our 9-handed table.
And now Hindy on the button here with an average hand, queen 10, four-handed, so she's going to
definitely worth a call in position when you've got 85 billion in chips.
Yeah, right. Tony's going to fold his queen 8. And now over to Chris with 10-7. He's going to get out of the way.
I firmly expect 3 10s on the flop.
Well, you still got to make the call.
Oh,
here.
no, wait, that was a 3-bet.
Was it
oh,
three?
excuse
I didn't
me.
see it either. I didn't see it either.
I thought it was a call.
3-bet to 375,000.
These 50K chips are throwing me off. I'm going to blame it on that forever.
Now, what do you want Daniel to do here? We haven't really talked theory or style, but what?
I mean, I can't imagine being. Again, I've never seen anything like this in the HPT. I can't remember seeing like this, like in any final tables that I've dealt over the years at other venues and stuff like that. Okay, well, you can do that too.
Well, that was going to be one of the options.
That was one of the options, but I mean, I'd be. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd be.
Okay. Well, the good thing, if you're a Hindy fan, if you're on her team, if you will, she's not doing anything stupid.
No.
Not doing anything stupid. Okay. And I've seen.
Three bets are fine. Big stack play there.
Absolutely. But made the right decision.
When you get rejammed on, you say, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna say, okay, I've got the big stack. Let me try and knock another player out, with a marginal hand.
Right. All right, action continues here from the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Had some notables cashing. Of course, Scotty Nguyen, 17th. Jeff Trudeau, 18th. O.J. Miller, 19th. Maurice Hawkins was 27th. Alex Ziskin, 28th. Stan Jablonski, the pickleball champion, 33rd, and Aaron Johnson.
He was the chip leader for a little bit on his day one flight.
He
as
sure
I
was.
recall.
What does Hindy have this time?
Oh wow! Look,
are my eyes right?
It's a top 10 hand again.
Pocket tens. You're right about that. Okay, action now over to Tony. He's got an ace, ace 5, not good enough on the button. He's going to fold his hand. Chris now with pocket
I was
eight.
just about to say I'm going to bet that one of the blinds has pocket nines here, and
Those
sure
are-
enough.
Oh, Chris just making the call there. Okay,
Again,
interesting.
I've had this situation come up when I played cash games a couple times, but never in like a tournament situation with all this money on the line where someone is just steamrolling the table and you're one of the other guys. When you're sitting there and it's
Right.
like, I mean, I would bet normally that Chris would have shoved there.
Well, exactly. That's
With-
what I was.
Yeah, with his stack size, but he's thinking she's won every frickin' hand. Of course
Yeah.
I'm behind right now.
Turn card is the king of hearts. So that's the third heart.
I'm
on board,
surprised
but-
he doesn't have pocket tens of hearts.
Okay, they're going check here.
Yeah, you got overcards.
Okay, so 2 pair for both players, but the queens and tens the best. What's he gonna bet?
He's gonna have to bet, I think.
That's,
he
that's,
didn't.
that's a
Yeah.
no bet.
Yeah.
She wins. And
Yeah.
he's got eights.
I mean,
it continues. It
I looked at that. Went to look real quick and see what would he have to bet to get her to fold tens, and I was thinking somewhere around 400K, and I looked back and I said he only had 630K, and I'm like, well, if he goes all in, it might get her to fold. Probably 50-50 she calls anyway because he's shown no aggression leading at that point. So yeah, I think Chris lost the minimum there.
Totally lost the minimum there. Good
Yeah.
play, Chris. You know, this is a NASCAR race now that the announcers have to start talking about second, third, and fourth place.
Right.
Because we
Right.
got to keep our viewers
Right,
entertained here.
because every other car has exploded, has had some sort of some sort of engine detonation in their cars, and they're all on pit road on fire, and
oh, that's one way
and-
to say it, my
and
friend.
yeah, and Jeff Gordon's driving around the track here all by himself.
Right. And then the Jeff Gordon reference. Gotta love it. By the way, just got a text from Roger Campbell. The drinks and breeze are perfect on the ocean. Don't look like this is going to take long. Smiley face. Roger,
Yeah.
our first elimination of the day. Pocket nines. Ran him into what I call the buzz saw. Ran him right into kings. First or second hand when we
Third
started.
hand of the day.
Third
Yep,
hand of
he
the
was
day.
gone.
All right, flop your ace, queen, 5.
Okay, king on the turn,
All
and
right,
this will
yeah.
be over.
Because Chris is...
Chris is going to bet, and Hindy's going to call, and then king on the turn. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. She folded. I think that may be it for our first session here. So we go from 9-handed to 4-handed in our first first session, and we have Hindy Komatetsky just absolutely dominating the table. Almost 3/4 of the chips in play right now, James.
All right, folks, we'll be right back. I think it's a 15-minute break,
Yep.
so don't go too far. You're listening to the HPT.
I'm here and ready.
Yeah, just give Hindy first and we just try.
And welcome back here to the Heartland Poker Tours main event coverage from Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. 414 players enter our main event. We are down to our final 4, and it is turned into the Hindy Komatetsky Invitational. After going 5 years without a female main event champion, we may be going 2 for 2 here. Blackhawk, Colorado was where Wendy Freeman took down the title and dominated that final table. And Hindy Komatetsky is here in Daytona dominating this final table. We have 12.4 million chips in play, and she begins our second 2-hour session of this final table with 7.615 million of them. Daniel Silva, you saw was on the screen there, was in second place, but he has less than a third of what Hindy has. Tony Armen 1.62, Chris Poole 1 million on the nose. As we resume play here today, blinds are now up to 50 and 100,000 with a big blind ante of 50K. Just a reminder, we do use the big blind ante, but it goes to the value of the small blind when we get down to 5 players or less at the final table. James Larson is back with me now after having stuffed his face thoroughly during the break.
Yeah, I didn't do that. But,
no, I came back here, and the fruit and cheese basket is what was decreased by like about 55%.
Oh, well,
and you're not going to take credit for that?
No, the good cheese is gone, the Swiss and the sharp cheddar. The rest I left. But, yeah, there's the tail of the tape up there. Hindy with 7.8. You just read the chip counts off. If you're just joining us back here from break, Hindy has been on a tear here. So 4 players remain. Up top, by the way, for our champion. Nice little payday, $91,557. And it's always a nice little payday here on the HPT because of our awesome players making these prize pools what they are.
Daniel with a king-queen offsuit here. Yeah, we had to, as you can see, diminish Mindy's mountainous conglomeration of chips now. We gave her a lot more of those red 50Ks, blues 25Ks, orange chips 5,000 apiece.
Action over to Chris with 8-4 diamonds in the big blind. Going to defend. 100,000.
This seems a little bit silly by Chris.
A little bit.
You're sitting here with 10 big blinds, and you've got 8-4 suited, and the difference between 4th and 3rd place is $11,500, and you're going to defend with that garbage.
Flop 10-7 deuce, couple of hearts. It's checked over to Daniel. His option now is
and this is why you don't do it. I mean, if you check the flop, you're out of position, and you're going to get C-bet on. And now what do you do with 8 high and no draw?
Well, you fold your hand, and then you move on to the next one.
And you just wasted, a big blind when you have 10 of them.
Yeah, just like cold.
So.
All right, James Larson, my name alongside Dominic Siebert.
That's my name.
Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. We're getting an extra headset here. Zach's setting one up because Dominic Nero is going to be joining us.
Is he?
Poker room manager. Always a good time to have him on the show. I'm told 50-50 because we're having some technical issues with the other microphone.
Right.
Want to thank Etc. 25 in Fargo, North Dakota.
What did they do for you?
Well, she's just been,
Oh, the comment. That's the name of a
yes, that's a
poster on
poster.
the stream.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And reminding everybody, of course, today, National Cat Day. Yes, National Cat Day. I had somebody already say, less football, guys, get back to the poker. We haven't been straying too far, but I promise, no more cats after today, but it is National Cat Day. And by the way, if you feel bad for Roger Campbell, who was eliminated in 9th place for $8,900, don't feel so bad if you're watching this in Minnesota or Canada. He's on the beach right now.
Yeah.
Sipping a Mai Tai with his beautiful wife, Christy.
Yes.
So, first world problems? First world problems.
First world
Yeah,
problem.
first
And he
world-
does have a beautiful wife. That's
Yes.
an oftenly used phrase, but Christy's a lovely young.
And where they stay, they can see the ocean from their
Right.
their balcony. So they're on the balcony enjoying life as they should be. So don't feel too bad for our 9th place finisher. But now we have an all-in.
That's a little aggressive there from Daniel. I haven't seen him.
Yeah,
I mean,
an all-in here. 2.4
But again,
million.
here we are at the 50K, 100K blind level. So 1.2 million, 2.4 million aren't what they were when we started off. What were we at? We were at 20 and 50 about 2 hours ago.
Tony with ace-5 of diamonds.
And he's looking. I still have 12 big blinds here. So what am I going to do if I? I got a little bit of play left if I let this one go. But is this the time?
And he makes the call. Makes the call. You a little surprised at that?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, you're looking as I said, he's got a total of 14 bigs in total. But yeah, I mean, I guess he's thinking maybe I got to defend my raise initially. And I'm kind of short stacked, but I might have liked to see in a better spot.
All right, Tony will need to improve. He is all in. Let's go to the flop.
That's a
And
good
the flop
improvement.
comes out 10 for Trey.
Got a gut shot in addition to his 5 now, but did not get any diamonds. So a little bit of improvement, but still a 2-to-1 dog here heading to the turn.
All right, let's go to that turn card now. It's the 7 of diamonds. Now the diamonds show up a little.
But he's got
late, but yeah, he
up
adds
and down
to his
straight
outs.
draw. He
Yes.
can pull a 6 now.
10 outs there.
If you don't let the
Certainly more than he thought he might have had at this point when he got it all in.
Let's go to that river card now. And the river card is the 9 of spades.
That's going to do it for Tony.
Check mark goes to Daniel. And Tony Armen into this thing for $900 is all. And he's going to go in with just over $26,000. So not too shabby. Decides to make that call for all of his chips. And look at Dan. Said, woo, woo-wee. I'll take that one. But great to see him here at this final table. Tony Armen from Port Orange, Florida, 46-year-old. $900 turns it into $26,000 and change.
Yeah, and that's more than doubles his career live tournament earnings. He had come into the day with just under 26,000, and his biggest cash ever was just under 6K. So this crushes that obviously, and very happy to go home with that. I'm sure a little bit. I mean, again, the difference between 4th and 3rd place is $11,500 to make it with ace-5 in that situation. I mean, I get the raise, but there could have been a fold found there. I think, if you're gonna say, well, I've got an ace, maybe I'm ahead, but there are only 3 pairs that are less than a 5, and which would put you in a situation where you had 2 overs. So,
well, you can tell Hindy's a pool player. It looks like a 9-ball setup.
A little
there
bit,
with her
yeah.
chips. It really does. So speaking of Hindy, she told me this in the break. She initially learned poker playing cash games a few years ago, but really started playing and studying tournament play in 2016. Okay, so about less than 2 years ago, she really started playing this, and now here she is, 63% of the chips.
And you know what? She's probably, because she is a behavioral analyst, she's probably able to use a bunch of this as like a tax write-off or something, because she's studying people's behavior at the poker table, obviously, and I don't know what kind of an edge that's given her or not, but I mean, if that's been her profession for her whole life, say 15, 20 years, whatever it's been, not to impart an age upon her, obviously, but if you're doing that for a decade or two, and then you come into poker and you say, hey, there are applications with my career in this particular game, and I mean, she's obviously played well and run well as well, but I mean, you would think that that's got to give her some edge, I would imagine, at this final table.
Absolutely. Want to give a shout out to Faded Spade. We're using the new face of
cards. We better go through the whole promo list here, because we could be done in about 25 minutes.
I've got things that I need. I've got some housekeeping items, but Faded Spade, the new face of cards at today's final table. Faded Spade is the evolution of the playing card for today's poker players around the world. Now, I'm going to take off 20%. You'll save 20% when you go to fadedspade.com.
You're taking it off?
Yeah, I'm going to do
It's
well.
you're paying for
it's
it?
not coming out of my end,
Oh,
but
okay.
I kind of got this done. So we use these cards now, and I love them. And Tom Wheaton, you got a good brand over there. Thanks so much for everything you've done for not just the HPT. They're using these things in other tournaments, WPT, and other organizations too. So appreciate everything that Tom has done. Fadedspade.com. Be sure to use code HPT at the checkout. So at this rate, if we get this thing done, right now it's 2:38 on the East Coast here, we could maybe go to my surfing lesson by 4:30.
Perhaps,
I could
yeah.
still make that surfing lesson down there. Dominic Nero just walked in. We're going to talk to him in a minute, but we could also use a stick mic, Zach, if we need to. All right, over to Hindy. Three-handed now. So, okay, she's all in.
Yeah,
that's 7.8 million. You could put all their chips together, times that, times two. Chris, I talked to Chris in the break a little. Just a nice guy, quiet guy, and he says, "Yeah, you know, I don't have a whole lot of chips. Probably got to get something going."
He came to the final table with $250,000 in chips. He had 5 big blinds, and he's going to make at least $37,000 in change right now.
So think of the ladder up. 89-17 if he just bows out in ninth and just punts his chips. Hangs around for now he's guaranteed, like what you just said. 37,619. You can buy a lot of surfing lessons with that, my friend.
I mean, that's almost 4 times what he probably expected he was going to make when he came here. He said, okay, I'm just going to throw. You saw that young lady right there on the left who kind of blocked her face from the camera there. Oh, well, never mind that.
An all-in and a call.
Yeah, well, Chris found a king in the small blind and decided to put it all in, and Daniel's got a better king, obviously, because, again, Chris is in a situation now where he's down to 5 big blinds again, just like it was at the start of the tournament.
Listen, I can't keep up with this. This action. You can't even finish eating your cheese in between knockouts here. King Jack, Daniel in the lead here. You see the percentages. Chris with the King 5.
Oh, and he's got this huge smile. He knows he's been free-rolling this whole final table, watching everybody just fall by the wayside.
Chris is hoping for a whole lot of clubs or a 5. Yeah. That's what he's looking for. A whole lot of clubs or a 5.
Although Chris is already getting his thing, and that's not a good flop for Chris.
A jack and 2 nines.
A jack and 2 nines. Chris needs to literally hit running 5s here, or running 9s, or to have a chop. Oh,
whoa, hey!
Don't tell me.
Hey, the 5
Don't
of
tell
diamonds.
me.
Just like that. Just like that.
So he needs one of the 2 5s left in the deck, or he's going to be our 3rd place finisher.
Well, what about the king? What if the king? Kings and 9s.
Kings and jacks will be better.
Kings and jacks, right. And that's the tray of hearts.
Okay, so there you go. So we come back from to start our second session, and in like 4 hands, we're down to heads up.
Yeah, just like that.
Can I call for a tea time?
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, exactly.
I
I got people stacked up here to do interviews with, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to any of them.
I was thinking I might only get 9 holes. We might get a full 18 in here.
Yeah. Okay. So now listen at this. This is where it gets interesting. $8 million to $4.5 million.
Right.
Now, Daniel, let's talk about Hindy's. We've talked about her a lot, by the way. But let's talk about the play of Daniel here, who has made him. All of a sudden, he's got $4.5 million in chips.
He was 6th as we came to this final table. He had 775K, 16 big blinds, and as we said, for about the first 2 hours, he might have played 5 hands, and just waited for pocket kings once. I think he had pocket 10s once. Hadn't gotten involved at all until we got down to about 5-handed play. And just watch everybody else fall by the wayside, and then here he goes with a dominating situation, 3-handed, King Jack against King 5, and now he's going to be heads up for all the marbles, and it's guaranteed himself at least a $50K payday.
It's unbelievable. 2:41 here in the East Coast time zone. All right, we're going to take another break.
Yeah, we got to set up the thing for the heads up, right?
So we'll be right back after these words. You're watching the HPT.
Okay, I hope the racist jokes don't go live. I'm be in trouble.
When I say just give a round of applause.
No.
All right, guys, chip counts here before we begin. Good evening. Is our current chip leader with 7,965,000 in chips. Daniel has 4,455,000 in chips. Our final two players, let's give them both a round of applause. Nice job, guys.
Good luck.
Good luck.
All right, second place today is going to receive just over 56,000. First place, just over 91,000 in our $3,500 championship package. Go ahead and shuffle up and deal. 50,000, 100,000.
And welcome back to Heads Up Play here from the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club here at Daytona Beach, Florida. Yes, you heard it right. We are in Heads Up Play, saying I thought this thing started at noon. It did. We're down to Heads Up Play. Hindy Komatetsky has just steamrolled the majority of the field. She is beginning Heads Up Play with just shy of 8 minutes, 7.965. Daniel Silva, who really did not much of anything until we got down under five-handed, has knocked out a couple players, is now up to 4,455,000 as Heads Up Play begins. Dominic Siebert alongside James Larson for a very abbreviated version of the HPT poker on Twitch, as it's turned out so far.
So far. I mean, that doesn't mean that this won't take a while as the flop comes up 9-6-5. Best of it there is
surprise.
Hindy.
Surprise.
But listen, you see the chip counts, and you have the exact numbers there.
Right.
One hand goes not her way.
Right, and Daniel's in the lead.
Exactly,
Yeah.
just like that. So
This will not be that hand, though.
No, trying to think of an analogy. It's like a football team that's led the entire game, and now we're entering the fourth quarter.
Right.
So continue to play the offense and defense you've been playing that got you there. Try not to.
And
do
look at
anything.
her; she's sitting here checking this flop with top two.
Somebody said I called her a luck box at some time, and I don't know if I did. I don't remember.
No,
if I did, I apologize.
that language hasn't been used during this final table.
I've said a lot of things, but we've seen all the players. It's been a fun final table today. Let's go to the turn card. It's the 5 of clubs.
That could be a little bit of a scary card for Hindy, since the other card paired. So you think Daniel has some other pocket pair. Although if he had anything that beat her nines, you would think initially he would have been a little bit more aggressive to this point in the hand.
All right, let's go to the river card. It's the 8 of clubs.
And now that is a scare card. 4 to a straight, 3 to a flush, board paired. That top two pair that you flopped all of a sudden looks a little small, but Daniel has not shown any aggression this hand after the pre-flop raise. So Hindy leads that one more time, and she wins the first hand of this heads-up battle, and now the chip counts are officially 2-1.
Yeah, 8.3 to 4.1. So I guess, as far as her plan goes, that's how you want to start, winning that first hand. I shook both of their hands before we started and talked to Daniel, a good kid, 23 years old. He was just grinning from ear to ear. And we showed him the watch. He goes, "Is that a bracelet?" He goes, "No." I said, "It's a watch." He goes, "Oh, that's even cooler." And, theater of the mind here will just tell you how the sausage is made. He grabbed one of the stacks of the hundreds, and I said, "You might want to look on the back of that." So that's Hollywood money. It's not real money. It's a prop. But I'll tell everybody because that's what we do. But Hindy now with an 8-7 on the button. Heads up play here from the Daytona. They changed the name. Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club.
You're talking about both these, about Daniel Green from ear to ear. Both these players are going to be, obviously, once this thing's over, regardless, because you're talking about Hindy, who has roughly 71K in career tournament earnings. Daniel has just over 90K. So both of them are going to break that 100K milestone, and both of them are going to make cashes that are larger than they've ever made before, and whoever wins is going to make a cash larger than their entire earnings coming into this event. So this is obviously a big day, again, for two local players. We like when the local players are able to come out and go up against the big pros, as some of them have here in this event, and able to do well and bring, really in a lot of cases, some life-changing amounts of money to some people.
Life-changing is right.
And, you all of a sudden show up and you win 90K in a poker tournament. That's
right.
I behavior analyst is what Mindy is. I think Daniel calls himself a professional player, even though he's only been around he's only 23. He's only been doing it for a couple of years. But again, this is more money than you usually see in a year, I would imagine, in either of those professions. And certainly more money than I see in your my professions. I'd like 90K. I don't know about you.
You know, it's a good way to just get whole and be able to play more tournaments. You know, put that money in the bank
So
and
just
continue.
just a huge day for both of these people. A 56K for second, not too shabby either way, obviously.
Yeah,
But
So you mentioned Hindy. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in behavior analysis. So, and she's been doing her own behavior therapy company for 15 years, providing behavior therapy to children with autism and related
that's
disabilities.
Very nice.
And that's one of the shirts she's wearing.
Oh,
I'd love
okay,
to
that's
get a
for the
closer look at
autism
that,
thing, yeah. Okay, that would be what the A would stand for, I guess, yeah. So after the bachelor's and the master's degree and 15 years in the business, this 90K might help her finally pay off her student loans, probably,
yeah,
right?
You're right about that. You're right about that. We all know, you know, what a hole that can be getting out of college,
I'll just put it
especially
on the
with
table. It's fine.
education like that. So it looks like we're getting things sorted out here for our next hand. This would be hand number 2 of Heads Up. And why don't you set an over-under on our Heads Up hands? I'll let you set it, and I'll let you know
As
if I'm
far
gonna
as to how many hands we're going to
how
play,
many
or how
hands?
long it's going to take.
No, I want number of hands.
You
This
want
is number 2.
You want a number of hands. Okay, I'm going to say, I'm going to say 43.
Okay, I was
is where I'm
going
gonna
to say
go.
36, so I'll take the under on that for
Okay.
500. Thank you. If I lose, just talk to Corey Stewart. If I win, I'll meet you at the center bar.
Sounds fair.
All right, Daniel raises it up to 200,000. Hindy now at 6-5. It's a fun little hand to play. Heads
Suited
up.
connectors.
By the way, Hindy.
Oh, she's going to 3-bet it here.
Yeah. She likes to
Half a
skateboard.
million.
That surprised me. That's in her bio. She likes to skateboard.
Okay.
All right, Daniel's going to
Yeah,
fold.
there's a 3-bet in Gonzo.
You know something else about Hindy? She grew up around poker. Her mom played, and her mom was a big part of her life. She wanted to give her a shout-out. Her name was Esther. She passed away of breast cancer at the age of 47. And, you know, just a couple days left in the month here. Breast cancer awareness.
Right.
Back where I'm at in my radio station, we did a lot of charity events in the month of October. So, Esther, you should be proud today and every day. Your daughter's doing well out there, whether she finishes first or second. It's been a great run, wearing the UCF hat, rocking that where she went to school, and action continues with the blinds at 5,100 with a 50K ante.
And the way it works in poker is that you will get the if you do well, you will move up in the rankings. That's how it works here on the HPT and World. Not as opposed to UCF, who 2 weeks ago won a game by 4 touchdowns and was passed in the rankings by a team who had a bye week.
Yeah, it happens.
So, yeah.
Your coach, UCF coach, is struggling a little bit there with his new gig. Right?
Yeah, Scott Frost at
but
Nebraska.
he's going to be okay.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, you always got to get your recruits in and everything
He's
like
gonna
that.
Be okay.
But
we're not supposed to talk about football. We got flamed for that earlier. So.
Like we pay attention to
Well,
all the
right,
people on comment.
Yeah, they're
But
a half hour behind
We
us.
got over I was talking during the break with our production crew. We got over 200 people just sitting on the break waiting for us to come back.
Yeah, I know,
so
right?
that number has probably gone up significantly since we resumed action here at this final table at the Hindy Invitational.
Yeah, the Hindy Invitational here on National Cat Day, by the way. I'm going to get it in there one more time. Steve Fox is listening. He's got like a herd of cats at the house. He's got like 7 of them, so 7 or 8 of them. But Steve's online. All of our friends on there. Badger Gerps, hello. Parkland, hope you're doing well. Moobots out there. And Etc. 25 in Fargo, North Dakota. Been very active on the screen today, so we want to give her a shout-out. Great to have all of our friends with us here at the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Poker is great now that we can do it through the intranet and people can watch these final tables.
The magic of the
live.
interwebs.
Gotta love it. All right, Daniel with a hand here. He's got an ace. That's all you need. Heads up. Forget about the 4. It's the wild card. He's got the ace, so he's going to come on out, and it looks like he raises to 200, and 7 trades going to go away. Even heads up. That's junk. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
Even though we're heads up, it's still weird. He's seeing a pot get pushed that's not to Hindy.
Yeah, I know. So it's 3:07 here our time. The stream's a little about a half hour off. 3:07. We always start late. We say we're going to start at noon. It was funny. One of our engineers, Zach, said, "Oh, it's only 12:20. We're ahead of time. We hadn't started."
There's always something that goes wrong on the day of the broadcast. That's the way it is.
Well, and our crew is, we got a pretty small crew here. These guys do some of the best work in the business, though. Happy to be a part of it, and I've been a part of this for a lot of years. A lot of friends here, and in fact, the longest 10-year guy besides myself is right behind us, pushing the buttons, our director, Chris Ragoose. But thanks to everybody for watching, and thanks to our excellent crew.
I'll get it eventually.
It's a pretty friendly heads-up match. We're not seeing any, so far. It's only a hand through. We've got to keep track of this. We have the $500 bet going.
We're just determining whose $500 it is.
Exactly. Management doesn't know about it. Flop is ace 8-6.
So both of them flop
Yeah, a little
a flop a
something.
straight draw.
A little something for everybody here. This could get interesting.
And
Another
there it
7.
is.
Yeah,
Wait,
there-
hey, look. Hindy hit her gut shot. What a shock.
Yeah. So she
And
makes a straight.
She takes command of the hand
Wow.
and is going to
This
win a
could
bunch
get
of-
interesting here. There's an ace on the board, of course, and an 8. So
I'm a little bit surprised she's betting, actually. Just a little bit over the minimum, I would imagine, with a pair and open-ended draw that Daniel's going to want to see a fifth card here. Get out of the way, camera.
So what's the worst card for Daniel here, the 10 or the 7?
5.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the 5, yeah. Oh, that's one of them.
That's not a great card,
Yeah.
but still with the 4 to a straight there on the board, he can easily check the 2 pair and probably get away from any massive bet.
But that was on the list of bad cards.
That was on the list of bad
that
cards,
was,
yes.
There were worse cards,
So
but he
we
did
got
get that one. He's got-
300 there, is that the bet? Oh, no, 500. I think that's going to be too
doesn't he
much.
have to? Yeah, you're
2
right.
pair.
6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
9 out there.
Yeah.
This is
I
tough,
I was thinking 300 might be the value amount into a 700K pot. But
So he could also be thinking, let me think, has she missed today? There was that one time. No, she actually.
That one
was
time
a
at
chop.
band camp.
That was actually a chop. Let
Yeah.
me think here. Oh, yeah, she did. She lost like one hand like an hour ago. Yeah, the coordination out there. He should be able to get away from this. But 500,000, 3.6. Boy, then he'd be down to 3.1 and up to 8.2. So, yeah, it's he's
there's an ace 2 pair, any ace 2 pair that's hit that board, he loses to. He loses to 9-8, which certainly could be a possibility in a hand that she would have played exactly the same way pretty much, at least on the turn. So the bet if he's thinking of some of those, then the bet on the river might be confusing. But if he's now thinking, well, geez, a 5 or a 10, and certainly 10-9 would be a hand that she would have played the way she did. So that's definitely an arrangement. But oh, he's going to make a call here for information.
I think he kind of had to.
Yeah, I mean, I get the information call there, especially with the stack sizes the way they are. He can afford it at this point.
All right, well, 9.3 to 3.1.
Yeah,
now,
it's 3-1 right now. So definitely one that he can afford. With the blind still at 50 and 100, it's not horrible. It's not a horrible call to see exactly what she's holding right there.
Yeah, and he hit one of those magical cards that we were
talking about. That would get him to call in that situation.
Yeah, and then a perfect size bet, really. She's probably thinking, could I put a little bit more out there? But no, I think that was about right. Maybe 750. But
I was thinking she should have gone a little bit smaller, but it turns out it was a good amount to make the call with.
Turns out it was fine. So. Yeah. James Larson, my name, alongside Dominic Siebert, Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Before we get off the air, which could be any minute now, you never know.
At this rate, yeah.
Championship Open right around the corner. It's at the Ameristar East Chicago, November 1 through the 13th. All the information, hptpoker.com. And our main event, $2,500. We've also got a Seniors Championship for $500 and the Heads Up event for $500 as well. hptpoker.com. Check it out.
I'm unofficially guaranteeing the $1 million prize pool for the main event.
I've had 7 people asked to get that in writing from you. So
my unofficial guarantee in writing?
So Daniel,
would that no longer make it unofficial though, right?
Well, then it would be official.
Yeah. So that's the point of making it an official guarantee is that you don't have it in writing, and you are not held to any sort of legally binding situation.
So we're hoping to get to some Twitter questions here, but before we do that, want to let everybody know about Razor Clothing. Razor Clothing has a nice modern take on today's poker apparel. All their designs are printed on high-quality material, and if you're into saving money, you can use code HPT at checkout for 10% off your order. Again, HPT, check out Razor Clothing.
I heard they just started offering V-neck T-shirts as well to the regular standard T-shirts.
I sent them an idea for a shirt. It was a white shirt, cut-off sleeves, with a picture of a cat on it, but they haven't gotten back to me.
How would you tie a cat into? Oh, actually, I saw a cat sitting at a table putting on sunglasses.
Oh, there you go.
So that would work for poker.
Yeah.
I was trying to think how you would tie cats into poker. Dogs playing poker has obviously been around for years.
Yeah.
Years and years and years.
All right, well, there you see, 9.1, 3.3. Action continues. 50, 100 with a 50K. Want to remind everybody, this was an $1,100 event.
Right.
So 414 total entries with a total prize pool of $401,580.
And I think that'll be in Daytona the way we'll continue going forward. They dropped it from 1650 the last time we were here last year to 1100, and our attendance jumped up. I want to say almost 50% for the $1,100 event. So more people buying in, more people obviously with repeat buys because 3 buy-ins as opposed to 2 if you're firing multiple bullets for between 1100 and 1650. So I think we're going to keep it 1100 here for the future. Seem to be very popular here with the clientele.
And I think I saw a record, and I won't name any names, but 14 bullets were fired. I
Yeah.
believe 11 on one day.
11 on, I believe it was 1C. Yeah, we won't.
That's okay,
We
though.
won't let
you
that
know
one,
that hey.
slide out. We're going to need you to come in on Saturday.
Yeah, we're going to need you to come. 7 of diamonds.
Okay, so a whole lot of nothing on this hand.
So Daniel can't lose unless he folds his hand here.
Which
He's
he
got the
might
check
because
mark.
he's got queen high
Yeah,
and it
that's
didn't
what's
hit
gonna
anything. And there came the flush and to overguard, so Hindy with the aggression there. Daniel ceded control there with by not following through on his, with the C-bet was kind of delayed there. It was on the turn, and Hindy wasn't buying it.
Okay, we're not seeing anything we didn't see earlier today as
No.
far as what Hindy's doing. She's just worn everybody down, and it's just continuing.
Yeah.
Great play. Great play. The deck's been nice
I mean,
to her.
I talked a lot in Blackhawk a couple of weeks ago about how impressed I was with Wendy Friedman's play at that final table. This was someone who I've dealt to for years and had seen, coming up and gradually improving her game, and then just, really hit kind of the zenith
So happy
that
for
I
her.
had seen. That
So
she,
happy.
she was just absolutely outstanding at that final table a couple of weeks ago, and I have been no less impressed with the way Hindy has played this final table. Just absolutely on top of her game. Did not let any of the some of the more seasoned players who were at this final table intimidate her in any way. Again, this is someone who was making, her first major final table appearance. So she's never been on a televised final table like this. She was questioning, do I need a mic? Why are we on TV? Blah, 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 everything. And she has just come in here and sat down at the table, and whatever nerves she might have inside of her head has not let that shown in any way. She has not been distracted from her mission in any regard. And if, regardless of where she finishes, it's a well-deserved final table. Now, she'll be just disappointed, obviously, at this point in the tournament if she loses this kind of a chip lead heads up and is unable to pull down the title. But, I mean, the last 2 events we've seen, for all those snobby jerkos who say, oh, women can't play poker, just watch the last 2 live streams that we've shown.
Yeah. So
here
we
on
got
the
a winner on our last event, and now a guaranteed second.
A guaranteed second. I mean, and not just though it wasn't just they were a luck box and got hit with the deck and stuff like that. They have just played absolutely phenomenally here these last 2 final tables that we've shown.
And, I can say it now. I was waiting to say it. Hindy told me last night she was a little nervous. I didn't want to bring it up. There was no reason.
Right.
And the reason I'm bringing it up now, forget about how great she's played and what's happened. She has looked calm, cool, and collective from the minute she sat down in that chair. Now, maybe on the inside she was nervous, but listen, I didn't see it. You've been sitting here. We've watched every hand.
Never let them see you sweat.
Never let him. It's like, the duck swimming through the pond. He's got his hands on the water. Can we pot up Mr. Dom Nero's
Absolutely.
microphone? Dom Nero.
You're in a Dominic sandwich here.
Yeah, I got a Dom to my right, a Dom to my left. I got an Italian and a German. I don't know if I really like it, but I'm Italian, so I'm going to move over to this.
Well, I'm Italian, and my last name is German, but
well,
I'm
I've got some
Italian.
Norwegian, obviously, because I'm Larson, so I don't have spaghetti in my name. But Dom Nero, how are you?
Pretty good, James. Hey, Dom.
How you doing, Dom?
Might want to turn him up a little bit. All right, so Daniel here, he's got King 9 of Hearts. Dom, we have just seen this woman, Hindy, just knocking people off left and right.
Oh, yeah, Hindy's great. She's one of our regulars. She's been playing here for years, and she's playing a lot of tournaments now.
Wow, look at this hand, guys. King, Jack, King 9.
Why am I not surprised?
This could be the final hand of the tournament right here. And I don't want anybody to think we're rooting against anybody or rooting for. This has just been almost, it makes you laugh.
It
watch
is.
Because it's like somebody gets a hand, and she's got a better hand. It's just unbelievable.
Every single time. And
Must
even
be the lady tonight.
Yeah, damn right. You sing it, Dom. That's
Here's
what we've
I'm
got.
Gonna do. Right when we're done, after if she wins, win or lose, I'm gonna give her a $20 bill and say, "Give me some scratchers," because she's got the hot touch right now, and you know how we like scratchers. All right, King Jack, King 9.
Both are suited.
They're both suited. What's gonna happen? Let's go to the flop. Okay, 9-6 deuce, couple of diamonds.
And here's the flop you're talking about, how this could be over right now. Daniel flops top pair. Hindy's got second nut flush draw. And if we get, some sort of, I don't know how we can improve this in the tournament. If this wants to get wacky, it can.
Yeah, if this can get wacky. In the booth with Dominic Siebert and Dominic Nero. Here. Dum-de-doo. All right, so the wager, just a mere 250,000.
Yeah.
Does he shove here? He's raising, right, Dom?
I would like to see a call out of him here. Again, when you're down 3-1 in chips, I don't know if top pair second kicker on this board is the one that you want to try and make a move with.
It's going to go up to 750. By the way, Dom, did your staff ID this guy?
Yeah, it was his birthday the day before Scotty's.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, by the way, Scotty does say thanks to all the HPT and good
now
luck
and
to all
all
the
in.
players.
Jeez.
This is where I thought maybe Daniel might. He did a raise.
See, now he's got to factor in pocket pairs because Hindy was the aggressor pre-flop, making the 3-bet. And
Does he call this?
This is why I didn't like the raise there, because what do you do if you get
right? Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Everybody's just been in a pickle today against her.
Yeah.
Everybody's been in a pickle.
And by the way, she's had it She's had it most of the time, but she hasn't always had it when she's done stuff like this. So seeing her do this on a bluff, a semi-bluff, really is not surprising. And finding a call here is going to be very, very difficult for Daniel.
This young man doesn't know what to do, Dominic Nero.
Well, I don't think he bought your book on what to do in this position.
Yeah. Super System 12, what not to do.
Yeah. How to Lose at Poker by James Larson.
Yeah. Well, Dom and I wrote a poker book about that, actually. Not poker, but video poker. There's actually a section in there with the scratchers on it. All right, folks. This is there's no Hollywood going on here. This is.
Oh no, this is legitimate.
This
decision,
legitimate.
obviously.
I'm looking at the cards and I got to think about it.
But here's the part of it is that there was no Hollywooding on Hindy's part at all. She waited about maybe 5-10 seconds before putting him all in for his tournament life. So he's thinking she's very confident in this hand right now, right? She's obviously got me covered, and my tournament life is at stake, and all I've got is a pair of nines here.
Right.
But ace-9 would be in her range in a 3-betting range
Sure,
situation.
absolutely.
Certainly any pocket pairs that she would have that would be better than nines. Certainly pocket deuces or pocket sixes, given her chip lead, would be plausible as well. And oh, by the way, there's all these other straight 7-8 or other straight drawing hands or the flush draw hands that I don't draw well against sitting here with one pair.
Well, we've been here for about 2.5 minutes now.
Yeah.
Wait, did the internet freeze?
No,
Guys, are we
no.
okay?
No,
sorry,
we're still going. I saw his eye.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
now
I
he's
thought
moving
the
there.
internet froze. I wasn't sure there.
Should we order lunch?
Well, I'm kind of hungry. All right,
It
heads
might-
up poker.
Yeah.
I'm worried that he's got a really bad headache. Look at that crowd. Great lighting back there.
Yeah.
Packed house.
I'm not sure if it's her daughter, but that you saw a woman there, second from the left in the front
Well, they
row.
said it was. She said it was sisters, but they're not.
Okay.
But they do look alike.
Yeah.
All right, Dom, this is going on over 3 minutes.
And justifiably so. I mean, you can see it there on the screen. Even if he's ahead, he's thinking, if I'm ahead, is it a coin flip, which it basically is. And is that the situation you want to be in for your tournament life with a discrepancy of what, 35K between first and second place?
So you think he's in the lead, or is he worried? He thinks she has pocket pair?
I think he's worried he's behind because she 3-bet him pre-flop, and there are so many hands that she would have done that with that he is behind by. And if he's behind, what is he drawing to?
He folds.
And he does let it go. Hindy's
Say no to the call.
All right, let's get to some questions here. We don't know how long we're gonna be here. Amy Anderson on Twitter says, "Hey Dom, what's with this Orange County property? Is it the same, and do you have more games up there in Orange County?"
I'm sure.
A very
Well,
good.
Dom, I'll let you
Orange
answer. Orange
City.
City. Sorry.
Orange City,
It's,
not Orange County.
25 miles away. We acquired that. Actually, it took about 7 years to open that
lie
poker
about
room.
it.
Wow,
It's great.
really?
you know, one of my top managers, Richard, who's working here now, is running the room there. Great poker action there. And when I pass it over to him, he could talk more about the action there.
Sounds good. I want to talk about the action here. It's been a great week. You brought Scotty Nguyen in. A lot of players love that. We celebrated his birthday, and last night we went out and shot some games of pool. It sure was fun to have Scotty with us.
Oh, yeah, that Fancy Q sushi place right next door was great.
It was really good. I spent a lot of time over in that area, and yes, we did have a lot of fun. But anyways, Scotty played well. I believe he went out in 17th. So great to have him here. And you got to be Scotty's personal assistant. You drove him all over town.
Yes, he's very interesting. We could talk more about it later on, but, you know, Scotty's a great guy. You know,
He sure is.
He wants to come back here for next year.
Flop here is ace, jack, tray, no clubs there. As you see both players holdings with club, 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 club.
And everybody in the room thinks Hindy's going to hit a 5 either in the turn or river.
Right. Hindy is still stacking chips from the last two pots.
Yes.
Dom, you and I have been doing this for over a decade now. When you're the property in Chicago, East Chicago, and now here. Have you ever seen domination like this in a final table?
Well, you got domination 1 and domination 2.
Yeah. Well
You know
played,
what
sir.
that were. I mean,
Well
I
done.
remember the one event where it lasted, about 45 minutes, and I was like, hey, I'm supposed to get 2 episodes of
Yeah,
this.
I know. I do remember.
And you were going to do a bloopers one, and
Yeah.
I think we got to go in the archives for that.
I also remember the event, Dominic Siebert, where you probably haven't heard this yet, but my bathroom, I plugged up the toilet. I can't believe I'm admitting this, and the water ran outside into the hallway.
Well, yeah, I heard that you were like getting rid of some stuff.
All
some
right,
substances.
come on. Would you?
Hey, you
this
know what?
guy,
Just a little
this
fact.
guy,
Just a little fact.
come on.
The flights were created back in Majestic Star Casino because there was only a 21-table card room. And,
Right, right.
We decided to go to flights.
Right,
You know, because we used to have huge main event players up there.
She's having a hard time. Look, she stacks her chips like a 9-ball pool setup. She's a pool player. We saw her last night at the unofficial birthday party of Scotty Nguyen. Ooh, look at this
Oh,
flop.
wow. Someone besides Hindy hit a flop.
Wow, unbelievable. Jack, Jack, 8. And look at Dan's like, is that
Can
right?
I please?
Yeah, how do I lose this is what he's thinking.
No, he's not thinking, can I lose? Can I please get some chips? That's
You're
all.
right, yeah.
We've got all these red 50K chips in play, and I have 0 of them.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think he has 1 right there, right? That one on top of the blue and
You're
orange combo
right,
stack
yeah.
there. He's got 1, and she's got 40 billion of them.
Okay, well, it looks like Daniel is going to get a few chips on this hand.
All right, so, yeah. Pretty small bet there. That will not help him get more money. Oh, Hindy did catch a
wait.
gut shot, though.
Yeah, gut shot.
Yeah. So now here comes the 10 on the river.
Could you? Do you think it's going to come on? I mean,
I think it's even money right now.
it's got to be even money over at the Pari-Mutuals.
You hit big on the dogs.
I
on the
hit
horses
one
this-
dog.
You
I
hit a
one
dog?
horse.
Oh, okay. So why aren't you
got,
buying me dinner over here?
well,
Hey,
'cause
you
I-
owe me that $20 bet yesterday about that one player, that one ex-employee that was a
Well,
waitress.
I haven't heard yet. I haven't
No,
heard.
I found out. Yeah.
Okay, well, you probably rigged something to this guy here, Dom.
Mm.
I thought about playing, and we'll talk about that later. All right, so it was checked right by
450,000. 450.
450,000 is the bet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that check on the flop was correct. I think there was a bet there. I think it was a 200K bet on the by Daniel on the flop.
So 450 to make the call here. Now, is this the one hand? Oh, wow, she gets rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay, got to give credit where credit is due. She just hasn't walked in any of these landmines,
Yeah.
and has just played a consistent game. Dom, real quick, what's going on here at your property? I know you guys are doing new things. We had the football yesterday with the pick'ems and the wings and everything, and watching the dogs. What's new here at the property, the Daytona Beach Racing and Kart Club?
Cornhole. No. You know what? We've been doing more tournaments. Our GAPT, Great American Poker Tour. You know, you can come here weekly and play. We have some good guarantees for next year. The poker action here is still good.
Yeah.
Our high-end promotions are awesome.
Yeah.
You know, where can you go play like 400 every 20 minutes,
That's
or
great.
on Saturdays 100 every 20 minutes, high ends.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And you live down here in Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm envious. You're from the Chicagoland area. Go Bears. I mean, they're having a better year. But in December and January, you got a Mustang convertible. You couldn't have that in Chicago.
Well, I park in back of my surf shop, you know, because I'm doing some surf lessons out there.
Oh,
so
and I
get
didn't
out
know you
there.
were doing that.
Well, yeah, you know, and if you believe that, then I got some swampland down here also
Yeah,
to sell you.
exactly. Great sushi place up the road, though.
It is
I mean,
great.
just
That is great.
fantastic, yeah.
there's some good places. It's not like the Chicago beefs, man. And,
I know.
And our Chicago pizza.
Although that Marco's we had, you got us here for yesterday, that was some good stuff.
They give him a few bonus points when he orders that many pizzas.
Oh, okay.
Pretty
Well,
happy.
I want to just shout out to the HPT traveling dealers and Dom. You came down here.
Yeah.
We have a big staff, but we just want we wanted to just make sure that our dealers they like dealing the tournaments, but with 2 properties, there's a lot of dealers that we thought were needed, and hopefully next year, we can move this up to about 500 players.
Sure. I think the moving the buy-in down, we talked about it a minute ago, from to 1,100 was a big help.
Right,
I
and
like
then we
that.
can capitalize. Plus, we probably could do a flight early in the middle of the week in Orange City.
All right, Daniel flopped 3 of a kind here. So, and
You can certainly understand, obviously, Hindy raising pre-flop here, and Daniel calling with the suited connectors, and then he smashes his flop. So
just smashes the 3 of a kind.
So,
Hindy bets on
he
125.
checks, and Hindy continues as you would logically expect
Now,
with a paired board.
well, she's gonna snap this.
Well, it was a small raise. It was barely over minimum.
Okay, I thought
from
it was up to a
125
half.
to
Okay.
300.
It was just the 300. I thought it was the half a
Yeah,
million.
so that was good value there by Daniel.
Yeah, because he's starting to find out. She plays great defense. Okay, he's finding that out. He's thinking, oh, if I bet here, she's going to fold, so I got to make a smaller bet than what I have been doing. He's starting to figure out his opponent. Maybe too little, too late. We'll find out. 9.9 to 1.4. Odds are he's going to be bringing some chips to his stack after this hand. He's got the check mark, as you see. Can't lose unless he folds the hand.
Yeah, and I would imagine he's not going to fold the hand anytime soon. The only way he'd fold maybe is if a king came on the river. Yeah, 400,000 is a good size. As you said, it made a little bit of adjustment. He was betting a little bit higher with the sizing earlier on, and that might get Hindy to call with the ace high.
Look at the pot swelling up there on the right-hand side of your screen to 2 million almost. This is a big hand right here, folks. It's a big hand. This is what's going to turn your 18 holes into 9 holes. Right
Possibly.
here. All right, river card, just a meaningless tray of clubs. So, well, you see the winner there. The best hand is 3 sevens.
It has been since the flop, so I don't think Daniel will be able to get any more.
I don't either.
Money out of Hindy here, obviously, with just the ace high at this point.
Now, can he maybe do an all-in to make it look like an overbet? Just all in?
Well, I don't think, given his stack
not gonna-
size, I don't think so. I think with only $1 million left, it's not going to, So,
First act, and he's all in. Daniel's all in over to Hindy.
Oh, boy.
now the thing is, if Hindy was not believing his story, if she was saying, okay,
Right.
he missed this flop, and I'm not putting him on a 7 or a king, then how does this bet change that story?
Oh, she tries to
Wow,
make
she
a
did
hero
make the
call. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, she didn't believe him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Trying to be the hero.
Well, if you didn't believe that she hit that you hit the 7 king or 7,
Well, how about the king?
then well, I'm saying if you're thinking he didn't hit that flop, either the 7 or the king, and that's your read, and you stay true to your read, and you think the 6 or 3 didn't affect it, then you've got second nuts, no pair. You're sitting there with the ace jack. The only thing that beats you is ace queen. If he didn't hit that board, I've got this hand. It is a little bit of a hero call, but I think she stayed true to her read there. Obviously, the read was wrong, and results oriented would say it was a bad play. But there is logic to calling that all the way down, especially given he obviously got the max value in the hand. You put in 300K, you put in 400K. Now the pot's up to 1.9. You've only got $1 million behind, so you're only betting half the pot on the end.
Right,
So
right, yeah. By the way,
Daniel played that really, really well.
When you say second nuts, no pair, it always makes me scratch my head a little.
Uh-huh.
All right, Don Nero, heads up. We got down there fast. You've got a vote coming up on amendment
2 big
number
votes,
13.
actually.
Yeah, 2 big votes actually. But start with the vote that you're wearing the button on here, because some folks here in Florida are trying to get rid of the Greyhound racing.
Yes, there's 19 Greyhound racing tracks left in the United States. 12 of them are in Florida. And we own a couple in West Virginia, but we have our, Daytona track here. So they put on the Amendment 13 to abolish Greyhounds in May of 2020, and they need 60% of the vote. So our main concern is the jobs, that all our employees will lose, and not only with us, but throughout the state because you have 12 tracks. So, we treat the dogs great. These dogs are well kept. I'm sure your crew went to the compound.
Sure
we gave
did.
you a tour.
Corey, yeah, he
right.
got a tour, and Corey actually took some pictures and
so
did some
we
volunteering.
encourage people to we tell people please vote no on 13. There's another amendment out there in relation to gambling in the state of Florida, and then we want you to take a look at that too. And I would say hey, just vote no. 13 and
Yeah, you have to
your
be a Florida
choice,
State
but
resident. So Dominic Seibert, make sure you get out there.
Oh yeah, I got to vote.
yeah, Dom's up in Jacksonville. You're from Jacksonville.
Yeah,
right?
I'm in
So-
Jacksonville. Yeah, so I'm actually headed on.
So everybody out there, call your family and
Yeah.
friends, and if anybody in the witness protection around here hears me, just go ahead and vote no anyways. So I'm going to hand this over to Richard, and then you can ask him some questions on our city.
right,
It's great once again, guys, and you guys coming down here. This
Thanks
is
for having
number
us, Dom.
11 here, and number
Yeah.
21 that I've done.
Hey, can we go get a drink tonight, Dom? Can we get a drink after this?
Sure.
Yeah, when I'm done working out.
When you're done surfing.
Yeah, done surfing. All right, we got a new dealer. We got a new deck of faded spade. Whoa! Yeah, that was a literal mic drop here. Let's get Richard in here. Richard, how are you, my friend?
Doing good, doing good.
Good. Welcome to the set here of the HPT. I don't know why they don't have a camera back here. It's like each week we seem to be losing one more piece of gear. Yeah, I mean, where's the camera when we need it? But, Richard, you're running this new property, Orange City. Talk about the action that's going on up at that property and where it's located in relation to some of the bigger cities like, say, Orlando and Daytona Beach.
Well, we're about 30, 20 minutes, depends on the traffic outside of Orlando. Our room's becoming pretty known for the PLO games.
Oh, sure.
Our Omaha games are big. Basically some of the biggest games in Florida now.
People, they love the Omaha. I've been seeing it. My home games back home, the Big O's gotten big. You start giving people more cards, more options, more action, more outs.
More outs you can miss.
Especially for sickos
That's
like
all
us.
it is,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's all it
Yeah.
is. It just makes us want to play. All right, Hindy now with a hand, Queen Jack. So now she's just got to regroup, Dom.
Yeah.
After that last hand.
Well, basically, this is reset the final table, back almost back to where we started, almost the exact chip numbers.
Right.
in
Yeah.
fact.
Yeah. Just lost that little bit of ground.
Yeah.
That she got back.
So yeah, I mean, she's still in the top dog position, as it were, pun not intended. And then, yeah, just you lose one big hand and you're still in the lead. Just regroup and get back to where you were. Yeah, the Omaha games obviously growing in poker for the last decade or so. We've added PLO events on the HPT as well. Yeah, and I heard that about the Orlando folks coming down to that Orange City property and playing all the big PLO games.
Yeah. All right, so the flop, couple of nines and an ace. Daniel's going to check over to Hindy. Let's go to that turn card now. It's the 5 of hearts. So
Daniel some more outs there.
Yeah, it sure does. You see he's got 13 now. Looking for an 8, a 7.
And he's
6 or
got
5.
control here now. So do you make the lead on the semi bluff? Looks like he's going to.
And now you've seen, just like in poker, we talked about the waves, momentum changing a little bit now. Daniel winning another pot here,
Yep.
785,000.
Now you said Rich that Hindy plays most of the time at your room as opposed to this one here.
Hindy's a regular in the Orange City. Her, Tony, are regulars in Orange City pretty weekly.
So do you guys run satellite qualifiers for this event in Orange City?
Yeah, we ran 11 qualifiers.
Okay.
Oh, good.
This
good,
year.
good.
I think next year we're going to try to run actually a flight over there.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. They're talking about sort of combining the two properties in some sort of way.
Well, what a great idea.
Yeah.
Just a great idea. That's fantastic. I was meaning to get up there. Still might tonight if I get a chance. But, yeah, I heard a lot of great things about the property.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the room's nice. It's no movie theater.
Oh, really?
It's lit up. It's a big thing.
I had you beat. Correct.
All right, well, let's look at the chip counts here. It's still 61-39,
Yeah.
7.4 to 4.7. So, Hindy just really, I mean, how many times can you say, you get the heads up and you say, well, I've really only made one bad
pretty
decision.
bad.
Not a bad decision.
Yeah.
Just decided to call there with the ace high. And everything else she was doing was right. It just didn't work out that time. And we talked about that hand. We'll move on from that hand, but she still has 61% of the chips here and almost a 2-to-1. So yeah, still in control. but she's very close to taking down her first championship.
But that's also, I mean, that's got to give Daniel a little bit of confidence too. I mean, he's watched this woman, you know, just absolutely steamroll the table all the way to heads up, and then even take a 3-1 chip lead against him.
Right.
As they go mano a mano here, and you finally see that crack in the armor, as it were.
Right.
You know, it says, okay, so now can I build some momentum here and catch my own wave, as it were, as you use that as that terminology throughout the course of the broadcast here today. Can I start something up here, and can I perhaps move into a chip lead and get into a position where I might be able to do a few more things, like make a big call like that, even though it didn't work out for Hindy in that case.
So, Richard, we were pretty happy, though, with the prize pool, $401,580, and total player entries were 414. So I'd say we all were pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it's a great turnout. I mean, the events ran great, smooth. I mean, like I said, kudos to the crew. I mean, y'all make it run flawlessly.
Well, we've been doing it now for 11 years. So, you know, as far as this property, working with Dom, it's been, has it been 11 and 8 now?
Yeah, I think it's been 11, he said, yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite a few. And, wow, okay,
Well,
we have a hand
so
here,
much for
folks.
that momentum that I was just talking about a
Yes,
moment ago.
yes.
Is ace-8 slams into ace-jack.
So Daniel raises to 240. We're going to see some fireworks here. I'm not sure to what extent. But it might be like the 3rd of July, you know. We let the kids light off the worms and the sparklers and some of the bottle rockets.
It's about 550 there on the re-raise, I think, if I saw that right.
Remember, we have 50K chips.
Yes, at 570.
You were close,
Yeah,
570.
Yeah.
Okay, so now does he repop here?
I don't think so. Not with
But I think he will.
a big of a gap in that. Oh, you think he's going to get froggy here? Okay.
I think he gets froggy here, yeah, with the ace-8.
Right.
Look, you can just see it in his eyes. You can see it. Yeah, you can see it in the eyes. Yeah, it's just a matter of how much. Just like I said, he's going to fold.
That's not what I thought he'd do.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thought he was going to fold.
Yeah.
Well, Superman.
That's surprising.
Christopher Reed over there with the X-rays. All right, folks. Action continues. By the way, if you're just joining us, Heads Up Poker, second place money $56,527. First place $91,557 plus a $3,500 championship package. Those cards you see, those are Faded Spades. If you look down, I love that spade on the backdrop. And Faded Spade, they're a partner of ours now. They're the new face of cards at today's final table. Faded Spade is the evolution of the playing card for today's poker players around the world. Now, if you want them for your home game, just head on over to fadedspade.com. Be sure to use code HPT at checkout. 20% off your order. That's right, 20%. I upped it.
Did you say 20%?
I said, well, it was 10 on the copy, and I said, no, 20%. Tom, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just check out fadedspade.com. Okay, so before we see the flop here, if we do, these are those hands where when you're running good, ace-9 in the lead, but somebody like Hindy's got this 8-6, this suited gapper like this. It's just, those are the kind of fun hands to play.
Right,
you know,
right.
it's almost like the ultimate Texas Hold'em. You almost want a hand like that over pocket kings just because, you know, especially heads up, you know.
We did just raise the blinds, I should mention before this hand, 60 and 120 right now. So Hindy had to increase her raise there. That was what that delay was. She had to make it a full 240. She hadn't put out enough chips to do that. So.
Daniel improved his hand from last ace-8 now to ace-9.
Yes.
Going up one card at a time, one faded spade at a time, or should I say faded club. So, yeah, I expected this. And
re-raise?
Re-raise up to 7. I couldn't hear 7 something.
720. So a 3x 3-bet. And Hindy says, I am not playing 8-6 for that price.
Not for that price. Fun to play that hand. But so, Richard, are you a poker player yourself?
Yeah, I play a little. Don't get much time as I used to, but definitely love playing it.
Yeah. You know, all of us that work in this field in, you know, one way, shape, or form or the other, you know, still like to play the game. Our crew, actually, these guys have a game up in the hotel room, and they don't allow us to play. They don't allow any of the other guys to play. It's just the crew guys, and they always have a lot of fun. There's a lot of I see your 200, I see that 200, and I'm going to put a little more in there too. So there. Yeah. And trust me, it drives you crazy if you're a tournament director or just a field producer watching these guys play because they're burning and sometimes turning, sometimes one at a time. I mean, it's pretty fun. It's like playing cards at your grandmother's house on Thanksgiving Day, which I can't stand to do that either. When we get the pennies out.
I see you're 200 and I raise you 50.
Grandma's
What?
drunk.
Yeah, grandma's drunk, exactly. And it's always just kind of, and you're just like, God, can somebody please end the madness? You're just trying to dump chips so you can get out of the stupid tournament. And you know, the levels are like 2-hour levels.
Right.
No one knows what they're doing. And you play all night.
Alan Kessler thinks the levels are too slow.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, I try not to play, though. I say, can I just be the all-time dealer, please? So somebody that just knows a little bit about this game to have some integrity here at Grandma's house on Thanksgiving. All right, so Daniel with Jack 5 going up against Queen 9.
Did I just see a limp? Did we have a limp for the first time here?
And Daniel, he senses something. He says, well.
It's 180. Yeah.
There was if you heard Jeremy talking, they thought it was 130. She put out 180. What are the
If
blinds
you put
right
out,
now?
if you put out 180, that's going to be a raise.
Are we playing 61?
Yeah, it just into 6120. So if
Daniel's like, yeah, this is just getting weird. Let's get out of here.
yeah.
Let's go.
I've got Jack 5 anyway. Let's move on to the next one.
All right, so if you heard me talking about Hindy before, just a couple more copy points. She likes to skateboard, and she says she has lots of tattoos. She loves music and books and meeting new people. Oh, it's just like it's like a profile here. But yeah, she just got into poker.
What, do you want Tinder, or what are you talking about?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not. So moved to Orlando to go to UCF in 1993. Lived there ever since. Bachelor degree in psychology, master's degree in behavior analysis. All right, add back to the action. I don't know much about the 23-year-old Daniel, but when I was 23, if you were to hand me either 56,000 or 91,000,
when you were 24, you would have not had 56,000 or 91,000,
yeah,
basically.
Exactly. Or you'd be giving my eulogy, Dom Siebert. So, all right. So a couple of interesting hands here: a baby pair for Hindy and a suited king for Daniel. Both very playable. Heads up. You see the percentages: 51-49. So it all comes down to these first three cards, Richard. And right in the window, you saw the 7, ace, 7, deuce, couple of clubs.
I would expect Hindy to continue and Daniel to call.
Daniel
Based
gets
on what
the
we've
best
seen
of it.
from them so far. Small bet from Hindy there, just 150K.
150,000. Just going to make the call here.
Go. I called one right today. There we go.
All right, turn card, 6 of hearts. So Daniel's still in the lead here with his 7s.
Now, Hindy's thinking if Daniel had an ace, he probably would have raised that flop. So he doesn't have an ace. So my 3 still might be okay because sitting there with a deuce, a 6, or a 7 might not be likely. Daniel doesn't know that he's 95% right now, obviously.
I think whether you see the cards or not, you probably just want him to call here to try to get even more chips out from his opponent on the river.
Of course, Daniel's only concern is, does she have an ace?
And a fold.
And he apparently thinks she
fold.
does.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So Hindy again, she may have the worst hand, but she still gets the better of it.
8 million to 4.2. I'm James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert. We got Richard in from the Orange City property. Richard, what's the best part about living in the great state of Florida? I live in Iowa where
it's cold.
It's cold and
full
we'll just
of
stop there.
farms.
We'll stop there. But what's the best part of living in Florida?
The scenery.
Yeah. Yeah.
The scenery, whether you're on the beach or just riding around, it's just beautiful down here.
It sure is. It sure
There
is.
is, I can confirm there is some good scenery on the beach.
Very nice.
Yeah, you're right about that. We're actually going down there to Oceanside later tonight to enjoy some things. All right, so a king and an ace here. Heads up can spell trouble for somebody, but Indy here, 60,000 to make the call. Still stacking her chips from. And looks like she's going to put a raise out there.
We haven't had any limping yet here as we've been heads up. Everybody's been
Well, you're never supposed to.
making sure. Well, we've seen that at some final tables that
I
we've
know,
had.
I know. Not supposed to see it ever when you're on that button. Get it in there. King 7 for Daniel.
And a big raise compared to what we've been seeing. Made it a full 300K.
Well, did you see she kind of was just grabbing her chips
Yeah.
that she was stacking and just kind of put them in the middle,
Yeah.
kind of a nonchalant. Here you go, raise this amount.
Well, she's been nonchalant this entire time. I mean, the only decision that she even really struggled with, I think, for even more than 10 seconds was that call a couple of hands ago with the ace high. And and she was unfortunately wrong that time for her, because that could have meant the end of the tournament had she been correct, but she was not, and we're still here.
Well, down here in Florida, it's been sunny every day we've been here, and you need to wear some shades when you're out here. You might as well check out Spades Sunshades. Head on over to spadessunshades.com. Take a look at all the different color and style options that Spades has to offer. Now, use that code HPT at the checkout. We'll give you free shipping. Just check out spadessunshades.com.
It was cloudy one day. You weren't here.
No, I wasn't here.
It was one day. I think it was, what was it? It was Tuesday.
Yeah, I wasn't here that day.
It was cloudy.
Sunny where I was. All right, so Hindy now with a pocket pair. Yeah, I used to call it the Sammy Hagar, but the album came out 25 years ago. The kids don't know who Sammy Hagar is. He's 75 years old. So no more Sammy Hagar. It used to be the speed limit back when we were kids. It's now you can go 75 everywhere. So Sammy, I'm sorry, man. I work at a classic rock station. As much as it hurts me to drop it, and 9 to 5. No kid. If I told this kid, have you ever seen Dolly Parton in 9 to 5, he'd laugh at me.
It is disturbing to me what's popping up on the classic rock stations these days.
I know, right?
I'm not happy with hearing Bon Jovi on classic rock.
Well, we're at the age where we're
not
finally
happy about hearing, and I wasn't even a fan of theirs, but hearing Nirvana on classic rock, I'm not happy about that.
Well, and if you want to get into that discussion, to me, classic rock is not a year. There's no such thing as a year for classic rock. I believe classic rock is a genre, meaning classic rock to me is Boston, Led Zeppelin, Kiss, AC/DC, old stuff. Now, to add Metallica to classic rock, even though they came out in 82, 83, I don't believe so. I don't think Metallica and Nirvana certainly shouldn't be played on a classic rock radio station. Stone Temple Pilots shouldn't be played on a classic rock station. But now, however, I like those bands, guys. The Crew's chiming in. But what happens in about 5-6 years from now? Because our classic rock is going to be oldies. Now, you think you feel old now. We're turning into the oldies station.
Wait till the White Stripes become classic rock, right?
Well, right, and I think we're just gonna have to call it something different.
Right.
Because to me, classic rock is Boston, is Led Zeppelin, is Kiss, Aerosmith. We all, Guns N' maybe.
Guns N' Roses is actually borderline if you're talking about that.
Absolutely, they're borderline. Classic rock was a sound. The Doobie Brothers, Cream, Jimi Hendrix. That's classic rock. And at my station, I go back and forth with our program director, and we don't argue about it because it's like, God, do we play a couple of STP songs? Well, that means we got to play Pearl Jam. Now, Pearl Jam was an alternative rock band, when alternative first came out. Now alternative is just a band you haven't heard of, but it's interesting. Alice in Chains, another band like that. So anyway, you didn't come here to hptpoker.com to listen to us talk about music. You came to watch Heads Up Poker. Daniel with a big hand.
Daniel with a hand.
Daniel's got a hand.
Hindy does not have a hand when Daniel has a hand. Sadly, it's probably not going to get him any money. She's probably gonna, no, she is going to see it flop.
Oh, yeah, she's got a king. And,
Daniel only raised to 240.
Yeah,
right, that's been consistent, basically. There hasn't been any variation, really, on the heads-up play. It's pretty much been min raises pre-flop. Just almost like a third blind that you're putting out there between two people. Is she getting more chips? Misstep?
She's got kind of an interesting way she handles her chips. You notice it's a little all over the place, if you will.
Well, this is going to cost her an extra $285,000. I think that we're going to get a 4-bet out of Daniel here.
Yeah, pretty sure 4-bet coming right here.
And that'll lead to Hindy folding.
Wow, great folks here on the side of the screen here. Checking
out the chat.
Major Stains, Queen of Hearts 79, Armen Jura. It's all good stuff. I think we froze again.
No. The longer Daniel's thought, the more he's put chips in the pot.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, we're going to say goodbye to Richard, everybody. Hey, man, it was great having you. Always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
Thanks for coming out, Rich. Appreciate it.
All right, have yourself a great day. He'll probably be back later if this thing goes any longer, but right now.
1.2 million?
Yeah, 1.2 million.
There's the 4-bet.
Now we get Hindy's cards into muck, and we'll deal the next time.
Now, we talked about things that Daniel might have picked up on here. I think that Hindy will, if she is studying her behavioral analyst work, will have picked up on this fact here, that the more Daniel has thought during the course of this heads-up battle, the more chips he's put into the pot. So, so that'll be something to keep track of here as heads-up play continues
from Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Still, we're back again. We're back about where we started. The heads-up battle. It was, 7-9 to 4-4, and we're roughly around that same area right now.
This is going to be comical when we get down to heads up in a record amount of time, and we're here till 4 in the morning playing heads up poker.
Well, we only have 103 big blinds in play right now, so again, I can't imagine. And again, we go into 30-minute blinds when it's 30-minute levels when it's heads up. So, yeah, if the tournament
actually ends out.
Yeah, this is
the crew's pointing at me, going, "I heard that, James. Don't say that. Don't say that."
Yeah, no, your dinner reservation is safe at the steakhouse.
All right, a couple of fun hands to play here. We got 7-6 and 8-6. Hindy with the best of it right now, but we go to the flop. Comes out ace, king, tray. Nothing fun there for those two hands.
Hindy has been c-betting virtually all the time, so this is not surprising. For someone who is concerned about the bright lights,
yeah,
Hindy has not shown any ill effects from them.
Maybe it was all. Maybe she just has a. You know,
she was sandbagging you.
I think so. All the way down to the commentator, she's sandbagging. She's walking away just laughing, like, "Oh yeah, I had this in the bag all along." But I'll tell you this: when we talked to her last night, she was very confident. And again, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I'll bring it up now. She even said, well, I don't know if I can make when I win the championship package. I'm not sure I'll be able to go. And that's good to have that. Oh boy, this is going to be the hand of the tournament.
But they both have the same hand.
I know. Well, it could be. It could run out hearts, or it could run out.
Now, where this could be interesting is pre-flop, because there's going to be the natural raise. Is Hindy going to 3-bet? Is there going to be a 4-bet? What's going to happen here?
Yeah, these hands can be a lot of fun to watch, and if one person.
That's a lot of chips. It's definitely a re-raise.
Kind of like that she's kept the ball cap down. I like to play the same way. I don't like sunglasses, but if I do, they're going to be these right here, are spades, sunshades. But you can kind of just pull that hat down and hide, but not hide, because you're there, but you're not there.
Up to 5 1/4 here. Now does Daniel 4-bet? And if he does,
I think he does.
Does Hindy do something?
He doesn't fold. I'll bet you a lunch down at the checkers.
You think he calls at least?
I think he raises. I think he blinks 17 times. Okay. He looks over to the dealer.
Now, he did just 4-bet in this situation 2 hands ago and
I could
got
be
a
wrong.
fold.
I could be wrong. It could be 18 blinks, but I was right on the raise. Now, she made...
Now, she folded the 4-bet last time, but here, what does she do? Because she has a hand this time. She doesn't have...
All in. Okay. What did he say?
Something seemed a bit different about
He folded. See what I said?
And she shows her
shows.
hand.
Listen. Let's listen in.
Same hand.
Let's listen.
Did you have a better hand than that?
I have the same hand.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
Now, that's poker, baby. That one's going to make the TV show, I hope. The producers love that stuff. 76% to 24. You can see it on the screen. 9.3.
Now we're back to where we were at the low point here for Daniel, where it was 3-1, and he hit that big hand where he had doubled up with the 3 7s.
Well, you're really good at recapping, man. You got like that trap up
That's
there.
how you're a good broadcaster when you do these play-by-play things. You got to remember.
Absolutely.
When you're broadcasting the 4th quarter, you got to remember that play from the 1st quarter that was important.
You do. You're right. Plus, we have people coming in and out. Yeah. It's a new stream to some people, and you are watching exclusive coverage of the HPT from the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. James Larson, my name. Dominic Siebert, our entire crew.
And we're 5-bet jamming with ace-10 offsuit.
Yes.
We're playing some poker here in Daytona.
Do it. We're getting our second win, folks. Hindy's going to take that one. So the wave is kind of coming to the other side of the table.
Yeah. We had it's been kind of, it hasn't been so much of a back and forth real quick, but it's been more of an extended pendulum swing in each direction at this point here. We had Hindy start out with the lead. We had her extend the lead. We had Daniel come back and kind of bring it back to where we started from, and now Hindy swung back into the position she was in about 25, 30 minutes ago. But the difference, obviously, here is when you do that, when you have those swings back and forth, is that the blinds will be going up here.
Right, yeah.
8160 here in about 10 minutes or so. And the number of big blinds are going to drop from about 103 to somewhere in the 80s. And that's going to exacerbate the play a little bit further.
Look at these two are talking. They're having a little fun now. Hindy, by the way, wanted to give a shout out to her mother who passed away, Esther. And October, of course, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. She died of breast cancer at the age of 47. So Esther, be proud of your daughter today and every day because good stuff here. All right, ace queen, 5-4. Let's go to the flop. And the flop is Jack 10-9.
Daniel's not going to be able to make any inroads here. A simple continuation bet should end this hand.
Daniel in the lead with his ace queen. The Jack 10 didn't hurt. And yeah, Hindy with a hand like this, not going to lose a whole lot of chips.
275,000.
That might be enough right there.
I'm surprised Hindy hasn't folded already.
Well,
she wants to finish stacking
chips.
chips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's a fold. That is a fold.
There you go. I just said we were about to go up in blinds, and now there we are, 80 and 160 right now. And that will move us down. We're at 78 big blinds left on the table. So I think this is going to be the level, James. I think this is going to be the level where we end this tournament.
All right, and in honor of National Cat Day,
yeah, I did get the kitty picture. The crew's sending cat pictures to everybody via the text messages now. So there's Doug Statham running the jib out there. I went up there and told him what a great job he's been doing all day long. All our crew bringing us the sights and sounds here from Daytona Beach, one of my favorite places in the country.
And here is the Loch Ness Monster going to be the standard raise now, the Tree Fitty.
Whoa there, director. We got a part-time, a new director in there. Sorry. Rookie camera guy, that's what it is, yeah. Or camera gal. All right, 9.4 to 2.8. This thing is far from over, though. One double up for Daniel.
Double up gets him back in it, but yeah, he's going to need one pretty soon. He can't be hovering around the 20 big blind, 15 to 20 big blind area for too much longer.
A little bit of fatigue maybe from these players. Just, it's tough going back. I went for a jog this morning, speaking of that.
Oh.
I jogged down to International Speedway here, checked out the track, and it's always something I enjoy doing when I'm out here. We always stay at a really nice property. We're staying at the Quality Inn down the street. And nice weather the whole week for us here. And great to be back. Got to see a lot of great friends. All right, so 10 deuce. Doyle's favorite for Hindy. Daniel was 6-5. Oh, wow.
Yeah, just a limp this time, which again, the first limp here heads up, and with the smaller big blinds now on the table, only, like I said, only 78 on the table.
They're all spades. Every one of them there. Faded spades. Want to thank them for providing the cards for today's final table.
Daniel going to take a stab.
Daniel's got that 200,000. Action's back to Hindy.
And Hindy with the best of it here.
200,000. And the call. Let's see the turn.
All right, let's go to that turn card. Turn card is
what's a bad card for Daniel?
Interesting.
I mean,
here,
if you think that Hindy's just calling you with squadouche, he did flop middle pair, and now Daniel hits his hand.
Daniel checks both players check.
Smart check behind there.
All right, let's go to that river card now, and it's the 7 of hearts. You see Hindy's got the check mark. She cannot lose unless she folds.
I think any bet will take this pot down at this point.
Well, there's the bet, but Daniel's going to at least think about it. It's only 250,000. He will think about it before.
Yeah, everything beats him now. So.
Yeah, every card beats him.
I mean.
All right, another pot for Hindy. We've been saying that a lot today. Give a shout out to all of our friends watching us here on Twitch. And by the way, today I'm thankful for a solid internet stream. And
yes, the Wi-Fi at this property throughout the course of the entire tournament series has been nothing short of tremendous. I have not had a single problem the entire time, and our stream here has been devoid of problems. Your Wi-Fi here has been fantastic. So
you talk about things that properties do right. We've had our struggles sometimes at various places.
Yeah.
But it's been outstanding here at Daytona Beach Racing Car
And
Club
great
with that
food, too. We've had some great meals here. They've really taken good care of us.
I had the steak sandwich at the restaurant. Oh, not the steak, the what the hell was it? The sirloin dinner. Fantastic.
All right, Hindy going to raise it up here. And it looks like Daniel, quick fold.
Yeah.
Quick fold with the 8 tray, goes into the muck. Save that for a blackjack hand a little later today. All right, Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club is where we're broadcasting from. Let's talk about our championship series. Are you heading straight there from here to East Chicago?
No, I'm actually missing out on East Chicago.
Oh,
this
what's
time,
going on?
Unfortunately, yeah.
What's going on? Is this a girlfriend thing?
I actually am. I'm going to be going to my visit my girlfriend in Las Vegas instead.
Wow, you're going to miss the championship open?
Mm-hmm.
Can we cut this microphone off, Zach? Cut his microphone off. Tired of this.
I still want everybody to come. Okay, everybody come to the HPT, support the HPT, even though I'm not going to be there. I know you'll miss me terribly.
Well, you're there more than any of us. Hey, Goose, why don't you get on the feed here? I want to talk to one of our crew members. Oh, he's good. Okay, all right. No, he's not going to talk to us today. 10-9, going up against 9-6. That championship event, by the way, Ameristar East Chicago.
Just because I'm not going to be there, doesn't mean I'm still committed to my unofficial guarantee of $1 million in prize pool for the main event.
Giving you a hard time, Dom. You spend typically 2 weeks at all our properties when we're doing these main events.
Right.
The crew and I, we fly in on the weekends. We're weekend warriors, but you're here for the whole thing. And this championship event will be at Ameristar East Chicago November 1st through the 13th. Now, the best way, obviously, is to fly into Midway or O'Hare. Flight's very affordable flying into Chicago, and then what is it, about a 35-minute drive from
A little bit longer than that. You can never trust Chicago traffic.
Well, it's about 30.
It might be 30 miles, but you rarely get there in 30 minutes. I can vouch for that.
We're anticipating that prize pool of over $1 million. And a lot of people excited for the $500 heads-up event, the $500 Seniors Championship. That's a 7-game mix and a whole lot more, and you can get in for absolutely zero because we will be running some free rolls. If you get into that free roll qualifier, you essentially win a satellite seat is what that is. So friend of mine, co-host of the show, Ken and James, got into the free roll and then got into a satellite and parlayed that satellite into the main event final table seat. Okay. I think the players are having fun. Look at they got the cash out there, the watches out there. Dealers.
Well, there's no reason for either of these players, as we said, not to be having fun. Obviously, Hindy, with the way that that fates have been kind to her so far, she's having a great time.
Right.
But as we also said, Daniel Silva came into this final table 6th in chips. He had 16 big blinds to start. He was thinking, boy, I hope I can survive, maybe ladder up a little bit. And then he watched Hindy roll over the table for the first couple hours, and then he watched when they got down to about 4 or 5 handed. He was able to get some pots, and able to knock a couple people out. And so now he finds himself in a position where he was, he had less than 1 million chips. I mean, it's not often when you get to a televised final table, you have less than 1 million in chips, and then all of a sudden you find yourself guaranteed, $50,000.
Exactly. I mean, you figure he finishes 8th or 7th with those chips, 10 or 12,000. Now he's guaranteed 56.
Yeah.
So he gave himself just a huge bump there in what he's taking home. And he catches a 4 here on the flop.
Catches middle pair, and Hindy's got the cheerleader hand right now, 2, 4, 6, 8.
Who do we appreciate? I get it now. All right, another spade there on the turn.
Even better news for Daniel is he has the pair and a spade, although it's a very low one, and Hindy has absolutely nothing. But here she goes again.
Yeah, she's going to lose about 400,000 here, but
here she goes again. She triple barrel bluffed once earlier on, much earlier on, with a much fuller table. It was a key pot for her as she built her stack. And now Daniel's saying, yeah, my spade kind of stinks. My pair kind of stinks.
Well, right, that's just it.
She's sitting there with a king.
Yeah, my pair sucks. My spade draw is even worse. So, but you are heads up.
I like the bet size there from Hindy of 450. Is about half the pot.
We're frozen again. Guys, we're frozen on the feed. The feed. Oh, he blinked. I think
they're going to throw something at you here in a minute if you do that again. Unlike other properties, the location they have is all in the same room here, so they're within striking distance of you. He hasn't had very many folds when he's thought this long.
He'll usually be putting in a raise, in fact. It would be a bold one with a 4. And he does let it go. So Hindy again fires 2 barrels and hits the right spots.
Yeah, you're right
and
about that.
her opponent falls by the wayside.
All right, we're about 10-2 here is what it looks like. 83% of the chips. Now Daniel down to 12 big blinds. We're playing 8160 with an 80K. So chips can go kind of fast at this,
Yes,
at this level, my
yes.
friend.
Daniel is going to be getting all of the chips in the middle within the next 10 to 20 minutes for sure.
Yeah, because that's 240. Yeah, it doesn't take long to get up to 2 million chips. So Daniel here with Jack 4. He's
Look
got the
at
best of
that,
it right
all
now.
those chippies. And he actually laid one down right there. I think she knows now she's poised for a knockout blow. She recognizes the situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's like, okay, let me get one hand here, take this down, take this out, and head over to the steakhouse.
Yeah, head on over, get paid, and go to the steakhouse. You're exactly right, my friend. 2.1 million, 10 million.
Because I mean, now if you make a careless error, obviously you're back to where we started from. We're back to 8 million against 4 million, and now we're going to be playing a lot longer, and it opens the door for him to maybe hit a couple of hands. This could be it, though. You got a king, you got an ace. Do we get the pre-flop shove here from Daniel?
All in.
Hindy does have a king, but she's going to fold.
Okay. Yeah. If that 9 is a diamond, I guarantee you she's calling. Or at least she's thinking about it a whole hell of a lot longer than that. But I would put her on a call there. In fact, that was offsuit. I think it was the difference in us seeing 5 more cards there in that hand.
All right, ladies and gents, we come to you from the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. I'm James Larson, alongside Dominic Siebert. And this hand could be a little explosive here. We got a 10-9.
We're definitely going to get, I'd say, well, Hindy's going to raise her button. She's done that almost entirely. She's either raised or fold, and mostly raised. I would imagine then that Daniel is going to put in a 3-bet of some sort here, possibly all in.
Raised to 325,000. Daniel likes his hand.
All in.
All in.
Yep, there's your 3-bet. And now she does let it go. Okay. Daniel's actually best bet there was to just to call and then try and trap in a situation with like a queen 10-9 flop or something to that effect.
Well, you make a good point earlier when you said Hindy's just kind of waiting for that hand, that knockout hand, down to 14, 16 big blinds now, 13, 16, it's all kind of the same. That's what she's waiting on and waiting for that hand to do that, and hopefully her opponent.
She might have to, she'll change that up a little bit. Maybe if Daniel, has a couple more of these kind of hands where he wins 3-bets pre or something and is able to chip up a little bit to say about, 3.2 or something to that effect. But as long as she's sitting there with a 3-1 chip lead, I think that's what she's going to be waiting on. Daniel folding the 7 tray. No, we have not had a pocket ace. That one of our crew members.
Just asked,
asked anybody had pocket aces. We have not had a pocket ace. We've had kings.
I haven't seen queens.
Hasn't been queens
I've not
yet.
seen jacks.
I've not seen jacks. We've
I've
seen tens a few times.
Yep,
yeah.
nines a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Don't mention that to Roger Campbell.
Yeah.
8s I've seen, 7s I've seen, 6 I haven't seen, 5 I've seen, haven't seen 4s. I've seen 3s and deuces.
Yeah. So have not seen pocket aces yet. Of course, we've only been here for like 38 minutes.
Cue the aces. Cue them up, ladies and gentlemen. Wouldn't that be funny? All right, here's a couple of junkers here. Jack 6.
Hindy will send the button back over to Daniel here.
Send it on over. I'll wait for another hand.
Row, Raggy. That's really the first big stack play we've seen her make pre-flop.
How did this UCF, back to her hat, get so big here? It's such a great football team in the last,
Well, it's a surprisingly large school.
It is, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 40,000 enrollment, I think. Might be even more than that right now.
Where did you go to school?
I went to UF in Gainesville. And even then, Dante Culpepper was the first, I think, he kind of brought them on the scene when he was their quarterback before his pro career up in Minnesota. But that kind of springboarded the program a little bit. And then they've had the high school football talent here in Florida is second to none.
even better than what you hear about in California and Texas. I mean, just speed upon speed upon speed, and so many great players who have played for so many of the top programs, not just in Florida but around the country, have come from Florida. So the fact that UCF was able to draw on that over the course of time has built their program up to where now, I mean, they're I'd say they're probably the #1 program in the state.
Yeah.
Although Florida brought it back a little bit.
Yeah, what's going
this
on
year.
with these other Florida football teams?
Yeah, well, today this is actually
how about Miami?
This was actually a first that happened this weekend. Was the first the Jaguars were the last team to come into existence out of the group. But since the Jaguars became a franchise in 1995, this was the first weekend where the Jaguars, the Dolphins, the Bucks, the Gators, the Seminoles, and the Canes all lost in the same weekend.
Right.
Yeah. The first time it had ever happened. Yep.
All right, so we're moving along here. The hands are
We've had some crap hands here for
Yeah,
a change.
yeah.
We've had a lot of good hands for both players at certain points, but we've had a couple 9-4s and 7 trays and stuff like that where people don't want to stick around and see put a whole lot of chips at risk with those kind of hands. And particularly now that we're down here in the, as we said, the 78 big blind phase, and that Hindy has about 62 of them. And a little bit more garbage here, although Daniel's hand is suited, so he may want to call this raise just to see a flop and see if he can get the double up.
Raise goes up to 380,000. No, I wouldn't call me a clown. And Daniel's going to fold.
I would call you a clown, but not for that.
Let's put Cory Stewart on the live stream, everybody. Our marketing manager here, the man, the myth, the legend. Cory, would you like to speak with us? Wow.
He's got to run back out. Because this could end at any time, and he might have to take, winners' photos and stuff.
We're at the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club here, Daytona Beach, Florida. 2 players remain. We were very quick to get down to 2, and now heads up has been going for what, about an hour and a half now.
No, not even that. But
about an hour.
Daniel's thinking, oh, let me get a hand. Let me get a hand. I got a hand. Let me win. Let me do something. Because he's only sitting here with about 15 bigs. Oh, and he's going to get tricky with it.
Okay, he's getting tricky.
Try to trap to get max value. Okay.
Option is checked. All right, let's go to the flop now. It's king, queen, 6. They're all hearts.
That's a pretty good flop for Daniel.
Yeah, that's a very good flop for Daniel.
And Hindy's going to try to take control with a small bet, which is what she's done throughout the day. And Daniel will look at his cards just to make sure and say, okay, we're going to put a lot of chips in here. And although, again, if he limped pre-flop, if he were to just call here, that could set himself up for a big play here on the turn if Hindy decides to fire again, because she's done that on more than one occasion, firing more than one bullet when she's been first to act. Although the fact that he's thinking a lot makes me think that he is not going to do that. He's just going to put in the simple raise here, and then Hindy's going to fold her 8 high. And
there comes the raise
next
and a quick fold by Hindy. We'll go on to the next hand. Second place money, of course, $56,527. They're all chasing that first place prize, though, $91,557. That, of course, comes with a $3,500 championship package that can be rolled right into the championship coming up here in 2 weeks in East Chicago, Indiana. And East Chicago is really, it's a place that the HPT is fond of, just because our early events over in Gary at the Majestic Star, and then moving over to the Ameristar, just been some huge fields, and great to see all our Chicago friends. It'll be coming up in just a couple of weeks. A lot of fun.
For our unofficially guaranteed $1 million prize pool in the main event. And Daniel will send those to the bye-bye.
And we move on.
And she continues to keep Daniel in the teens in that big blind range. Daniel's going to have to hit a hand here.
Yeah, you see, we're just kind of
the next 20 minutes or so, maybe even less than that, because next up is 100, 200,
Yeah,
and
then,
Rutrow.
then it goes real quick when
Yeah.
you've got 15 bigs there. Real quick, my friends.
And now Daniel's got the hand, king, queen. Does he move all in, or does he? If he just raises, he's going to get some chips from Hindy here. She'll call with the 10-7 suited, to be sure. That's
just
no. He
that's
just
just-
limped
that's
again.
just
So
a
this is
call.
the changeup we've seen from Daniel here
Yeah.
now. The last couple of hands.
Just gonna limp with the
He's
king,
going
queen.
with the limp to try and maximize and feign weakness. And this is what happens when you feign weakness sometimes.
Flop is 9-7 tray, so Hindy gets the best of it. Pair under 7. And it goes check, and now over to Daniel. He's going to check.
Daniel's being smart here with the story that he's telling.
Turn card, the deuce of hearts.
I can't believe that Hindy will check again. I don't think we've seen her check twice all day.
Looks like 175,000.
You are correct. And Daniel's going to see these pretty picture cards be of very little use for him here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lost his diamond draw. He has no straight draw. You think the nut king high is good? Well, I guess he might. I don't like calling here. I don't like the call at all. I don't mind the raise. I wouldn't like the raise. I understand the raise.
And now the 3 of diamonds comes on the river, so Hindy with the check mark.
Yeah, she's got 2 pair.
And she's going to bet it.
Yeah.
350,000 is the bet.
Good bet size there. I like that. As again, I remember we talked about telling stories earlier on when they were heads up. If Hindy didn't believe Daniel had hit the flop, that she kept her read throughout the whole way. Now, if Daniel doesn't believe that Hindy has anything, calling with king high isn't a bad play. He does make the call, and we'll see the bad news.
Wow, he is going to see the bad
so
news.
that was a return exactly from the hand that that Daniel doubled up on.
All right, well, now we'll have Casper give us the chip counts here. Now we're really in that danger zone, okay?
Yeah,
almost
6-1.
Yeah, and just 11 bigs.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and we're playing 80-160. I don't know how much time is left in this level.
I don't mind the call there, like we said with the read. If you put yourself on that read and stay true to your read, but at the same time, comparing that to Hindy's situation earlier, almost identical reads that they put their opponents on. In this particular case, though, Daniel couldn't be wrong there. Hindy could afford to be wrong and still have a massive chip lead when she doubled up Daniel earlier on. But that's a situation where Daniel couldn't afford to be wrong with his read there, and he was.
All right, both players with jacks. Jack 4, Jack deuce.
Jack crap.
Yeah, not much happening here. Might see both players fold at the same time.
No, well, Hindy's going to raise her button.
Sure,
she's been raising
is.
constantly
Absolutely.
throughout, so no reason to change, especially when you're up almost 7-1 in chips. And
a quick fold.
Because I mean, Daniel's now in a situation where it's basically all in or fold for him. He can't call a raise.
It's like a vacuum has been left on.
Yeah,
you know,
it
outside
really has.
of the room, and things are just slowly getting sucked into the vacuum. Now we're down to 10. This number just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Oh, great. The coffee is coming right through me.
Oh, dear.
That's why we put microphones on you. Hindy, you asked why we give you microphones? See if she says anything else. We are taking a break after this level, I'm told. So.
Because we're...
Can you guys get a time for us on the level, please? Thank you. Want to let our folks at home know? 7 minutes.
Okay.
7 minutes. By the way, I've been locked out of the chat because
dear.
My management locked me out.
What have you been saying on the
Well,
chat?
all I said was Cory's going to buy drinks at Oceanside. That's all I said.
Oh, okay.
I said some other things too, but I mean, I said it's National Cat Day like 3 times. I forgot I was logged in under HPT. I'm sorry. All right, I apologize. Zach thought it was kind of funny.
Oh, okay. So there was some big wheels who came in
it
here
was
and
Moobot.
shut you down.
Moobot
shut you down.
Yeah, Moobot. It just came in and
Moobot.
I can't get along well with Moobot. You know. Okay, Ace-4, queen tray.
Yeah. Daniel will get all his chips in the middle here. I don't think
Yeah.
Hindy will. Hindy might raise or call here initially, but
Fold. You can fold, Hindy.
No. That's no fun.
Daniel's saying, fold, fold, please fold me once.
She does kind of an interesting way of handling her chips.
Yeah.
I'm going to just say interesting. I'm not going to give her a hard time for it, but it's a lot of like shell game things going on.
All in.
And then that'll end the hand. All right, time here is on the East Coast, 4:22. It is Monday, October 29th. How you doing, folks? James Larson with you alongside Dominic Siebert, Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Your late local news will follow this broadcast, by the way.
I don't think we'll get to the late local news. We might get to the...
You actually might be right on time for the 5.
Yeah.
Out here in Florida, I think they do a 4 and a 5. No, you guys do the news an hour later.
Some places do a 4, but it's usually a 5 and a 6.
But your late local news is at 11, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where I come from
is at 10.
with the cows. Oh, absolutely, it has to be. We need to get to bed before the chickens.
Yes. Daniel will go all in, and Hindy will fold.
You know, if Hindy could just get, one better card, like say the king
Right.
and a 10 or a king and queen.
Yeah.
But the king 4 is
This is 3 good cards for Daniel here. He would need Hindy to
Right.
have a higher second card
Yeah.
in order for him to get his double up that he is so desperately seeking.
Okay.
Here.
She thought about it. She's going to fold it.
Yeah.
Got to give some more credit to Hindy if I haven't given her enough, but just plain patient here with this final knockout blow. Been very patient and just waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting because she can. She can.
Yeah, she's not the one who's going to want the blinds go up to 10% of her stack here in short order.
Right. And Daniel knows it. Daniel's prepping for it. We're under 4 minutes, I believe, in this level right now. 8160 right now. That number goes up in 4 minutes.
Yep, the 1 and 2.
All right, well, Hindy's got a hand. At what point do you just flat or just make the call and hopefully Daniel does something stupid with 7-5 and maybe decides to make a big raise?
Probably when you have something better than King 10. I would say King Queen, maybe even King Jack suited, maybe certainly Ace 10. That might be a situation you might want to try.
Sorry, what's the raise? 320, 325.
We're going up to 325, and Daniel's going to splash around with this.
Daniel, what are you doing, Daniel?
He wants more of the vacuum. That vacuum.
Well, he's in more. He's still in the I can't be wrong area, and I don't know if you want to try and can't be wrong with 7-5.
All right, let's go to the flop. Hindy in the lead. Comes out 8-6.
Oh, he got bailed
tray.
out there with that flop.
All diamonds. So 5, 6, 7.
God, she's making every right move. You check behind there. She's been continuing constantly, and now she's counterfeited Daniel straight, and there's a 4th diamond. Now she hits her 10. And again, if Daniel wants to fire here and try and take advantage of having control of the pot, he can't be wrong. And if Hindy raises, what do you do? Of course, you eliminate that threat by just going all in. I think that's his only play, though. I don't think you can stab at this.
Hindy, of course, paired her 10 there on the turn.
And she's got the chips to call here if she thinks he doesn't have a flush.
Oh, she's going to call.
Okay.
She's going to call.
Daniel's hoping for a diamond. He doesn't know if he's hoping for a diamond.
Yeah, absolutely he is. And
and he hit his straight.
He hit his straight on the river.
Okay. So he actually got a card. So he actually got a card here. But is he going to be able to get any value
from all those diamonds out there?
Yeah, is he going to be able to get any value from a bet with all those diamonds like we talked about? Because he did lead when the diamonds came out. That's a good value bet.
Yeah.
350.
She can pay that off. No,
No.
not happening.
Why would she?
What? No reason to.
I mean, geez. I mean,
No reason to, right? All right, folks. The Hindy Daniel saga continues.
I really thought she was calling there. I'm just continue to be amazed at how many missteps she's not taking. Not that she is the kind of player to take missteps, but you make mistakes at a final table, and even the one mistake that she had where she doubled up Daniel results wise, it wasn't a bad play or a bad read necessarily. I mean, it was a bad read obviously because that's a misstep by me. A bad read in that she put her opponent on a hand and he had a dominant hand, but it wasn't an unreasonable call that she made.
A lot on the line here too, Dom. $35,000 difference between first and second. 320, I believe.
Daniel's going to be furious here because he's going to finally. He's sitting here with Ace King, and Hindy's probably going to make a fold.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, maybe not.
All right.
And this will be all in, and then we'll get the fold.
Then we'll get the fold after the all in, and
Hindy will have cost herself kind of
a million chips.
Kind of sillily about 500,000 chips.
Sheepishly says all in. I kinda like that, and then a fold.
Yeah. That's the first mistake she's made. Heads up, that I really can't justify one. The way she's been playing, and the patience that she's shown waiting for the knockout blow, just giving away a 500,000 chips right there. That's her first mistake really of this entire final table.
All right, folks, we're going to step aside for a 15-minute break. When we come back, the HPT will continue.
And welcome back here to the Heartland Poker Tour main event final table, and we may be getting this over with pretty quickly here because we're just coming back from break. Our first hand at 100 and 200,000 blinds, and Hindy Komatetsky, our chip leader, has pocket tens. Daniel Silva is sitting here with a very short stack. In retrospect to the blinds, he has less than 20 big blinds. We are down to just 62 big blinds on the table. And that is probably going to do it. I would imagine that Daniel is not going to relinquish any draw at this point. And Hindy is going to bet her overpair.
He's going to bet 225,225.
Daniel's got a straight draw, a backdoor flush draw. And about 15 big blinds. He does make the call. 225, a good size there by Hindy to try and draw some chips out of her opponent. Oh, goodness. Daniel hits his straight on the turn, right in the gut. Hindy, as you can see, cannot win the hand outright. And she checks behind again. Just has not made an error at all. And she sees her pocket tens really shrivel up now as there's an open-ended straight on the board. Can Daniel get any more chips out of Hindy? Two local folks, one from St. Augustine, you see on your screen right there, his opponent from Orlando, coming here to the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. 450,000, just over half the pot. She makes the call, and we'll see the bad news. And Daniel absolutely gets a pot that he needs, and we are, again, right back about to where we started here once heads-up play began just over 2 hours ago. Dominic Sievert here in the broadcast booth along with James Larson. We almost had it right there. I thought we might have it.
Did I miss anything while I was stepped out? I come in, and I heard Jeremy going, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's a straight. Or however he said it. But, yeah, back in action here, Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. So you said it best there, 7.8 to 4.7, where we kind of started this thing, a couple of hours ago.
Yep.
When I say this thing, talking about heads-up poker.
Blinds are up now to 100 and 200,000 with a 100K big blind. A little bit, one of the few times that Hindy has not had good fortune come her way at this final table.
Wow.
She is absolutely throttled, and boy, the worm is turning perhaps all of a sudden.
Sure.
Daniel gets pocket kings.
Well, you're right about
and
that.
And we saw Hindy before break basically give away 500,000 chips pre-flop with an ill-advised 3-bet. We'll see if she does anything here along the same vein.
5 deuce for Hindy. Dominated, as you can see with the.
She is.
Boy. Oh, now it's a reverse vacuum cleaner now.
Yeah.
They're going the other way.
Well, she's turned it on in reverse. She's given them away. 8-4 offsuit, 5 deuce offsuit, 2 humongous mistakes here. We talked about how she was being patient and waiting for that knockout blow.
She really
She's tried
was.
to force the issue now twice, and it's come back to bite her in the butt because Daniel is obviously not going anywhere with pocket kings. He wasn't going anywhere earlier when what was it? What did he have? He had a big ace, I think, last time. Rather than pocket tens even.
You see the 3-bet there to 1.2 million. You know, the action start, and now an all-in.
She will fold.
And then she'll fold quickly.
Yeah.
All right, Casper, let's get a chip count here. Updated chip count.
It's going to be as close as it's been throughout the entire heads-up battle here.
Wow. Look at that, folks.
Yeah.
6.5
She's lost
to 6.
in 2 hands. She's lost about 2.25 million in chips. And we are almost at a dead heat right now. Daniel Silva's dream comes true coming back from this break. He's got a puncher's chance now for maybe the first time in this heads-up match.
Yeah, we're kind of starting over now, really. Heads up here, pretty close in chips. Hindy with the best hand here, Queen 6 up against the 8-7. And it's the first time she's, been a little you know.
She's taking some punches here.
Yeah, like,
finally.
yeah, her opponents are fighting back a little bit.
She's been dishing it out. We'll see if she can take it here. $450 is the raise that Hindy makes.
And Daniel's going to make the call.
Remember, we are down, folks, to 62 big blinds on the table right now. So any hand could be the hand.
All right.
But Hindy's got the best of this one.
Yeah, she pairs her 6 for 2 pairs 6s and trays.
Hindy has not done a lot of that. She's not done a lot of rechecking. So Daniels may want to take that into account as she puts out this bet here. Never mind the fact that he has jack poop.
Yeah, nothing going on there for Daniel. $250,000 to make the call. And he's going to fold. So Hindy at least gets back on the winning track here. But again, very close in chips right now. A pot of over to her stack of $550,000 you saw there. But yes, 7-5 now. 5.5, 5.4. So we thought this would be a good one when we got the heads up. We really did, even when it was, 80-20.
Well, that was the thing. We got down to four-handed, and it was Daniel who knocked out the next two players, who were all kind of bunched together while Hindy had this monster chip lead. So he was able to build up his stack to make it reasonable when they went heads up. And Hindy's obviously had the better of it, but we get down to these big blind levels here in these last couple of hands. And now, once again, Daniel was a little bit better. And you would think with a king that Hindy would call. And now it comes down to the cards in the middle, the community cards, as they are referred to.
King 5, ace 6. Let's go to the flop. Comes out queen 8 deuce, couple of clubs. Not a whole lot there for either player. The ace, of course, still in the lead for Daniel.
The C-betting has been constant with the smaller big blinds on the table. Just going to say, are we going to see some more checked flops? And we do right there. Excuse me. That hand, that card likely changes nothing in either player's mind as far as to where they stand in the hand. The question is a bet going to get through? Small bet here coming from Hindy.
225,000. The bet by Hindy. Daniel on a little bit of a heater here.
Does have the best hand and does make the call.
225,000 and a call. Let's see the river card.
All right, river card is the 4 of spades.
Now does Hindy fire a second barrel? We've seen her do it often. But has she been knocked back a little bit by this recent misfortune? She does check.
So
Daniel will likely check behind here. Well, Daniel's going to win this hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be
either
tough
it's going
for
to
her.
check behind or it's going to be
man, we
a
flip
bet
it over.
and a fold.
King of spades, 5 hearts, bring the hand. That's what Daniel shows ace of spades, 6 of hearts, ace high.
All right, so now, Hindy's kind of getting the luck the players had here, where she's getting beat up there by the ace to the king, little things like that. And what does she need to do here, Dom, to regroup? It's about even in chips now.
Well, the thing was she needs to forget about the two mistakes she's made here in the last 10 minutes or so of play. The one hand before the break and the hand right after the break, where she tried to force the action. If you're going to force the action, I don't mind it with big stacks, but you can't be doing with 8-4 and 5 deuce because that's going to blow up in your face almost every single time. So she's got to get back to forcing the act, being selectively aggressive when it comes to her hands. And obviously she can't play big stack poker anymore because she doesn't have it. They're almost dead even. So that actually might work in her favor here over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes.
All right, let's go to the flop here, 10-4, 10 deuce. And the flop is queen, 9-8. So both players with a gutter ball.
First to bet might win this one.
Daniel reaching for chips. He's going to make a wager. 250 is the bet. Hindy's going to look him up here. She'll make the call. We'll move on.
Just
to
a gut shot and 10 high.
I realize it's heads up, but and now no one's going to get away from anything.
Oh, there's the open-ended straight draw for both players now.
Daniel will likely fire again, and Hindy will likely call again. As you see now, they're basically going to chop this hand. Unless, I mean, the only way this thing anything changes is if a 4 reduced comes.
400,000.
It's 400,000.
A little bit of heart from Daniel here. Keeping his line. Keeping his story. And no back down here from Hindy. She's putting the call together.
She's going to make the call. All right, folks.
Any drama here on the end?
There is.
Well, we're going to get the all-in.
Yeah, we'll get the all-in.
And a draw.
Yeah, that's just
all
for the
in
statistics.
And
another all-in and another chop. Both players hit the card that they need.
Do they think win the tournament? So we'll just draw out the excitement.
Well, yeah,
here.
right. We'll
that we know that we know is without drama, but the people in the room where they are running the event don't know there is drama.
You're going to hear an all-in. And now we got an all-in and a snap call. Can I start talking about Razor clothing right now, or do I have to wait?
I do want to point something that we haven't thus far. The jack was a third diamond, so there was a call right there. So that's why we're not going to get it all in. I just picked up on that.
All right, well, if you want to wear what the cool kids
go to
wear,
Razor,
yes, the cool kids wear Razor clothing. They have a nice modern take on today's poker apparel. All their designs are printed on high quality material, and if you're into saving money, you can use code HPT at checkout. 10% discount on your order. Head on over to razorclothing.com.
And who isn't into saving money, really?
I don't have to think about it.
We all want to save. It's good to save. All right, there you see the chip counts. Not much change in there on the chop pot, 6.3, 6.1. Now, I joked with the crew. We got down to heads up in record time, and I said, watch us be here till midnight. A heads up. And I'm not going to say we're going to be here till midnight, but I think we've gone over the
If we get to midnight, I will pay you $1 million because that means there'll be like
okay,
three
$1
big
million.
There'll be like 3 big blinds on the table.
Right.
And if we can survive to midnight with 3 big blinds on the table.
Right. Yeah, good point. Like we all, oh, look at this.
Well, could be a little fireworks here, pocket pair.
Yeah, potentially July 2nd,
little
July
bit,
3rd. Yeah,
a little bit. Maybe early, maybe late June.
Yeah, a baby pair with a weak ace.
Daniel's going to put in the raise, and there'll be a call. And he does call.
Now, depending on the flop, you could see the 4th of July, and that's not the flop we were looking for.
That's not very July-y.
10-8-5, you know.
Yeah.
Deuce ace 4 or something like that.
Yeah,
on the flop.
you need to get a little something more coordinated with
Yeah.
your hands. This will probably just be a bet and a fold for somebody.
Hindy with the best of it with a baby pair there, the deuces.
350.
You know, you're always thinking everything beats you when you got those deuces, though, you know. The smallest pair in the deck.
And we're able to say something that we haven't been able to say in this heads-up battle. The chip lead is on the line.
Wow.
And there it goes for the first time in this tournament. Daniel Silva has the chip lead. And the first time in this heads-up battle that Hindy has not been. The first time in about, 4 hours that Hindy has not been in the chip lead. She took it very early on in this final table.
It's been
has
wire to wire.
steamrolled her way through. But now, in a little bit of her own doing, obviously, with those 2 hands that we talked about.
Wow, unbelievable, folks.
Seen it go away, and now Daniel Silva is thinking, oh, my God, maybe she's not invincible. I may have a chance to actually win this tournament.
All right, and now she's going to put out a raise here with her jack tray.
I actually wouldn't have minded a fold there. I usually, you're not supposed to fold a lot, heads up, blah, 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 but, just take a breath. Take a hand off, say, hey, okay, I am willing to fold some things. And even if it puts the seed, she's not winning every hand. She's not going to play every hand. But then there's the counter to that, which is you might get your opponent to fold something like King 3. So.
All right, so, listen. She's still, well, now, just where it was, 6.3, 6.1, just flip-flop. Really no reason to get crazy here.
No.
I mean, you have led wire to wire, and now you relinquish that chip lead, not by much. But just go back to what got you here.
But now we're in the position, too, where we talked about how for a good portion of the last 30 minutes before the break or so, we're saying Daniel can't be wrong here, Daniel can't be wrong here. Now Hindy's in a place where she can't be wrong a whole heck of a lot. So that dynamic has changed up a little bit.
400.
All right. Raising it up here is Daniel. Thought he said 400. Yeah, raises to 400. Hindy with the best of it here with the King 5 going up against the Queen, Trey. Want to thank our good buddy Brian from Florida Gaming for being with us all week long, helping us out. Flop Queen 8-6. He just took off, so wanted to say goodbye to him. Daniel goes in the lead now, pairing his Queen.
Going to be hard for him to get any money from Hindy, though, with as discombobulated as her hand is here.
And, you know, for the first time, you know, all day, Daniel's thinking to himself, wow, I might win $91,557, you know? Never give up, folks.
Hindy, undaunted with the check min raise. And now that kicker for Daniel with his 3 there is looking awful small.
Nah, he loves it. He still loves it. He knows he's in the lead here. He's feeling good right now. He makes the call. Does wish he had a better card than a tray, but I think he knows he's in the driver's seat here. Now, how do you play? Whether this is a blank, well, we'll see what the card is. The card is the 9 of diamonds. Now, how does he play it from here?
I think Hindy's story, she's got to bet big here. I think she's got to bet at least $1 million. Maybe more. Maybe 1.5. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm liking 1.5. And of course, now this is me saying that, but we're able to see the cards. If I'm at the table, I probably fold the flop. You know.
Yeah. Boy, this is quickly becoming kind of one of the most important hands of the night right here. I mean, look at this. Look at this pot size, folks. I really think Daniel thinks he's got that.
Bear in mind, there's $12.4 million on the table when you see that $2.3 million in the corner there.
Right.
That is 800,000. One of the biggest straight cold bets we've had at this final table to date.
So Daniel doesn't know it.
Now that 3 is looking smaller.
I agree. It's shrinking as we speak.
Because remember, you just got check raised, and you're sitting there with a 3 kicker. And he's getting the call out.
You got top pair. You got to like this. Forget that we know what she has. You still got to like this hand. Your head's up, man. Let's go to the river card. Okay. He gets the check
in this
mark.
situation, the ace is probably a blank, actually. Most people don't think it rarely is in that situation.
Now can she fire again?
She lets go, and there'll be a check behind here, and she'll see the bad news. I don't think Daniel's going to put any more money in.
Look at that pop, bro. $3.9 million.
I think he's got what he wanted out of this hand. Yep.
I gave up.
Yep, she gave up.
I don't think she could have got him off it.
A shove, I think, might have got him off it, but I don't think she had that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Because you're sitting there with a 3.9 pot. You can't, if you're trying to bet for value, it's tough to. We're in a situation now, like I said, where we only got 62 big blinds on the table.
Look at
the
this.
script has completely flipped from where we were at the start of this session. Not from the start of heads up. We came back from break, and Hindy had 8.8 million.
Yes.
Daniel had 3.6. We've almost turned that around completely. And it's been a little bit of the way that Hindy's played. She's kept her style up somewhat, but the 2 moves that she made right before break and right after break, where she 3-bet with, she's been 3-betting before, but she always had at least something respectable. I can't say that 8-4 off and 5 deuce off is respectable, even heads up.
You know, just pointing out to you the blinds there. I mean, the price of poker has gone up.
Absolutely.
Okay? So every hand is important. They're always important, but they're really important now. Now, it's got to be hard, Dominic, for a person who's been in the lead the entire match, the entire day, to now all of a sudden you got to turn that around, and it's like, whoa.
Oh,
whoa.
the psychology is quite a hit. I mean, you're sitting there running over the table. You're sitting there. I'm poised to knock out this last guy, and he dodges a couple punches, and now he's out flopping you basically every hand. And what do you do?
You're on the wrong side of the wave right now.
Yeah.
And again, what you try to do in these situations is just really try to limit how much you're going to lose. Look, you can see she's a little, she's not happy, Turn cards at 10 of clubs. So.
And that gives Daniel the hand. So if he checks it again here and she fires, she's not going to like what happens.
Daniel thinking, wow. And this is why, folks, if you're watching this is why
400.
you play that short stack and you never give up. There's no reason to. It's poker, man. Quick fold 4. You can tell she's visibly, yeah, thank you. It's been a long day for us, too. She's not happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
8.7 to 3.7. She's down to now 18 big blinds. Look at her. You can just tell. It's easier said than done to shake this off. But
it's one. And the thing is, it's one thing if if the cards are against you, if you get bad beat or something like that. It's another thing when it's more of your own doing. And she had a double barrel bluff that just didn't come off. She made a couple of mistakes there that we discussed. And she's thinking to herself, why did I do these things? Not why did I do these things? Not, oh, well, I got my money all in good, and then someone sucked out on me. It wasn't that situation where the fates were against you. When it's your own fault, that's when you beat yourself up on the car ride home.
all right, so the raise is to 400,000. And Hindy likes her hand here. She's got king 9. She makes the call. We go to the flop. Now, will Daniel out-flop her again? 6-5 Trey. He did. It's just, again, the wave is on the other side of the fence right now, or the table, if you will. So there can't be waves on tables or fences, but just things aren't going well. If Hindy could do a dinner break right now, I think she would.
She wants to extend the break that she has. She wants to rewind the tape. Say what has happened here the last 15 minutes. Not unlike what happened with our chip leader, Dan Beck, at this final table. When he came here, he was the chip leader just slightly over Mindy, and then watched basically in 2 hours as his entire stack went over to her.
Right.
And so he's like, can we get a do-over? And Hindy right now wants a do-over because she's playing basically the same style she had been playing before, but now the cards are going against her. And so those plays aren't being able to get pushed through.
All right, 4 of clubs comes out.
Now, does she fire again here?
Now
I think she's going to have to if she wants to win the pot, though.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's a fire.
All in.
How much is it?
Okay, this could be it.
That's crazy that he's asked for a count.
My nails.
This could be it. But tough call, though.
Oh, a tough call to be sure.
Very tough call.
I mean,
you got an open-ender on the board.
You got an open-ender on the board and a flush draw. So I mean, even if she's sitting there with something like, shall we say, ace-8 of clubs, it's a tough call because you still got a bunch of outs to dodge. And even if he does make the call, he's still got 14 outs to dodge.
Well, my prediction is we're going to be here for a while. So if you need to grab another cup of coffee from the lounge, go ahead.
So 2.7 million. 2.725 to be precise.
Look at this guy. He's like a genius.
And if he calls, but again, if he calls and he's wrong, he loses the chip lead.
Right.
So this is a huge decision and one that he will likely take a minute or two to make.
I think he's going to make the call.
He did.
He makes the call, folks.
Wow.
He makes the call. So you see the outs up there. Obviously some chop outs with the 7, right? And the 2.
He can't believe the call he just made that he was right. He just exhaled.
Look at him. Look at him.
Holy crap, I'm about to win this thing.
You're ahead. This 23-year-old is 1 card away from being our next HPT champion. 14 outs, though. What is the most outs, 20?
like 22, I think.
Yeah, well, she's
So,
got 14.
Well, King or nine wins with the pot outright. Deuce or 7 chops it because they would both be playing a straight.
What a turn of events, folks. Let's go to the river card. It's the 3 of diamonds. It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, it's over.
As shocked as we were by the speed with which we got down to shorthanded play and heads up, I'm even more shocked at how we just came back from break and in about 7 hands, it's over. And it's over with the person who wasn't in the chip lead.
This is unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely unbelievable.
This Daniel's saying, what the hell just happened? I just won?
Did you see it? He looked after he called and he goes, oh, boy, I'm ahead?
Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable.
For multiple reasons, as extraordinary a final table as I think I've ever seen here on the HPT, as I've been doing these with you now for the last couple of years. Daniel Silva,
wow,
the local boy from St. Augustine, just a stone's throw from where I live, up in Jacksonville, is our newest HPT champion.
He doesn't believe it.
In his first major final table, he had only $90,000 in career tournament earnings prior to this point, and he just said he can't believe it. He's now won $91,000. What is it? $557.
Well, let's talk about.
And oh, by the way, a championship package that'll probably have him flying up to Chicago to join us in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we're going to see this guy in just a couple of weeks. Let's start at the beginning of this day. He started with $775,000.
Yep, number 6 in chips.
Your chip leader, he's talking about it right now. Your chip leader was 3.285.
Yeah.
Heads up, especially.
He's sitting there with 6% of the chips in play at the start of the day. He's got 50 fewer big blinds than the chip leader.
I don't care. I get it.
And he watched as Hindy did all the work basically up until four-handed and destroyed the entire table. And then he beat a couple of players who were kind of similarly stacked as he was. And then we get to heads up, and boy, it seemed like, as you said, Hindy was poised for the knockout blow repeatedly. And then all of a sudden, Daniel wins about 3 hands after she kind of spewed off a little bit, about $1.5 million chips to make it a battle.
All right.
And
well.
he's still. I don't think he's still like. You mean it's over? He's sitting there looking like. I mean, well, okay, I win, but yeah.
Amazing. When I was the sideline reporter, I always said
Answer all these questions.
the second place interviews are always the hardest.
Yeah.
And
no one wants to do those.
but this one's a real hard one. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, she was poised to win 10 minutes ago. Literally 10 minutes ago, she was poised to win with like a 2.5 to 1 chip lead, and now we're about to go to Jeremy Smith.
Let's go to Jeremy.
Everyone, I'm here with our second place finisher, Hindy. Now, Hindy, tell me about that last hand there. That was a crazy one.
I mean, I had to follow through, and you know, I bet the turn or the flop, and you know, I was just trying to. I only had 12 big blinds left, and the pot was really big, so I just had to go for it.
Yeah. You know, you played great throughout the day. Is there anything you felt you could have done differently?
I mean, I'm sure I can't really. I'd have to mull over that later, but always, yeah.
Yeah. You know, that was a great battle heads up. Played for over 2 hours, even heads up.
Yeah, it was definitely challenging for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still walking away with $56,000 in cash. Any plans for the money?
Not necessarily.
More tournaments, maybe other stuff.
Yeah, some of it definitely.
Nice. Well, there you have it. Our second place finisher, Hindy. Back to you guys. Nice job.
All righty.
We're going to get an interview now with Daniel Silva, our newest HPT champion, and what a ride it's been for him, obviously. Going crazy, and jeez.
All right. I'm going to go out and talk to both players when we wrap here. We're about to get to our championship interview.
Right.
I'm going to congratulate
our
Hindy.
new HPT champion, Daniel. Now, Daniel, tell me about this. You guys played for heads up for a couple hours there. Tell me about that last hand.
Yeah, it's, I mean, a raise pre-flop she calls is pretty standard. And then, like, the flop, obviously can't fold the hand when she bets. And then the turn's kind of weird when the 4 comes, but I don't really think she has a 7 a lot of time. And if she does, like, then she's got the pot and just pay her, keep playing. So just have to make the call in that spot, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a hand that was, a few hands earlier, too, where you had the queen, the top pair. That was about a $3 or $4 million pot. Tell me about that one, too. That was a big one. That was a game changer.
Yeah, that one, I mean, just in that spot, like, I don't like my kicker, of course, but I'm going to call flop and turn at least. And if she shoves the river, actually, yeah, if she shoved the river on the ace, when the ace came, I probably would fold.
Yeah.
But yeah, just
You were.
kicker problems, you could say.
Absolutely. You know, when we started heads up, you started 3-1. She took a big chip advantage, got you down about, 10-1 at one point. Then you fought back. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, just grinding, you know? Like, I got some good hands. I got kings at one point when she 3-bet me, and I just shoved. I mean, I got down, 12 big blinds at one point. Just shoved, like, just a grind, you know? I don't really remember a whole lot of the hands, and so in the moment, you know, doing each one. So, yeah, just a grind, really, to sum it up.
Absolutely. You played great throughout the day. You started 6th in chips. Was there one point today or yesterday that you felt you were going to win this tournament?
You always like to feel like you're going to win it, you know? Definitely, like, middle of the pack, it's not a big deal. Like, there is a bit of, like, ICM pressure on you, but I didn't really feel like I had too much. Like, I was pretty tight most of the time, just waiting for the other stacks to bust. And then just get whatever my first good spot with kings versus ace queen. You know, just wait for good hands. You got to run good to win tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just be all skill.
Absolutely. You played great throughout the day. You're still you're walking away with $91,000 in cash. Any plans for the money?
Pay bills.
Pay some bills. Anything else?
I've been traveling a lot lately, but I don't think I'm going to go anywhere anytime soon again. But definitely at some point I'm going to travel.
All right, there you have it. Our new HPT champion. Daniel's going to pay some bills. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Jeremy. And this 23-year-old, Danny Silva.
Nothing more exciting than paying bills, but smart boy, I guess, trying to take care of some business when he's that young. But guy, his $90,937 was his career tournament earnings, and he more than doubles that here today on the HPT, which we always like to do. But yeah, I mean, you heard it right there from the horse's mouth, as it were. He says, I'm just going to sit back and wait for the other players to bust and ladder up, and then when I get my big hands, I'm going to make my moves, and that's exactly what he did. Got some help there from Hindy the last 15 hands or so, when she kind of was a little bit more aggressive than she needed to be in a couple situations, and that kind of flipped the script to where that he felt he had some life heads up, and then took advantage of some big hands down there in the final stretch.
Now, I had people ask me in the break, and of course we see every hand, they don't. If they were watching the stream, they do.
Right.
People saying, even staff members saying, Hindy needed to be more aggressive, don't you think, James? And I didn't have time. I was grabbing a hot dog. But we saw when she wasn't being aggressive, it was always the right decision.
Yeah, she played exactly the way that you would think literally a top poker. I mean, if Scotty Nguyen was sitting in that seat and was playing the exact same way that she did, we was like, that's how a pro plays. I mean, she really played spectacularly. Just 2 mistakes at crucial times that ended up costing her. Surprisingly, in a situation where she couldn't afford to lose chips, in the sense that it put Daniel back in the game. I mean, she had him down in a 3-1 to 5-1, even as you said, as Jeremy said, almost a 10-1 situation there at the end. And when you give someone who's only got 10 big blinds another 5 big blinds, then all of a sudden you're opening up the door for them to get a little bit more play in and make their shoves and bets a little bit more dangerous looking, because they're no longer in a situation where all their chips are at stake all the time. And, oh, by the way, if I call now I have to call off more, and that could put me in a situation where I'm no longer the chip leader and I lose control of the match.
Is $56,000 enough to put a smile back on her face as she walks out of here?
I'm sure it is.
Too.
I think that I mean, again, we're talking. I don't know how many hands there were at this final table. Maybe 150 or something like that. She misplayed 2 of them. Now, it happened to be 2 that ended up costing her in the long run. But, I mean, as far as her overall play throughout the course of the final table, was absolutely tremendous.
Our grade doesn't change a whole lot from where she was.
You said an A-. I said it might have been higher than that. I would probably stick her with an A- now on totality. And if you come in and you play A- poker at a final table at on a major tournament venue, and you walk away with over $50,000, hey, that's a good day as far as I'm concerned. Even though there's going to be obviously a tinge of disappointment.
Right.
You know, I had a big chip lead heads up and wasn't able to get the title.
But hey, the big man on campus today, Daniel Silva, going
and not that big. I mean, he's almost as skinny as I am.
He's a 23-year-old guy. So, listen, a lot of people to thank. Dom Nero and the entire staff here at the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. Of course, our entire crew. These guys have worked really hard. Our director, Chris Ragoose, our producers, Jeff Casper, and, of course, Zach Howard, all of our crew members, Corey Stewart for pulling it all together.
You okay?
I just inhaled my gum. I can't make that up. This is the problem. This is the problem with that small little Tic Tac gum. I did this on my radio show the other day. It's so small, I end up inhaling my gum. This gum, mark my words, is dangerous.
It's going to kill you eventually.
You guys thought I was dying. I felt like I was dying. Anyway, almost so instead of my A- broadcast, now unfortunately because of that, I get a B+. So thanks for joining us, everybody. The Championship Open is right around the corner. That is a $25,000 championship. $2,500. November 9th through the 13th. Buy-ins start as low as $0. That's right, because we got a free roll to get into a satellite. Dom, it's always a pleasure joining you here in the broadcast booth. And you stay safe here in Florida, and we'll see you next time, folks, right here on the HPT.